those weeks where I don't think I've stopped. Still not stopping. We were fishing with the Lake Geneva Fishing Club here at the Illinois State Fair. It's just been constant motion and just enjoying the great outdoors. We have so much to enjoy and do. You can't go wrong. And so remember that. Even though it's going to be hot, 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 hot today, you know what? All you got to do is drink plenty of water, Gatorade, Propel. I would kind of stay away from the alcohol stuff because it's just alcohol and heat don't really agree. All right. Too many people will fall down from heat exhaustion and stuff like that. So please drink water, Gatorade, get in the shade, wear a hat, put sunscreen on, do all the smart things so you don't wind up hurting yourself. That's very, very important. On this week's show, we're a little bit of everywhere. Once again, we've got Eric Esco from Muskie and Pike Dreamers Guide Service of Northern Illinois and Southern Wisconsin waters. He's a really good guide. He makes his own lures also. Him and his friends that are part of his company, they fish a lot of these waters and they move you on to the best water, the best action. So we're going to be talking to him about fishing in this heat and what we should or shouldn't be doing. And then my good friend Jennifer Vaughn, who's the executive director of the Illinois Conservation Foundation, will be on right here at the Illinois State Fair to tell us about a great new program to help keep the state parks free down the road. And you get a great gift in the way of doing it. And you're going to hear more about it because I have a lot of questions to ask her. It's just a beautiful thing that you can receive for supporting the foundation, and that money is going to be put into a special fund where they're only going to use the interest for stuff on the state parks. It's a great program. And DNR does not have control of it. Just remember that, because they're a separate 501c3 nonprofit organization. And then last but not least, we'll have the Aiden Fishing Report from Western Michigan. And we'll hear where he has been and what he's been doing, etc. And we'll always have that on because people love the Aiden Fishing Report. But you know what? I'm getting a little sign on my computer that says somebody's on hold. So you know what? Let's go see if we can find Captain Tony.
I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away.
Well, everybody, we're down. I know he's sitting on the dock because that's what Captain Tony's doing every Saturday morning, waiting for Chauncey to give him a call. Tony, you out there?
I'm sitting on the
dock of the bay.
Fishies to swim away.
That's right.
How are you?
I'm doing okay, my friend. What's going on Lake Michigan? We got some big storms that pounded this week. I don't know what it did out there, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, yeah, it was there. I posted some storm clouds while I was in that.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't bad. It ripped through at 30 knots. We did have two fish on. We got one of them. The kings, we were in 100 feet of water. They're kings from the hill all the way out to like 120 feet of water. They're moving around. They're starting to stage a little bit. They're starting to get dark. There are a few silvers. There's ones, twos, threes, and fours out there. So it's kind of a mixed bag of sizes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still running my spoon program. I got a couple Dodgers working. Of course, some long lines, the long coppers, the long leads. They've been working up high. Early morning, pre-dawn, seeing a lot of numbers of fish. If you want different species, you go out deeper, 180 to 220. There's some steelhead out there. When that sun does come up, they like to disappear, though. That's the only thing. Cloudy days are better than sunny days.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they're saying on a lot of the inland lakes, too, Tone. That sun comes up, boom, gone.
Yeah, our water did cool off. We did have a little bit of a north push.
Mm-hmm.
We bring down some colder water. It was like 68 inshore. It was still 72 offshore a little bit. So, time of year, it's going to start cooling back off. They got to come into the harbors they were stocked at. So they're going to stage and then they're going to come in.
Mm-hmm. Are you still doing spoons and stuff?
Yeah, I'm still running my spoon program. I'm running some moonshine, some stingers. I'm still running some fish landers. I'm running a couple different Dodgers, to Charlie Special, the Dragon Slayer. I mix it up with a bullfrog fly, a green fly. Actually, I had a chrome metal with the white fly working today.
Mm.
So it was when they're hungry, and then when they're active, got to get them really fast because then, like I said, the sun comes out, and then they say bye bye.
How about those Lakers? Are they moving around out there?
Not too many Lakers. We did the other day catch one or two, but I haven't been targeting them because I've been concentrating on Kings. There are a few cohos around. I did take during the week. I took I think about 5 cohos overall. Yeah, they're slipping in and out here.
They must have some shoulders on them by this time.
Well, actually, they were next year's cohos. They were a couple pounds,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But one actually was, like you said, had a little bit of a shoulder on it. It was a mature female. She nice roe in her. The guy kept it because he was going to keep it for steelhead fishing in the spring.
Ooh, yeah. That sounds good. That sounds good. Hey, if somebody wants to get a hold of you, Tony, to set up a charter, because I know you may have a few days in August on weekends, but you got some open days maybe during the week that are always a little bit discounted. What do they do?
I would call me on my cell at 847-366-0741. If I don't answer, leave me a message with your number. I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay, sounds good. And what do we all yell on Diamond Ghost?
Sitting on the
dock of the bay.
Something different, right?
That's right, Toad.
All right, guys, go fishing and be safe out there.
Sounds good. Take care, everybody. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Watching the tide roll away.
Hey, sportsman. Midwest Outdoors Magazine is the one outdoor magazine that's all about helping you enjoy the outdoors for only $19.95 a year. That's right. They cover the waters we fish close to home and those special waters that we want to travel to for that favorite fish, whether it's Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Minnesota, wherever, with 10 issues a year and more than 1,000 articles each year. Each issue is filled with articles by outdoor experts on where to go, what to use, and how to use it, including my article on local waters every month. You also learn from local and regional experts with the monthly marked lake maps, full access to the Midwest Outdoors Digital Edition, Insider Weekly newsletter, and much more. So go to MidwestOutdoors.com and sign up today. You can't go wrong. Waterworks Marine, the largest London Low dealer in the upper Midwest, has those 2026 London Low boats you have been waiting for being delivered every day, all powered by a Mercury outboard. But if you want to enjoy a day on the water, fishing, boating, or just having fun on the water and want to really save some money, Waterworks has a few 2025 London Low boats with a Mercury outboard, but they are being sold at bargain prices, so don't wait. Call them up now. Waterworks Marine has the largest selection anywhere of London Low boats at a price you want and powered by a Mercury outboard. But you still have time to enjoy a fun certified Waterworks boat, whether it's fishing, a fall color ride, or a day with friends. Let your boat from Waterworks Marine make the day special. Give them a call at 708-798-9700 or go to waterworks.com and stop in and see them at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills. But remember, ask for that Chauncey special price.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
For more information about joining a scouting unit in northeastern Illinois, call 847-433-1813. That's 847-433-1813. When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the 2 words every fisherman loves to yell is fish on. And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on!
This segment is being brought to you by Diamond Ghost Charters. Give them a call at area code 847-366-0741 and get ready to yell, fish on!
It started out just like any other.
This is Kevin Van Dam, and you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
That sucker almost pulled me in. Monster Bass. The drag of my reel was smoking. Monster Bass. Please don't break my line. The sun was coming up over my favorite little bay. Little did I know.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors on another hot weekend in the Midwest. But, hot weekends in the end of summer only mean things are going to be changing. And when they do, you better be ready with everything. And I got on the phone with me, Eric Esco from Muskie and Pike Dreamers. Right, Eric?
Yep. Thanks again for having me, Chauncey.
No problem, Eric. Eric, this has been the summer from Wacko City because
Yeah.
I know some anglers are catching fish, some anglers, a lot of anglers aren't. I'm fishing shadows and weed beds and deeper water than I ever before. And I mean, what's going on in some of the waters that you're noticing?
So we're fishing southern Wisconsin lakes. I've got a crew of 5 boats, not including myself. So we fish like Delvin and Silver and Eagle and Geneva mostly. And, the pattern on all the lakes since June, the walleyes, what we're usually targeting, they're there, but they're not as active on the spots where they usually are. As I've seen in the past. And then some of the spots that I can usually catch limits on within an hour, they're not there. They're just gone. It's loaded with bait. There's no fish, no walleyes. There's bluegills, but no walleyes. So yeah, I really relate it to the heat. I've been guiding for about 7 years now, and I have the pattern down, what to do in May, what to do in June, July, August, and it's usually like within a week every year. And this year it's been, May was warm, and then June was like August, so the fish just kind of like split in half. Some of the walleyes went into the weeds, super shallow, which is weird, and then some of them went out and onto the humps and suspended, but they're just not as active as they usually are. How I can pattern them.
Yeah, one of the things that I was talking with I was out in southern Wisconsin, Lake Geneva, and I was talking with the people that fish it every day, and they were saying, the walleyes, they can see them. They know they're there. They can see them on their electronics. They see them on the forward-facing electronics, but they're waiting for dark. They have no interest,
And it's so frustrating. I mean, I can see them, and I've got Live Scope and Mega Live, and I can see them clear as day on the graph. And I dangle it, they'll come up and sniff, and then they'll just swim away like pissed off. Or I'll drop a worm or a jig in a group of like 10 of them, and they'll move like 30 feet. They're just not interested. Like occasionally, we'll pick a couple off, but, it's definitely like I need to work hard to get them to find the active schools, and it's usually not as difficult.
Yeah. Well, and that's really kind of a, just the walleye and that, but even, like the smallmouth bass, the largemouth bass, they're acting a little bit, different, but it's really you have to play that as early as possible, even before, sunup, working your top waters or working the weeds and stuff. But once that sun starts crawling up, they seem to just, go someplace else. I don't know, maybe to go to Canada.
Yeah,
Who knows?
that's exactly.
I'd love to
Texted
know where
my
they're going.
clients.
But
Right,
now,
my clients this weekend, I moved them all up. We usually start at 7. I moved them all up to 5 a.m. start time, right before the sunset. I mean, or sunrise. We just have to start early.
yeah. And the same thing is happening on Lake Michigan for the big king salmon. If you're not out there at 4:30 in the morning, dropping your lures at 4:30 in the morning,
Right.
as soon as I try to visualize this to people because I know this is radio, but you know how you put your flat hand up and you hold it out in front of you. You put the bottom finger on the horizon. When that sun gets 2 hands up, you're done.
It's over. Right. Yeah. My buddy's a charter captain out of Winthrop, and he usually starts. He has his clients meet him at his boat at 4:30. This year, he's been making them go there at 2:30 in the morning.
Oh my
So they
God.
can have lines in by 4, just like what you said. All the lines, all 16 or 18, however many he runs.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all over the Midwest. It's just a struggle.
Yeah. Now, I know summertime is not, especially when the water's like 78 degrees and stuff. That's not a good time to be pitching and looking for them muskie and pike, is it?
No, and we've been so if the water hits like 78 to 80, I completely stop muskie fishing. Like it's not worth killing them. Geneva is right around, depending what bay right now, it's right around 75, but it's been difficult to find. The muskies have been, the ones that I've pulled out of there this summer have been buried in the weeds in like 18 feet, 17 feet. Like I see them come out of the weeds in that depth on live scope when I'm having clients on the boat. And then a couple other ones that we caught, or some of my other boats who have caught them out of 40 feet fishing for smallies on like hidden in a crib, like all the way in the bottom, hiding in a crib.
Really?
Usually it's just like you fish the breaks and they're suspended along the breaks everywhere. This year it's been weird.
I mean, it's just, but hey, there's nothing wrong with catching a mess of hand size bluegills, pumpkin seeds, and all. They eat well. I hate to tell you this, folks. They really do.
Yeah. I mean, you want to go out there and you want to limit out on meat for bluegill. It's 25 a person on Geneva. I mean, you can do it in an hour, and they're all like 10 inches. They're big.
They were. I got a great picture of me holding one, and I'm like, oh, but we were going to dinner afterwards, and I'm like, if I had it in my cooler, it would have been in the cooler,
Yeah. I can't count how many times I went and got the net because my clients are fighting a bluegill that's so big it looks like a walleye.
Oh yeah. Because
it's just they're big. They got a hump on their head. They're good eating.
The now, okay, so we talked about bluegills. We talked about pumpkin seeds and all of that. The walleyes they're just being thick-headed walleyes right now, and I wish we both could figure it out. But you got to really be concerned about those muskies because I know people are like, oh, I got to go. I know, but
just wait until September.
Yeah,
right?
wait.
At this point, like, wait until the water hits 70 or less, just so we don't stress them out. The chain I was out there was over 80 degrees on Fox Lake last weekend. I mean, I didn't even touch the lake. I don't want to deal with it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to deal with killing one, with stressing one. I'm just leave them alone.
Now, are you finding out that the fish are, well, the walleye are just, like I said, they're strange right now. But, I mean, are you still artificial? Are you getting the follows? Are you getting the chases? Smallmouth?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of really big ones being taken. I've heard some nice largemouth being taken early in the morning or after dark.
The largemouth actually have been the most predictable this year than I've ever had before. I can catch a group of them pretty quick if I stay on the school, and those ones they're actually eating. They're not being like the walleyes where when I see them they're not eating. The smallmouth, I find them, we're catching smallmouth.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the size, we've gotten a lot of like little males, but occasionally we'll get some big 4 or 5 pound females.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The when do you? I mean, like, this weekend they're talking about in Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. 101, 105 degree. That what they call it, the fields like air temperature outside. I mean, you just as a fisherman, you got to worry about yourself because you need to get in the shade, drink lots of water, Gatorade,
Right.
Propel. Don't do. I hate to say this, boys. I know what you're talking. Don't do the alcohol.
Right. And it's not worth it with the heat strokes. And
Yeah.
I mean, usually the really hot days this summer, we haven't had any wind.
Mhm.
So I've had to cancel 4 or 5 trips in June included, which I've never done before because of the heat. It's just not worth it to me to put
Yeah.
anybody in danger and to put myself in danger. It's just, all right, well, we got to wait until it's nice out, until it's in the 80s.
Yeah. It's always better to reschedule and go another day when it's a lot safer for everybody on board,
Right.
including the guys with scales in the water.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, the storms this year have been incredible. Like the one Milwaukee just had. I mean, Geneva went right over Geneva all weekend. It's either raining or it's super hot.
Mhm.
So the low and high pressure, we haven't had stable weather since like April.
Yeah.
It's been
It makes it difficult. It really does. It does.
Yeah.
Now, when things
You
break,
can still catch them. It's just hard.
yeah,
you know?
when things start cooling down, those water temperatures start touching, this upper 60s, mid 60s. Where do you think some people? What's a couple of lakes that they ought to really take an idea of, giving you a call and, try to get out on?
So I pattern the muskies in September and October, and that's usually when we start getting into like the upper 60s into maybe high 50s if we're lucky. So Geneva has been great for muskies. For pike, the Delavan, once the weeds start dying, all the really big pike, they start moving up into the colder waters where they can actually like hang out and be comfortable, and that's really what I enjoy. I cannot wait to get back out on Delavan once the water cools off and hit some pike. It's so easy. I bring my 3-year-old out there and she has a blast.
Cool. That sounds good. Well, it sounds like you got things, you got things going. You're busy. You're, chasing fish. You're chasing scales and gills and stuff like that. You're doing it smart. You're watching what you're doing. And just give it a little bit more time. And when that happens, you'll be catching fish like you won't believe again, right?
Right. I mean, May was great. May we had pretty stable weather. We were catching a lot of limits like right away early in the trip, and then that heat started, and we're still getting limits here and there. It's been some work. I'm putting my clients to work. That's for sure.
Oh, hey, it's called fishing. It ain't called catching, folks.
Right, exactly. Yep. And it's not just me. I've talked to other guides. This guide who's been guiding on Geneva for 40, 50 years. For the first time in over a decade, he got shut out on the trip. So I don't feel as bad hearing that from him. So I know that the fishing is tough.
Oh, yeah. And, a couple of things, as always, Eric is licensed. The whole group of guys are licensed captains. They understand what they're doing. You have tackle, rods, reels, everything there. And I tell people, yes, I know you may have a favorite rod, but, it's easier to use the guide's gear because he's got it set up, drag set up, line set up, leaders all set up instead of you bringing yours that's got 30-pound tests and,
Right. I've got them all dialed in. That's 12-pound test down to 4, especially for walleyes. And it's all top of the line gear. It's all Shimano reels and St. Croix, and it's all been validated through me. So I know what good rods to use.
And if you're going to fish Wisconsin with Eric and the boys, make sure you have your Wisconsin license. You can pick up a 1-day license online. It doesn't take hard at all. But also make sure you got something to drink. You also have some sunscreen, rain gear. If you never know, hopefully it won't rain too bad. and you have to wear a hat that protects your face and neck, because there's nothing like giving that sun that free rein on your ears and neck, and it'll burn for 3 days.
I promise I won't judge if you look like a dork.
Well, Eric, if somebody wants to get a hold of you, what's the website again?
So my website's pikedreamers.com.
Mm-hmm.
So you have all my photos, my prices, the different options. It's all on the website. You can see all the photos dating back to 2019 when I started. So it's all there for ice fishing and for soft water, for open water right now. And then also my cell phone. You can text me whenever, and I usually get back pretty quick.
And your cell phone's 847-721-3898. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. We'll make sure we say it again. 847-721-3898.
Yep.
Definitely. Call Eric up, get out there with them, have some fun, and give me a call. Tell me how you did. Maybe we'll get one of your clients on the air with us, okay?
Sounds great. Looking forward to it.
All right, Eric. You be safe out there in the sun. All right.
Thanks, Chauncey.
All right.
Appreciate you having me on.
No problem. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Waterworks Marine, the largest London low dealer in the upper Midwest, has those 2026 London low boats you have been waiting for being delivered every day, all powered by a Mercury outboard. But if you want to enjoy a day on the water, fishing, boating, or just having fun on the water, and want to really save some money, Waterworks has a few 2025 London low boats with a Mercury outboard, but they are being sold at bargain prices, so don't wait. Call them up now. Waterworks Marine has the largest selection anywhere of London low boats at a price you want and powered by a Mercury outboard. But you still have time to enjoy a fun certified Waterworks boat, whether it's fishing, a fall color ride, or a day with friends. Let your boat from Waterworks Marine make the day special. Give them a call at 708-798-9700 or go to waterworks.com and stop in and see them at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills. But remember, ask for that Chauncey special price.
Hey, this is Michael Waddell with Bone Collector. This August 22nd through 24th, I'm going to be at Deer and Beer Fest in Bloomington, Illinois. For all of you hunters looking for deals, this is the time and place to come find some good deals on all the gear that you can be looking for or need this fall. Crack a cold one with me and the boys and look at big bucks and talk deer hunting. I'm telling you, you will not find a better place to kick off this fall's deer season. Come get some deals, bring the family for some fun, and let's hang out at Illinois Deer and Beer Fest.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is, fish on! And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on! You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors Radio Network. For more information, contact us at chaunceymedia@aol.com.
Hello. 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 Hello.
This segment is being brought to you by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, where every boat sold is a fun certified boat.
1 pike, 2 pike, 3 pike, 4.
Let's hit the lake again and catch some more. My name is Chad Chewalski.
And I'm DJ Sweeney, and I got a little story about a slimy green meanie.
Some call it a water.
Hey, this is Captain Sig off the Deadliest Cats. You're listening to Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
If you ever grab a hold of one, your hands are gonna smell.
Yeah, and careful where you hold them, they're ferocious as hell.
They got a mouth like a gator.
And the body like a hog.
They'll bend your rod over
like you're snaked on a log.
But that's That's the type of fishing
that we both like.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors. And as I told you at the top of the show, we are broadcasting from where? The one and only Illinois State Fair in Springfield, Illinois. It, as they say, don't get no better than this, folks. I'm having way too much fun. Well, the more important thing is I am with Jennifer Vaughn, who is the director. Yes, the executive director of the Illinois Conservation Foundation. Jennifer, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's great to see you again.
Tell me, you guys are doing something new that I looked at it. I said, this is beautiful. This is great. It would look great in any outdoor room in your house. It'd look good in your garage if you had it up there. I mean, it would look great any place. Tell everybody what you're doing and what is the money going for.
Absolutely. Well, if you don't know this, it is the 100-year anniversary of the Illinois Department of Natural Resources. Started as the Illinois Department of Conservation 100 years ago. So we wanted to harken back to that era. And you've seen all those beautiful, wonderful national park posters that they have that's done in that work progress administration style. We decided to create a series of posters for our own Illinois state parks in that art style. So we have 12 different parks that we feature. We have 4 of them available for sale here at the state fair. And then we've got sticker packs, and we may be expanding the line later with some other postcards and things like that if we see how excited people are about these. But we're having a great sale out here out at the fair. And then all of the money raised on these posters and stickers are going to go right back into projects at our parks. So we are the foundation, a nonprofit that exists to support projects within the DNR as well. So we partner together on things like right now we're working to install an accessible fishing pier at William Powers State Park, which if you are not familiar with it, it's the only state park in the Chicago city limits. So we're making sure that people in Chicago have a nice green space to get out to.
That's a great idea. And I have to tell you, these, I don't want to call them Art Deco. It's Art Deco-ish, I would call it. But, I mean, they are, one of them I saw, the Starved Rock was the ice faults. And it's not a photo of it. It's an artist rendering of it, which makes it cool. It really, really does. And then there was, what were the other 3?
So we did Lincoln's New Salem. We did the general store, the Lincolnberry store that was run by the Lincolns. And yep, we did Starved Rock with the ice climbers, which I just think is such a neat feature of that park that not a lot of people know about, that people can climb the waterfalls in the winter. We did Pere Marquette State Park, and we've got a lovely view of the river that it's known for with an eagle flying overhead. And then we did Giant City State Park from Southern Illinois, and one of their most iconic land features called the Devil's Stand Table.
And all of these are, I've looked at them all. I touched them. I didn't take any. I got to buy them. But, I mean, I was looking at them before this interview, and they are really cool. But the money here, the interesting thing is, this is to build up a fund to work off of the interest, right?
So one of the other initiatives that we have that's part of a larger capital campaign is the Illinois State Park Endowment Fund. So what we are looking to do is create a permanent source of fundraising for our parks. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but Illinois is one of only 7 states that does not charge an entry fee for our state parks. They are completely free for anyone and everyone to enjoy. They don't want money to be a barrier to entry. So what we're trying to do is protect our public lands and make sure it stays in public hands with this source of income.
And I mean, yes. And I stood on both sides of the fence saying, I want it free for everyone to enjoy. And it's like, but we need money to fix a roof. We need money for this. But if we have a way that people could purchase something, enjoy the beauty of these posters or postcards or whatever that becomes down the road, and that money goes into the fund, and then we live off the interest for all of these projects, and we keep increasing the fund because there's always an infinite number of projects that need to be done.
Yep, we're inviting everybody to be part of this legacy of conservation. This is something that's going to start today, but in 30 years, hopefully we're going to have enough money where if there's a project that needs done, if there's a new park, a park that needs an accessible trail, if there is a park that wants to start an education program for their community, we're going to have funds to grant out and do that for all of our parks.
I mean, yes, and that's why. And can people see these things online?
Absolutely. If they visit ilconservation.org, we actually have 12 different posters that are featured on that site, as well as our sticker packs, and you can see them all. What I really tried to do was showcase the diversity in land that we have here in Illinois. People want to go, oh, it's a bunch of cornfields, but it's not. We've got so much beautiful space in our state. We've got the cypress swamps featured down at the Cache River. Have you ever been kayaking there? It is unlike anywhere else. You feel like you're on another world. We've got Apple River Canyon from up north, which is one of our parks that has the darkest sky. So if you're into camping, that's a great place to go and spend a weekend and stargaze. We've got Loudon State Park that has the Blackhawk statue, which I don't know if you know this. That's the second largest concrete monolith statue in the world.
The other one is the one in Rio de Janeiro.
Yep.
Oh, I did right. I get a point.
Absolutely. That's the other one. But ours, tucked away in an Illinois State Park, is the second largest in the world. And if you've never seen it, it is awe-inspiring.
It is. And this is and there is no poster of Chauncey napping in a hammock. I'm going to tell you right now, there is no poster of me in a hammock. I wouldn't even want to tell you what it would look like, okay? But these posters that you have are so cool. I mean, talk about a Christmas gift. Talk about that. You know, you could put it in a fancy wooden frame. You could just put it in a glass metal frame, plastic one. They will look good, whatever they are, on the wall.
Absolutely. These all started as photographs that either I myself took or IDNR employees, and then we created these posters based off those visual images, and they were just created to be a love letter to our parks. All of the places that we get out and we connect with nature and enjoy. So we want everybody to get that. And you know what I'm saying is a bucket list, too. If there's places on these parks that you haven't gotten the chance to get out there and see, go out there and do that. See our state parks and see all that our state has to offer.
You just said something that hit. Exactly. Each poster is a love letter to the public of the beauty of Illinois. Whoa, man, that's heavy.
Absolutely. Well, it's what we feel. It's why we do the work that we do, right? We love our outdoor spaces. We love our wild places. And we know that there's a huge community out there, too. So we invite everybody to enjoy these as their own love letter to the parks.
Okay, now we got a couple of things that are going to be coming up soon with the Illinois Conservation Foundation. One is the Director's Hunt in Jacksonville. We're going to be staying in Jacksonville, but we're going to be at the Jim Edgar, Panther Creek. Kind of shorten that name, would you?
Yep, Jim Edgar, Panther Creek Fish and Wildlife Area. I'll make it a little bit longer for you, actually. Yep, in Chandlerville, Illinois, and then we'll have the banquet in Jacksonville. But that's our 2-day pheasant and chucker hunt. And you get to hunt with the IDNR Director Finney. And you get to, my favorite part of that is watching the dogs.
It is.
You know, if you don't have your own dogs, we can provide a dog handler for you as part of your registration fee. We hope to get those on sale by the end of September, so you can reserve your place. It is December 1st and 2nd.
I'm going to be there for sure, and you're going to hear a lot more about it on Chauncey's Great Outdoors as we get after through the month of October into November, all of November, about this. You got to be there. You have to have fun. And I don't have a dog, and I got put with these people that had the best hunting dog, and it wasn't a lab or a golden. It was a fantastic dog. I just couldn't believe it. It got to the point where I said to everybody, the dog is still standing here looking. I'm not moving. And I literally had a pheasant at the tip of my toe I never saw, and a dog kept looking up at me like, are you blind? That's right here. I mean, it was the most I want that dog. I have to be with these guys. It was so much fun. And then coming up next year, we have the Illinois Conservation Foundation Gala.
We do. That's where we honor the inductees of the Illinois Outdoor Hall of Fame. We have not yet announced our class. That'll be coming up in the next couple of weeks. But we've got some amazing new inductees that I cannot wait to tell you about. You're going to be so impressed by the work that these people have done. But for the second year, we are getting ready to accept nominations for our Illinois Outdoor Excellence Awards. And that's our Hall of Fame recognizes lifetime achievement. People have spent their whole life. But then we get people asking, well, this person has done really great work. You know, they own a cool business or they're out online doing good work. And so we decided we want to honor those people too. There's so many people operating in this space doing great work. So we are accepting nominations for an outdoor author or writer, for an outdoor business, an outdoor influencer, and outdoor volunteer organization. So again, if you visit ilconservation.org and want to nominate somebody for an Outdoor Excellence Award, we're currently accepting nominations for those.
That sounds like we need to get online, ilcf.org. No.
That is our old website. It does not exist anymore.
All right, what is it?
ilconservation.org.
ilconservation.org. Sorry.
Shows how long you've been a fan and a supporter. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And that other guy, George or Steve, whatever his name was, he forgot how to tell me what it was. But I'll hear about that one. But no, this is going to be so much fun. I want people to do that. Get these posters. Get to the website. Be part of what Illinois can become and make it greater.
Absolutely. Like we say here at the foundation, we want everybody to turn screen time into green time. Get out there and explore.
Jennifer, thank you so much for coming on.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Chauncey.
You're listening to Chauncey at the Illinois State Fair. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Hey, sportsmen, the in-stock boat prices have dropped at Waterworks Marine on those 2025 Lunds and on those low with an additional savings of up to $2,500 rebate on certain models of low boats, all powered by a Mercury outboard. Waterworks is also offering rebates on Mercury outboards of up to $500 depending on the model from 2.5 to 30 horsepower. And ask about the extended warranty program, too. But those 2026 London Low models, powered by a Mercury outboard that are coming in daily, and they need to make room for them. So the deals are on the table. Don't miss it. But whatever model you choose, Waterworks will get you on the water for your friends and family to enjoy a day powered by a Mercury outboard and feeling the wind and water. Come to Waterworks at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or visit them on the web at waterworks.com to see the full line of boats, or call them at 708-798-9700 and ask for that Chauncey special price on a new boat.
Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A Scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where Scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about Scouting.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is, fish on! And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on.
Hey, this is Michael Waddell with Bone Collector. This August 22nd through 24th, I'm going to be at Deer and Beer Fest in Bloomington, Illinois. For all of you hunters looking for deals, this is the time and place to come find some good deals on all the gear that you can be looking for or need this fall. Crack a cold one with me and the boys and look at big bucks and talk deer hunting. I'm telling you, you will not find a better place to kick off this fall's deer season. Come get some deals, bring the family for some fun, and let's hang out at Illinois Deer and Beer Fest.
Chauncey's Great Outdoors is brought to you by Waterworks, the #1 Lund and Low dealer in the Midwest, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Midwest Outdoors, the magazine for the true Midwest sportsman, MidwestOutdoors.com.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors on ESPN AM 1000 in Chicago.
Black and blue with the hands of yellow, the bluegill boogie. Yeah, the bluegill boogie. When the bass sing.
Oh, yeah, the bluegill boogie. You gotta love the bluegill boogie. And that was my daughter, Sarah, welcoming you back to the show. She's always kid's got a great voice. She should be doing radio or commercials or something. Hey, before we get into fishing reports and everything else, because we got about 10 minutes here or so. But this is a great number. I haven't got it for Illinois, but I got this from our friends over in the state of Michigan. They said, hey, Chance, you're going to love these numbers. I said, okay. In the state of Michigan this year, ready for this? They have stocked 18,958,970 fish that weighed more than 331.5 tons. 10 different species, one hybrid. That is an amazing number. It's, to make fishing better in Michigan and for the residents and visitors. This is a great idea. They estimate that fishing, and I want all the politicians listening to this around the world, just in the state of Michigan, they estimate fishing brings in $3.9 billion into the state's economy for sports fishing, industry, tourism, and the related businesses. That is really an unbelievable number. And they got a lot. He got in way much more detail than I can get into on the show here. But all the different rivers and the hatcheries and what they produced and stuff like that. But that's a really, really cool number that I want everybody to remember. That just think of $3.9 billion. Okay, we need to. I guess we should get into the Aiden fishing report before somebody sends me a hate note that I didn't talk about it. Aiden is my grandson, lives in Western Michigan, and every week we get a fishing report from him. I don't read it until right now. I click on open, and boom, here it is. And, Aiden, it says, Papa, I called my friend because we're at the Scouting Sea Base in the Florida Keys this past week. I think Mom forgot to tell you we were going. Yeah, Mom, everybody in the family forgot to tell Grandpa you guys were leaving. But we're having a great time sailing, scuba diving, camping. I even camped on a barrier island all by ourselves. There was no people. It was really cool. A lot of fishing, and boy, am I catching a lot of fish from the ocean. I'm having a good time. But I called my friend Ellen. Okay, who's Ellen? This kid, he's 14 years old. Called his friend Ellen. I'm going to have to talk about that boy. Who goes out with her dad and is a very good fisherman. She said the salmon action in Michigan for them in a boat was good. The best action was 60 to 110 feet down in 100 to 80, from 100 to 180 feet of water. Green and yellow meat rigs worked well for them. I know Tony doesn't use meat rigs, but he might want to try. Along with glow spoons, pure action has slowed down a whole bunch for the salmon anglers because the river water is way too hot for them to like it. So they're staying out in the lake, and fishermen are just circling them just outside the harbor. Shore anglers caught largemouth bass on live bait and crankbaits and did very well. We're coming home Sunday, tomorrow, and I'm really catching a lot of fish in the ocean. See you soon. You're a fishing magician, Aiden. Yes, that's my grandson, Aiden, who loves to fish. He's got the bug from his grandpa boy, let me tell you. But let's talk about some other spot. Hot weather. Please, hats, sunblock. And after you put the sunblock on, wash your hands. Have a bar of soap. Get the hands. Use some water or something to wash your hands because anytime you're using, like, some sunblocks have a chemical in them as well as bug spray that will start deteriorating monofilament, and that could mess up your fishing when a line breaks, or even start working on the paint on some lures. So be careful of that. We were out to Lake Geneva Fishing Club this past week, and most of the action reported there was between 25 and 35 feet of water right now. Walleye, you better be night fishing in the deeper water area. It's been really kind of tough. Pumpkin seed and bluegills are doing pretty well in about 12 feet of water. Night crawlers, stuff like that. We caught pike and bass were caught on perch. You catch a couple little bitty perches, put them on for bait, and boy, let me tell you, we didn't get any smallmouth, but the largemouth and the pike really liked them. Lake Michigan, Chicago, only a few, and I do mean a few, perch are caught by the shore anglers this past week. I wouldn't go anywhere near the lakefront unless you want to look at the air show this week. There's going to be a gazillion people down there. And I know I'm saying something that's telling people not to go fishing, but parking is going to be a premium. When you want to leave, it's going to be hard to get out because there's going to be nowhere to walk. So, let's check out the forest preserves near you. There's a lot of good fishing in those spots that you can enjoy and have some fun. Next weekend, it'll all clear out. We'll have a great time, starting on Monday, okay? So remember that. The lakefront of Chicago, and I mean all 27 or 37 miles of it, are going to be full of people this weekend. I mentioned the perch. Salmon in Chicago, they're going to deeper water, making a run about an hour out, even more than that. In Winthrop Harbor, they're dropping around the hill and what they call the mesa for salmon. Some boats have been running in a little bit deeper water, looking for that cooler water. Captain Tony said that they're picking up some kings on the bottom, even in 120 feet of water. You would think that that's where the lake trout would be, but they're picking up some kings because that's the cooler water. Cook County Forest Preserves, we're seeing activity. Skokie Lagoons, first light till about 10 a.m., then 3 o'clock and after. Bluegills all day long, you can have fun, but if you're looking for walleye or pike or largemouth, that's what you have to do. Axehead, some small bass on minnows, and the bluegill are also going to hit those minnows, so don't be surprised if you start catching some decent-sized bluegills. Tampier Lake, best early and late in the day with the heat and sun. And if we get any rain, look to the forest preserve lakes that have water running into them through a culvert, a drainage ditch, anything like that, because those spots that are pulling water in smell different to the fish. They're carrying bugs and worms and everything else. So remember, it's like the buffet table. They're going to be hanging around right where that's coming in. That's a really good sign. Down in South Haven, we're seeing some activity for salmon anglers. They had a tough week, though. Best waters were around 120 feet, and the fish were okay. They just didn't have that many caught. Pier fishing, dead slow. That's a technical term. That's a technical term once again. It just ain't happening. St. Joe River area, the salmon fishing is slowed down this week in St. Joe, Michigan. Best waters, once again, you're going deep. You got to go deep right now. Pier fishing is dead slow because the water's warm. Perch was here, 1 or 2 here, 1 or 2 there. Really kind of tough. Little Bay to Knock, a lot of people love going there. I do too. There were some reports of successful walleye trips that were a few fish were caught. Anglers are trolling crawler harnesses and casting jigs and crawlers for reaction bites. Overall, fishing was slow though for most. They said it. You got to put in the time to get your fish. Little Bay to Knock, we're seeing bass anglers reported good fishing when going out to Nahama. I think I'm pronouncing it right or wrong. And Ogons, Ogontz. One of my reporters up there sent me this note. Anglers were using natural colored artificial baits. I hope they're doing well, and they're also using night crawlers up there. If you look at a weather map, central Wisconsin may get hit between 4 and 6 inches of rain the next day and a half. So keep an eye on it. It could make it ugly fishing, and that much water, it might be dangerous to even travel, okay? Little Sturgeon Bay, limited fishing pressure because of the wind and rainy conditions all week. Remember that sheephead were active. Sawyer Harbor, another favorite spot that anglers talked to me about. Limited fishing pressure was observed. Once again, wind and rain. They are getting pounded really, really hard. Racine County, just over the border, few anglers are out this past week because of the heat and heavy rains that hit southern Wisconsin. And up in Hayward, Wisconsin, hey there, smoke, rain, thunderstorm, sunshine, and wind. Now, boy, doesn't that sound like a good day to go fishing? Smoke, rain, thunderstorm, sunshine, and wind. That's what they've had with the Canadian fires and everything else. So, just kind of watch it. The smaller lakes are going to have some activity, but once again, look for areas that has water running into them. Muskies are on the weed edges and shallow. 8 to 12 feet, that's a good spot. Walleye fishing has been tough. Deep running presentations should work on most lakes, but you know what? They're being a little bit hard-nosed right now to find one to bite. Pike, they're in a lot shallower water up north. I would say 4 to 12 feet of water, hitting smaller bucktails, spinnerbaits, rapalas, and of course, the ever famous big minnow. Whoa, I can hear the flute playing in the background. So you know what that means? We're coming to the end of the show. Want to thank Mario and Hannah for doing a great job once again. And my Native American proverb comes from the Chippewa Nation. It says, laughter is a necessity in life that does not cost much. And the old ones say it has one of the greatest healing powers in our life, the ability to laugh. Laughter is a necessity in life and does not cost much. And the old ones say that it has one of the greatest healing powers in life, the ability to laugh. Please remember, we don't own the woods, the rain, the storm, the fish we're catching, the heat that's going to be pounding on us today. We borrow it all from our children's children's children. We'll see you next week, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
Ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yingling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yingling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
You mean to tell me that you went home and swiped a ball that was signed by Babe Ruth, and you brought it out here and actually played with it? Yeah!
Are you one of those people that has to know how much the Babe Ruth ball is actually worth?
I was gonna bring it back, but it was signed by Babe Ruth! Yeah, you keep telling me that. Who is she?
We'll keep it right here because today is your lucky day.
The Sultan of Slide, King of Crack, the Colossus of Cloud, the Colossus of Cloud. Babe Ruth!
It's time for Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, sponsored by ERC Delivery and Huggins and Scott Auctions.
The Great Bambino!
Saturday morning, I'm Tom Morgan with Robert Edward Auctions President Brian Dwyer, Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery. Our producer this week is Hannah Lamata. We'll be joined around 7:25 by the unbeatable Nancy Huggins and Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond for this week's episode of Which Ended Higher. And I'm going to be announcing the first place prize for Which Ended Higher. And all I can say is they're really going to want to finish first after they hear what the prize is. Okay. Very good. So, Hannah, you have a helper with you this week?
Yes, we got Mario in. If he wants to say a few words, he's right here.
Hey, Mario.
Hey, how we doing?
Good. Welcome to the show. Mario Heron is the last name, correct?
Yes, sir. Mario Heron, born and raised from Indy. Here we go.
All right. Very good. Well, welcome to the show. Okay, now we've got if you go to collectrea.com, you can see the Robert Edward Auction Summer Auction. Bidding ends tomorrow, August 17th. do we have Brian Dwyer on with us yet?
I'm here.
Hey, Brian, very good. Welcome to the show. I can't even believe how many bids and how fast some of these items are changing in values. It's just like looks like things are rolling really well for you, Brian.
Yeah, moving right along, and that's the beauty of the auction. They can only go up.
Okay, so now some of the items I was looking at, that couple of the top items are Jackie Robinson items. You've got a 1949 Bowman SGC 8.5, which is a high grade for that card, Jackie Robinson. 115,000 with another day and a half left. And the Jackie Robinson 1948-49 Leaf rookie number 79, PSA 7, a high grade for that one also. 82,500 last I checked. So those are doing really well. Now I want to talk about some of the items we were talking about the last couple of weeks and just keep people updated on them. And then also include some different items that we have in the auction. For instance, I don't think I mentioned this one for a basketball collector that likes graded Hall of Famers. The 1969-70 Topps basketball. It's a complete PSA graded 99 card set. Havlicek and Earl Monroe rookies are graded 8.5. 9 Hall of Fame rookies are 8s, and the Alcindor rookies a 7. That entire set is at $12,000. I could see that getting quite a few more bids in it. That's actually, it's loaded with Hall of Famers because there were hardly any sets for basketball in the 60s, so a lot of them piled into that. And it's an oversized set, which means it's hard to find them in good condition. They get dings easier. So having a complete PSA graded set, that's a pretty neat item, Brian.
It is. It's a great opportunity for somebody to really have an instant collection with that entire set. And like you said, the star power in that 69 basketball series is pretty strong because it was the first effort in a decade. So it'll be a good pickup for somebody.
Definitely. Now, here is something, I think you might have a story about where this came from. 1961 Post Serial, original package of 10, unopened boxes. There's a Mickey Mantle on the bottom of the box. It's at $5,000. Where was this originally stored and found?
A nuclear bunker.
Do you believe that? Okay, fill us in a little more on that.
So in the 60s, 50s and 60s, obviously the doomsday prepping and nuclear prepping was a thing, and so somebody out in California bought a whole bunch of dry goods and canned goods and set up their bunker and then forgot about it. And flash forward 60 years,
wow.
And a woman in California attended an estate sale where everything from this bunker and estate had been put out for sale, and she saw this and thought it was pretty cool and bought it, and then found out that it had some value. So it is 10 boxes of cereal still wrapped in the original plastic from 1961. And it just so happens to have the most important Mickey Mantle card from Post Serial on the back. So
that's pretty cool. So it's at
what a great story.
It is. It's at 5,000 now, and who knows where that'll end up. But just that story in itself, it's like that's like something that we'd come up with, Vince.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay, now here's another item. This ties in. It's a 1988-89 Fleer basketball, unopened, 12-box wax case, BBCE wrapped. It's a 36-pack. Each of the 12 boxes has 36 packs. It's at $45,000 for that case. Vince, around 1990 at T Crown, we used to pack war those packs. I don't know how much. I think they were like $10 a pack at the time. They
pretty strong.
But that was the time we were pack warring those packs, and we used to do it where everybody would get a pack, and whoever won got all the cards. And we were doing it this one time. We had 4 or 5 guys doing it, and they were at least $10 a pack. So at the time, I mean, that was pretty much a spend. And this one lady was playing it like for the first time ever. And that had Rodman and Pippen rookies in it and a nice Jordan card. And she had like 2 of those 3 cards and had to give them up and literally started like crying. So I was like, okay, from now on, if we do pack wars, you keep 1 card if you lose, because the idea at T Crown is not to send the customers home crying. So there's a tip for you, Brian.
There you go.
Keep that in mind. You don't want the customers to go home crying.
That is a good rule of thumb.
Good rule of thumb. I kept it for the rest of the 30 years that I had this store. Oh, boy. Well, there's some other nice items in the Robert Edward auction. Bidding ends tomorrow, Brian, so people can still call in and register to bid, correct? How long can they do that? Up until when?
They have about until tomorrow afternoon, so we'll be accepting new registrations for the next 24 hours or so. You go to the website, collectrea.com, sign up to bid. Well, you need references, so if you're not familiar with any other auction houses, you can put the showdown as a reference. We'll get you signed up to bid. And there's over 3,000 lots, so hopefully something for everybody.
Yeah, that's very good. We talk about a lot of the high price stuff. Once in a while we throw in some lower priced items, but if you search low to high, you can find some really neat stuff that's, a couple $100 or a little more than that. So check it out. And you can search on collectrea.com. You can search by year, which we do that. Vince's year. Vince has a year for at the start of each third segment. Vince gives a year. We do a little background on that year of what some items are selling for. And that's fun, Vince. I'm glad we started doing that. We're doing this every week from now on.
Another one of your great ideas, sir.
A flash came.
Yes.
But listen,
your best one was changing the 1990 rules for no crying going forward.
There's
store.
No crying. The goal is not to cry in T-Crown. Yeah. I think actually we let her keep a card that day too. So.
That's cool.
All right.
I hope she's listening,
Yeah, I don't know. I think she might have moved out of state after, not because of that, but I think she and her husband moved out of state shortly. She's like, I can't go back and do those pack wars anymore. Okay, here's a great item. A Satchel Paige 1948-49 Leaf rookie card, SP number 8, PSA 5. $47,000 for that card. And then there's a ton of unopened items, Brian. This one here, 1972 Topps Baseball 3rd Series wax box with 24 packs in it, BBCE wrapped. This series includes both Roberto Clemente and Hank Aaron regular and in-action cards. I love, that's actually might be my favorite Clemente card, the 1972 Topps. He's throwing the ball up in the air, and the ball's up in the air. I just really, there's something about that. I really like that card. But that box right now is at $17,500. Brian, you guys have a lot of the unopened. They're either graded packs or a lot of BBCE wrapped. Can you explain to the listeners who don't know about it, how BBCE works?
Yeah, so they're a company based in Indiana that has established themselves as a leader in authenticating unopened material, so they can discern whether or not something has been tampered with or if it's original as issued. So we use them, the hobby uses them to give their seal of approval to these boxes and cases and packs, and have the confidence that if you do proceed to open it up, you will get original as issued cards. Nobody's tinkered with it. Nobody's pulled anything fraudulent. So a lot of the material that you'll see in our auction is either authenticated by BBCE or graded by PSA, and it just so happens that BBCE is the lead authenticator for PSA. So it's a good thing for us to do to make sure that we're selling legitimate material.
And you do have a lot of unopened material in this auction.
Yeah, we've got several hundred lots, and you've got packs. We have an unopened pack from 1910 era that might have had some cigarette cards in it. We have a bunch of we have a group of unopened Indian gum packs from the 30s, a bunch from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then we've got all the way up to 2000s with some Steph Curry and LeBron boxes, and even modern Pokemon boxes. So a lot of variety, if that's your thing.
Boy, some of that Pokemon stuff is expensive too. Boy, I'll tell you. And now, in addition to the Robert Edward auction, where the bidding ends tomorrow, I believe it's this Thursday, the 21st, the Huggins and Scott auction, summer auction bidding begins. And some of the items, they'll post some things on X or Twitter once in a while. They have a 1968 Partridge Meets Johnny Bench card graded SGC 8. Only 21 graded by SGC, and 8 is the highest grade. So I haven't seen any of those sell, or I've never seen that card in person. That could do pretty well. Do you any idea on a value of that one, Brian?
I don't, because they don't come up for sale in that condition pretty frequently. So, low thousands of dollars probably when all is said and done, but just a really obscure card, great player, rookie issue. So anything could happen.
Now, they also, these are going to be big, I believe. The Jimmy Fox and Mel Ott, the 1930s Diamond Stars original artwork. They ran, who was it, Charlie Gehringer, that they ran in the last auction, and that did really well. These, to me, Charlie Gehringer is a good Hall of Famer, but Jimmy Fox and Mel Ott are up a level. These should do really well, don't you think?
Yeah, so I'm very excited about what those will sell for. Those are two of the biggest names in the set. The artwork's beautiful. Tens of thousands of dollars each, I imagine.
Very good. That's going to be fun to watch. And then I sent in some items for listeners, and they were sent out to be graded. And this is a hint at what the 1966 item is for the prize, Vince. For the Witch End and Higher prize. Okay, one of the things we sent in was in 1969 Kelly's Chips Gale Sayers, and it got an SGC 2, and Randy sent the info, only 2 graded by SGC. This is the highest grade by SGC. 5 graded by PSA. 3 got authentics. 1 a PSA 3 and a PSA 5 miscut. So this is one of the top. This is probably the 3rd highest graded of a very few amount of these. If you're a Gale Sayers collector, this is something that it'll be interesting to see. You talk about something you don't see in auctions. That's something right there. So the bidding will start Thursday for the Huggins and Scott auction. I sent in for a collection. One of the collections I got had all kinds of cards from the 60s, and there was a Pete Rose rookie. It got an SGC 3.5. When we sent it out for another listener, we sent in, had some 1936 30s items. The 36 National Chickle Joe DiMaggio rookie SGC 1. Now, if you're a Hall of Fame collector, and especially if you're a Hall of Fame rookie collector, this is a relatively inexpensive Joe DiMaggio that would be a great one to pick up. And there's also a Honus Wagner Archie Vaughn, really cool looking card that got an SGC 1. So those will be fun. And then there's that Yeehaw pin. Don't forget to look for that one. I can't wait to see if how many bids that gets. That's going to be crazy on that one. So sent in a lot of good stuff for listeners, and I'll be saying how things go next Saturday. The bidding will have begun on those. Now, Brian, there's some really good NFL rookie cards in the Robert Edward auction bidding that ends tomorrow. And these are all PSA 10s, okay? Dan Marino, 84 Topps rookie PSA 10 is at $3,600. John Elway, 84 Topps PSA 10, $7,000. Reggie White, 1986 Topps PSA 10, $4,700. And he actually had a 1984 USFL and I think an 85 before that. And this is still doing really well. Now, you hear all those prices, and then the Jerry Rice 86 Topps rookie PSA 10, $38,000. I'm surprised that's doing that high, Brian. Is that unusual, or is his just especially tough to get?
It's a little tougher to get. I mean, the green borders chip pretty easily. It can often be found off center. So, there's not too many 10s out there. But the Rice and the Marino and the Elway and Montana cards from the 80s are kind of having a little bit of a resurgence right now. They're the marquee cards from that decade, and people are chasing them in 10s, and the prices are going up.
You have a lot of those Albert-type postcards. Now, you can search Albert-type in the Collect REA website where the auction's going, and a whole bunch of them come up, but two of the biggies in there, Hugh Duffy signed Albert Type 1. I think those were Type 1 when it was NY instead of New York spelled out, typically, is what made it a Type 1. But that Hall of Fame postcard PSA DNA 9 autograph is at $27,000 with 98 bids. And the Eddie Collins with a PSA 8 is at $24,000 with 70 bids. And then there's a whole group. What did you have? Maybe 10 or 15 total of those with all kinds of great guys. And some of them are still pretty reasonable, Brian, in that group.
Yeah, we might even have 24 of them. I mean, it runs the gamut, all Hall of Famers, beautiful signatures on them all graded by PSA. Jackie Robinson, Honus Wagner, Cy Young, the two rarities that you mentioned. But then if you just want a nice signature on one of these older postcards from a Hall of Famer, somebody like Ray Schalk is probably still under $200. So yeah. A big spread, but really, really cool stuff.
Good thing to search at collectrea.com. Bidding ends tomorrow. And Brian, the segment's already over. I'm sure you're going to have a busy weekend. So good luck with everything. We'll talk to you next Saturday and find out what some of the items ended at.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Good luck with the auction and have a great week. All right. Now it's time for a short break, and then we'll be joined by the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, and Nancy Huggins for this week's episode of Which Ended Higher. And I'm announcing the first place prize. Vince, I'll say it again, what the I've got a booby prize this year for Which Ended Higher. Okay. So that's to come. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Golf clothes that actually fit your life? That's Swannies. Swannies is dedicated to suiting you up in the best looking, best feeling, and best made golf gear without breaking the bank. We're talking clean cut polos, lightweight layers, breathable hats, and gear that works just as well at brunch as it does on the back nine. Swannies focuses on style, comfort, and versatility so you can feel confident wherever the day takes you. Upgrade your golf wardrobe today at swannies.co.
On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance in any conditions. It's a real workhorse in the trenches. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Looking to buy a home, boost your credit, or learn a budget? NHS Chicago offers free classes to help you build a stronger financial future. Visit nhschicago.org/education. Improve life skills today for a better tomorrow. That's nhschicago.org.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Are you looking for a career in the beauty industry? Triton College can help you get there. Triton's new cosmetology certificate program offers hands-on training in a modern professional salon right on campus. With expert instructors, 8-week courses, and affordable tuition, you'll be career ready in no time. Classes start this fall. Enroll today in Triton's new cosmetology certificate program. Go to triton.edu/cosmetology. That's triton.edu/cosmetology.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone and... that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins and Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan with Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer, Hannah Lamada. And we're joined now by the Bulldog, Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond, and the unbeatable Nancy Huggins for this week's episode of Which Ended Higher. Is everybody here?
Present.
Hello. Yes. Nancy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yep.
Okay,
yep.
We've got everybody on this week because I'm announcing the prize. I want to make sure everybody knows what this is. Okay. I've got the two cards right here in front of me. The Booby Prize. Vince, you missed this last week. Whoever finishes fourth gets a 1959 Three Stooges Curly Always Did Want to Be in Pictures card, graded PSA 4, okay? And then
Tom Morgan, folks, he just showed his true self right there.
Then the first place prize, it's Gail Sayers. Can you guys play the Which Ended Higher tune while we're doing this? Okay. The first place prize is the 1966 Philadelphia Gail Sayers rookie card, graded SGC 2.5. This is a really cool card. Yeah. So this is where I'm saying I think we're going to want to really finish first this year if we can. But if not, see, now that's the thing about Which Ended Higher. You can try to win and get it wrong, but let's say you don't have any chance to win. You can try to get it wrong and get it right. So it's not like you can throw the contest. You could be trying either way and get the opposite. But right now, the producers have 6, Vince has 5, and Bulldog and Nancy are in the battle for the Stooge card. Yeah. But there's still plenty of time for anybody to finish first with 3 each, the Bulldog and Nancy. Okay, everybody all buckled up and ready to go?
Ready to go. Yep.
Okay, very good. This is going to be a tough one. Not that they aren't always tough, but this one's it seems especially tough to me. First item, Walter Payton, 1985 Topps card. So his rookie card was 1976. This is later in his career, 1985 Topps card, but it got a PSA 10 grade. Now this card has a black border, which means it's tough to get a PSA 10. Out of it looks like over 2,600 graded by PSA, only 15 got 10s. So that's why this one is included in our Which Ended Higher. Okay, it ended in an REA auction. Next item, I don't know why I wish I had collected these. I don't know why I never did. I guess I'd never had enough money to get them to begin with. 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar near complete set, 90 of 96. Whoa. I didn't know there was a set of those, but there is, I guess.
Wow.
And this ended in a Huggins and Scott auction. Next item, Ted Williams, 1941 play ball card number 14, PSA 6.5. This was the last year for play ball cards. and they were in color that year, not his rookie card. He was in the 39 play ball set. Ran in a Huggins and Scott auction. And the last item, we've got football in again. It's a Patrick Mahomes 2017 Panini Origins rookie autograph card. Graded PSA 10, and it ran in an REA auction. This is not an easy week, and we're going to let the Bulldog lead it off.
I might have known. Well, you got a toughie one. There's no question about it. It's leaning toward Peyton, but when you mentioned Ted Williams, 1941, the year he hit 406, I got to go with Ted, the thumper from the Red Sox. I'm going with Williams.
Okay, the Bulldogs going with the PSA 6.5 Ted Williams card. Nancy, what do you think?
Let's see. The Morgan Silver, is that money?
Yeah, actual silver dollars.
Oh.
Yeah, Americana Steve's in charge of those collections. He does comic books and coins. He does a lot of both of those.
Well, I think I'll take a shot and go with Steve today. The silver dollars. That's just interesting.
When in doubt, go with the cold hard cash, Nancy.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, now the second place position, Vince. He's in good in the race. You're in good position here, Vince, with 5.
This is one of the toughest weeks we've had on this.
It is very difficult, yes.
But I think John Drummond. He's so consistent. He kind of dropped Walter Payton's name before he shifted to Ted Williams. So I'm going to kind of go with that. I'm going to go with the Payton.
Going with the history there, that if the Bulldog mentions one and goes to another one, a lot of times that turns out to be the winner. Okay, Bulldog, you're going to have to close your ears if that's the winner.
Oh, God, yeah.
And now we have the
title, of course, but he didn't have that great year then by that time, but he's still great. But I'm staying with Williams.
Okay, very good. Now we've got the producers, and basically they're in first place because of Jake and Hannah. I think when we figure out, if the producers hold on to first place and we try to figure out who wins, it's going to have to be like the NBA draft lottery. We'll be weighted, and then we'll do the randomizer, and we'll do it that way based on who has the most wins, Hannah. So you've got another shot at it this week.
All right, I'm ready. I think I'm going to go with the Patrick Mahomes 2017 rookie card.
Modern.
All right, very good. So there's nobody's out on a limb this week. That means that somebody did win, and you're not even going to believe how close the pricing is on this, okay? Bulldog, you made an unwise choice.
Oh.
The Ted Williams PSA 6.5 went for $5,760, and that's a great price, but not this week. It's the 4th highest price one.
I'll be darned.
So the Bulldog will not be moving up. The second and third place are a tie in value, and these prices all include buyer's premium. The Patrick Mahomes 2017 Panini Origins rookie autograph PSA 10, $6,000 in an REA auction, including buyer's premium. And the Morgan Silver Dollar near complete set, $6,000.
Look at you, Vince.
Vince, your strategy worked to a T.
This week. Thank you, Bulldog.
As soon as Bulldog said that, well, I like that, but I went to the other one. I'm like, he did it again. I thought
that was not a year that Peyton broke any records, wrestling or anything like that. I know he was a championship team, but I didn't think that would be that hot a card. But so be it.
And typically it isn't, but being a PSA 10 on a scale of 1 to 10, it's such a tough high grade. That's like the 71 Topps baseball with the black border. They go higher than typical when they're 10s because it's just so tough to get it. I mean, there were only 15 out of 2,600 that got 10s. So that went for $6,300 in an REA auction. which I was.
Thank you,
Anna,
John.
we were close.
Yeah, it was a battle, that's for sure. But
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? What can I say?
yeah, at least nobody lost a point this week. That's a plus. So, Vince, you're tied with the producers. I told
There
you
we
you were
go.
in good position. And
Yep.
what
I had a
strategy?
feeling the Bulldog was right on today.
Yeah, and what strategy?
It usually is.
Yeah.
I should have gone with that strategy.
Yeah. If only the Bulldog never went on a limb and picked his original thought, he'd probably have 20 right now.
Well, I like to help you other guys out. That's the real
Yeah,
reason.
you're a
generous.
kind
Charity
gentleman.
begins at home, remember.
Now,
Very
Bulldog,
grateful.
we were talking, once in a while I look at the on this date in sports history, and I talk to the Bulldog on Mondays every Monday and to talk about the show that we're going to do for the week. And that day on August 11th, they had something that it was the anniversary of the 1950 college football all-star game where the college football players played the championship team in the game. And there were something like 88,000 people there. So Bulldog, for a while there, when this game started and it ran from 1934 to 1976, but this thing really drew some fans.
This is, you call it an exhibition game, but both of those outfits, the All-Stars and the pros, went out to win. It was not like these preseason games today. In fact, the first game was a tie between the Bears and the All-Stars in 1934. What it did, as you say, pitted the cream of the college crop the year before against the NFL defending champions. And as it turned out, later on it became more one-sided, but initially it was not. They played at Soldier Field. This is Arch Ward's idea. Arch Ward is the guy that conceived the 1933 All-Star game. He started the baseball All-Star game. He said, hey, if it works for baseball, it'll work for football. And it did for a while. They had, at one time, I don't know how they could have done this, they had 98,000 at Soldier Field when the Bears played the All-Stars in 1941. How could cram that many in, I don't know. Yeah. But it was both teams went to win. It was originally coached by college guys like Bernie Bierman and Frank Leahy and Bob Zupke, but later on they changed it, and the All-Stars were coached by pro players or pro coaches, and they did a little better. But here's a real good novelty. How do you like this for a surprise? In the 1941 game, we talked about 98,000 fans there seeing the Bears beat the Stars. There was a 7-yard touchdown run by an All-Star by the name, it said, of Jack Robinson of UCLA. Who do you suppose that was?
Wow.
That's Jackie Robinson, folks. Before he played with the Brooklyn Dodgers, he was a very outstanding college football player for the Bruins of UCLA. And in the long run, the pros won. They were way up on it. It was something like 29-9, at counting the last game, by the way, which was in '75. And during the game, they got a downpour, the Steelers and the All-Stars, and that ended the whole series period. But what happened at the end there? First of all, the NFL owners did not like to see their players compete in that All-Star game and get injured. And the same was true for some of the players. Their agents were telling, "Hey, buddy, you get hurt, your whole career could be over." And so that was be a big problem. And so eventually that thing fell apart, and it did discontinue after the '75 campaign. And at the end there, by the way, if you don't think they were trying to win, in 1963, the All-Stars beat Vince Lombardi and the Green Bay Packers 20-17. And people around Green Bay said Vince had a hard time living that down. He almost had a hemorrhage. He was so mad about that game, losing that game. So they played to win. The Bears lost one time when Ellis was coach. And so it was a big deal. Carried network remember, there's no television in those days. It was carried radio, as we used to say, from coast to coast on one of the various network radio sportscasts. It was a big deal for the summer. It was the highlight of the summer for the Chicago area because it was right here, always at Soldier Field, except for a couple of Warriors they played at Dyke Stadium. But that thing is long gone now. But when it was in its heyday, and I told you the pros did dominate it very much at the end. I think it was like 29-9. It was still a big deal here, and it drew tremendous crowds at Soldier Field. Tremendous.
Did you say that was 1941 that Jackie Robinson was in?
That's correct. He was
that
a
would
senior
seem
in
like
1940 for the Bruins, And he, of course, only seniors are eligible for the All-Star game, and he played for UCLA.
I would think that would be a good ticket and program or scorecard for if you have them from that game. With Jackie being
I might add all the programs that came out would have individual photographs of the players in their All-Star uniforms. So a picture of Robinson in that All-Star uniform, I bet would have been some money if it exists around today. I don't know, but it was in the program. It had to be.
If anybody had a run of those, starting with the first game, you have to have the first 10 or 15 in there. But if you have a run of 15 or more starting with the first game, that would be a good auction item. Programs and
are very
tickets.
Nice, by the way, and particularly had a lot of Chicago advertising. A Chicago resident would enjoy looking at some of the old ads in there too. But as you say, the early bird gets the worm on the 30 early one and have a string of them. But as you say, those late, say 40, 61 or something, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. I don't know.
Speaking of advertising, it's time for a break as we got some few ads to run, and then we'll be back. And Vince is going to announce his year. So we'll be back, and we've got other things to talk about after a short break. Hang in there, we'll be right back.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Want a career designed for the long haul? Triton College's Diesel and Transportation Technology program offers real-world training that puts you under the hood, preparing you to enter the workforce as a truck mechanic or repair technician. Triton's program offers certification in truck engine repair, brake and suspension, and train repair. Get on the road toward a high-demand career. Visit triton.edu/diesel to get started today. That's triton.edu/diesel.
Get organized with new storage solutions at Menards. Dakota closets are versatile and can be installed in any room, from home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets, and so much more. Use the UCreate Closet Planner, available in-store or online, to design a closet system that maximizes your space and matches your style. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are in hot pursuit of their 5th Frontier League championship. August is packed with big games, family fun, and can't-miss promotions at Wintrust Field. Mark your calendar for Fan Appreciation Night, Thursday, August 28th. Enjoy giveaways all game long, plus an epic drone and fireworks show to cap off the night. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom. Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community. During their annual Pump-a-thon event, with every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Save big money on new siding now at Menards. Update the look of your home and save big on Cedar Creek vinyl siding. This easy-to-install, low-maintenance siding withstands the elements and is available in 16 color options. Hurry in and save big money on Cedar Creek vinyl siding today. And check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins and Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery. Our producers this week, Hannah LaMotta, along with Mario Herron. And we also have the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, and Nancy Huggins with us. And we have a caller waiting on the line. But before we get to the caller, Vince, you've got a year for us.
I do. You know, each week when I decide which year to go with, I typically start with the World Series and see if there's an interesting fact that maybe not a lot of people know about. And this week is no exception. Baltimore Orioles against the LA Dodgers in the World Series in this year. Baltimore scored 3 runs in the top of the first inning, game 1, and that was more runs than Los Angeles scored the whole World Series.
Wow.
LA only scored 2 runs. Baltimore swept them 4-0.
Wow.
1966.
Yeah,
and,
you know.
In the off season of that year, right after the World Series, Sandy Koufax retired.
Yeah, go O's! Go O's!
You know, everybody thinks of the Dodgers with, Koufax and Drysdale, but the Orioles in the 60s had really quite the rotation, too. So, very good, Vince. Now, you did not know about the 1966 Sayers being the prize when you came up with that 66 year, did you?
Zero clue. No clue at all.
Yeah, isn't that's pretty neat? Yeah.
Very much.
Now, here's some items that ran in Huggins and Scott. If you have... I never had any of these. The 1966 Topps Punch-Outs. Willie Mays, Tony Canigliaro. This was a few years ago it ran. It was SGC 80. Went for $29,375. Huggins and Scott also ran a Sonny Jurgensen 1966 game-worn Redskins home jersey. Went for $26,070. Nancy, didn't Bill Huggins go to Sonny Jurgensen's house to get some stuff from him at some point?
Yes, and actually hanging on the wall here, I have one of the few sports memorabilia things I have left. I have a best to Bill and Nancy, best wishes, Sonny Jurgensen. When he was with the Redskins,
that's nice.
And it's an old helmet, so I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what year this would have been, but it's definitely an old Redskin helmet. But yeah, he did. Cool. He really loved Sonny Jurgensen, and of course, he's a big Skins fan.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're tearing down RFK Stadium. They're going to build a new dome stadium for I guess they still call them the Commanders. Hopefully the Redskins name would come back, but so that's going to be happening here in D.C.
Yeah, that's too bad, but life goes on, I guess. Now, Robert Edward Auctions has Bobby Orr, 1966, 67 Topps Hockey rookie card, PSA 8, that's at $35,000 right now.
Ooh, nice.
So a lot of good stuff from that 1966 year, without a doubt. There was also a Juan Marichal 66 Giants game-worn jersey that ran in an older Huggins and Scott auction, $11,750. I bet that's up now. I think if Brian was still on, he'd say he'd take the over on that right now after some of that game-worn jersey stuff is doing really well. But now, let's get to our caller, who's if Joe from Barrington. You still on the line?
Yes, sir.
Hey, welcome to the show. Thanks for calling.
Hey, a week from tomorrow, there's a Bob Uecker commercial up in Milwaukee. I already got the tickets. I got friends that give me tickets. Is there anything at Bob Uecker's that's worth any value? Because they're going to be selling memorabilia up there. So would there be anything from Bob Uecker that'd be worth getting for memorabilia?
Well, if they have memorabilia up there that you have anything game worn from Uecker from back in the 60s, if you had a game used bat of Bob Uecker's, it would be great, but it probably wouldn't have a lot of nicks on it because he didn't make contact all that often, as he would say often. But yeah, Uecker he's a Hall of Fame announcer, but he wasn't a great hitter. I think a good defensive catcher, but his stuff trades pretty well. It's not common. It's like a minor Hall of Famer type value. So anything game use would be really good, or an older, a cool, if he has a 60s card that was signed by Uecker that they have, that they'll be selling, something like that would be neat too. And let us know, send me a message or something after you're back and let us know how it goes.
Or anything autographed from like the light beer from the 70s or early 80s.
Yeah, he was in those commercials.
The card with him, or opposed to Tim or any of the other guys from those commercials.
Yeah, that would probably be pretty neat. That would be, if nothing else, a great display item to get framed for your house. So let us know how it goes, Joe. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. That'd be neat. Bob Uecker, I think I have one of his 60s cards that's great. I might even have two of them. He's got a card, I think it's 62, that's a short print high number that sells for some pretty good bucks. So,
Tom, he didn't bear in mind when he was with the Braves, they had a very good catcher by the name of Del Crandall, so he didn't see as much action as he. I know his record may have been mediocre, but with a major league team, he probably would have seen a lot more at bats than he had with the Braves.
Yeah. Did you ever interview Bob Uecker?
No, believe it or not, I did not. In fact, he's got his start from my hometown. I think he played with the Eau Claire Bears or Eau Claire Braves before he went to the majors. Yeah.
Oh, that's
what a great sense of humor he had. Can you imagine if him and Yogi Berra were out at dinner and you could just kind of witness how that conversation went for an hour?
Yeah.
And they finally got a great team this year, at least a winning streak. He would be in his cups for that. I'll tell you that much.
Oh boy, that's for sure. They've been incredible. You know, it's kind of like the way the '69 Mets were when the Cubs started off great and the Mets didn't lose. But you know what? The good part for Cub fans, the Cubs slump and the Brewers have been so hot. Sometimes things turn around. They still have like 40 games left where you never know. Things can change in a hurry. So I wouldn't give up as a Cubs fan. It's not over yet by any means.
They got 5 games this week. 5 games coming up
too, so that's good.
Yeah. So, but meanwhile, let's see here. We still have some items. The Huggins and Scott auction bidding, their fall or summer auction bidding begins this Thursday, August 21st. And the Robert Edward auction, collectrea.com, bidding ends tomorrow. Listen to this lot that's in there. Ken Griffey Jr., 89 Upper Deck lot of 10. They have every grade of the 89 Upper Deck Griffey rookie from PSA 1 through 10 is in the lot. That's at $2,900. That's a kind of an interesting thing. I've never seen somebody with all the grades like that. And before we can even finish things off, the Mission Impossible tune comes on. Fast show today, which means it was a good show by everybody. Thanks a lot. Thanks to Brian Dwyer, REA president, who's on every first segment with us each week. Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, another great job. Nancy Huggins, unbeatable Nancy Huggins. You're going to have to pick it up. But the Stooge card is always there for you or the Bulldog.
I'm lurking.
And the Bulldog's there also. The Bulldog for sure is in on the early lead on the Iron Man prize this year. Correct. So we've got that going for us. And thanks to Hannah LaMotta, and also a real good job once again, and Mario Heron helping out. Welcome, Mario. Glad you're on the show. Hope to have you on in the future. Thanks for listening, everyone. We will be back next week. Have a great week.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com. Performance-based materials are a given these days. But if you're after the stretchiest, most lightweight pieces that say, "I'm here for a good time," then take a walk on the Swannies side. With fabric sourced from recycled plastic and styles designed for on- and off-course versatility, Swannies brings you sustainably made, intently designed, and affordably priced golf gear. From polos to layers, it's gear that looks good, feels better, and plays everywhere. Upgrade your game and your closet at swannies.co.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay.
I know you're gonna dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
That's right. Tyler and Shay not here. Pat the designer filling in. They have let the inmates run the asylum, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to have some fun. We got a ton of Bears talk on the docket today as, listen, we had joint practice yesterday where we saw some good, some bad, some ugly versus the Buffalo Bills. We got a preseason game coming up. We got to talk about all that and more. Thank you guys for tuning in, as always, to ESPN 1000. I want to hear from you today. What is your biggest concern with this team right now that you want to see have your nerves calmed on this coming Sunday versus the Buffalo Bills? What has you nervous right now that you're like, I don't know. I don't like that I'm hearing that out of Bears camp. We'll talk about that and more. Call into the show, 312-332-3776. Pat the Designer in for Tyler and Shay. Make sure to stay tuned in with us on our Twitch and YouTube streams as well. Brought to you by Chevy. There's no better time to see your local Chevy dealer, official partner of the Chicago Bears, in the market for a new pickup truck. The Silverado is the perfect ride for you this Bears season. Make sure to check out the Silverado EV and take advantage of the tax credit while you still can. All right. I was at joint practice yesterday. Got an opportunity, and I've been at training camp the entire time, just about every day, and I got an opportunity to see up close and personal Caleb Williams versus this Buffalo Bills defense that Ben Johnson has talked about consistently through the week and said a championship caliber team, a championship caliber defense. And you could see that on display with how Sean McDermott had these boys regimented and ready to go out there. They came into this joint practice. There, I say, the Miami Dolphins came in a little bit almost like they weren't prepared to be physical that day. And I know a lot of people have talked about the Dolphins as a finesse team, but they came in almost prepared not to be physical that day. Kind of like, oh, we're going to go through the motions. And the Bears were slamming them around. The Buffalo Bills, when they walked in the building, said, we heard you guys like to punch. We like to punch back. And I thought that was just incredibly important to see. Okay, can this Bears team take a punch and get back up? And I'll tell you what, there were good, there was bad. The good, Caleb Williams continues to look more and more comfortable in this system. There were times where Caleb Williams was absolutely operating the offense exactly how you would expect Ben Johnson wants him to do. In a red zone period, the second red zone period of the day, able to get 2 touchdowns to Rome Odunze, and that is a big connection that we are seeing at practice right now. That is a big connection that we are seeing at practice between Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. Caleb Williams and Olamide Zaccheaus continue to hook up for big plays. We're seeing a comfort in Caleb Williams in getting to the line, getting the football out, getting through his reads, getting it to the right receiver, and getting this team set back up. Where I am most concerned with this team currently, and why I am so excited for this upcoming preseason game, why I am excited that the Chicago Bears are going to be playing their starters in this preseason game. The biggest concern that this team has right now is pre-snap procedure. Bears fans, talk with me here. Call into the show, 312-332-3776. How many times last season did you see a drive get stalled out because you end up in a 1st and 20? How many times last season did you see a drive that's moving down the field and you're like, okay, we got a little something going here. And you go, you know what? It's been a little while since we had our penalty. We're about due for a false start. Boom, Braxton Jones, false start. How many times last season were pre-snap procedural issues the biggest issue that this team has? And I'll tell you right now, it continues to be something that shows his head versus opponents, versus the Bears when they're practicing against themselves. Yesterday, final drive where you're going through your situational period. The goal is to get down the field, score a touchdown on the opposing defense. Neither side did it. Josh Allen at that point, Josh Allen was looking like Josh Allen. And I know some people have come out of this joint practice and been like, the Bears dominated. Listen, the Bears defense looks really good. Josh Allen's Josh Allen. Let's stop playing around. We don't have to have any concerns that Josh Allen was just terrible the other day. Like, he had some downs and then he became Josh Allen. But that final situational period starts off false start on both tackle positions. They pull Theo Benedict out of the drill. They put in Braxton Jones. You get a handoff to Swift up the middle, and then you got a really nice pass from Caleb Williams to Olamide Zaccheaus where he ends up hitting that and then making a big move down the field on that one. You got a big play. But those procedural issues are the things that when I look at this preseason game this coming Sunday, I have a ton of concern on. And it's why I want to see them start in this game, because when the crowd is there, when you've got people yelling at you from the stands, when you've got a true game atmosphere, can you lock it down? Caleb Williams looks great. To me, I think that yesterday versus the Bills, I left feeling more positive than negative on the quarterback. I can't say that as a Bears fan in my history. I've had a ton of that. Usually during training camp, usually during mini camp, usually during the offseason, we're sitting there debating over which backup is going to be the nicest one that comes in middle of the season, because that's who you got to go to, because that's your only hope, because he's the unseen and he's dominating the twos. I left yesterday going, Caleb Williams has control of this offense, and it feels like he understands what he's doing. He's getting his footwork right. He's delivering the ball in the right spot. We got to see that on Sunday, but I like what I'm seeing from this young man versus, as Ben Johnson said, a Super Bowl caliber defense. Liked what I saw. Thought he had some really nice plays. But none of that matters if you can't snap the football. None of that matters if you can't get 11 guys lined up and get them all on the same snap count. I need to see in-game scenario. Can we dial it in? Because we couldn't last season. When Matt Eberflus was here, there was no way you were going to go from practice and improve upon it in the game. And I don't believe that there is a possibility for you to do that anyway. I have Jason McKee on the podcast every week. And one thing that he continues to say is what you do in practice, you're going to do in a game. It doesn't just magically get fixed. I want to see what this Bears team, this Bears offense looks like right now when there's a real game environment going on. Because right now in practice, I mean, there was so much laundry on the field yesterday for both teams. The Bills didn't have this dominant day of penalty-free football either. There was so much laundry on the field. Maybe it was the reffing crew, but you could see it. Darnell Wright, false start. Braxton Jones, false start. Theo Benedict, false start. Karan Amagaje, false start. And I'll tell you what, if there's a concern, I gotta ask y'all behind the glass this too. Because there is a interesting situation that the Bears have this season that we've lived, but now it's completely different in the middle. The left tackle competition looks bad. You got 4 left tackles, you don't got one, right? We're all competing. Oh, we're having a great day. We had Theo Benedict on the podcast, Chicago Bears podcast yesterday. Make sure you tune in Monday through Friday. But right now, with the left tackle competition being what it is, do you guys have a concern on it with the interior being stronger? You've got Joe Thuney. You've got Drew Dahlman. You've got Jonah Jackson. Darnell Wright's kind of up and down right now. We heard Darren Richard call him out. Are you still concerned about that left tackle competition?
I'm terrified for one reason. You look at the schedule, and very early on in the season, you have Max Crosby, you have Aiden Hutchinson, and Parsons and Jerry Jones are playing, who's going to talk first or who's going to kind of meet in the middle. But as soon as he gets a job done or gets a contract done, you face him as well. So that could be 3 guys that can wreck games that you have very early on in the season, and that could kill Caleb's confidence. And he needs as much confidence as he can this year, especially in a new offense and a new system and in a city that isn't very kind to you if you're not very good.
Listen, I get it. But I feel like what we watched yesterday and what we've kind of seen is that pressure is not coming in his face. Ayo. We're not seeing a ton of Caleb is running for his life from the middle of the field. And so I think that if you have serviceable on that left side, I do think it's a concern. And we're going to talk about that as well today. But if you have serviceable on that left side, which, maybe Braxton Jones can get back to that point. He didn't look it yesterday. Theo Benedict, maybe he can get to that point. He's going through a lot, trying to switch his brain from the right to the left side. But if you can find serviceable on that left side, I think you've got a head coach that's not going to do what Matt Eberflus did with Karan Amagaje last year, where he went, hey, kid, feet to the fire, figure it out. You going to give me a tight end or a running back to help me block one of the best defensive ends in football? Nah, you got it. One-on-one, baby. Let's see how life goes for you. I think you have a head coach that's going to say, okay, this is an inefficiency of ours right now. And because of that, I'm going to get more help for this left tackle. Now, would I rather have 5 guys along that line that you can just stand up there, Philadelphia Eagle style, and you say, hey, go at it, figure it out. Like, you get past him, you had a good day, 100%. There's never not going to be a time where I wouldn't rather see that. But while it is a concern on my list, I don't know if it's actually the top concern on my list. I want to hear from you guys, the callers, man. 312-332-3776. What are your concerns? And can the Chicago Bears quiet some of those nerves this Sunday as they take on the Buffalo Bills? We got to talk more about joint practice. We got to talk about this left tackle competition even more in depth. Looking at this defense as well. Defense looks very, very exciting. We'll be right back right after this. It's Tyler and Shay.
This is Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and we need the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Ready to focus on a rewarding career? Triton College's Ophthalmic Technology program is the only accredited program of its kind in Illinois. Learn from experienced faculty who have worked in the field and are now here to help you succeed in it. From vision testing to optical equipment, you'll gain the hands-on skills employers are looking for. Don't blink and miss your chance. Visit triton.edu/vision to get started today. That's triton.edu/vision.
The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are in hot pursuit of their 5th Frontier League championship. August is packed with big games, family fun, and can't-miss promotions at Wintrust Field. Mark your calendar for Fan Appreciation Night, Thursday, August 28th. Enjoy giveaways all game long, plus an epic drone and fireworks show to cap off the night. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Save big on your next painting project at Menards. Pristine Exterior is Dutch Boy's most durable exterior paint. With its rain rinse technology, rain naturally washes away dirt and grime. Plus, it resists cracking and peeling, making it perfect to withstand the harshest weather conditions. Save big money on Pristine Exterior paint and start your painting project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event, with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Back in the building, Tyler and Shay, Pat the Designer, in for the boys this morning. Hope you guys are having a beautiful start to your Saturday morning. It was really nice outside when I came in here. Hopefully it stays that way all day. It's supposed to get hot today, though. We're talking Bears. What's your biggest concern with this team right now? There's a lot of things that I think people are looking at from the reports coming out of camp, and they're, freaking out left and right. I think that, when you look at the left tackle conversation, there's that is a valid place to go. When you look at the pre-snap issues, 110% a valid place to go. But I do think how things are being reported, it's that, it's all gloom and doom, and there's no way that you can win a football game with any of these situations. And I just don't believe it. I think if you've got the right coaching staff, if you've got the right guys in place that know how to navigate it, the positives can also be accentuated. I know that's something we're not used to seeing in this city, but we're also not used to seeing Ben Johnson. We're also not used to seeing Antoine Randall. We're also not used to seeing Dennis Allen. I'll throw Declan Doyle in there. Declan sounded confident in that 1920 football drive. I'll throw him in there. We're not used to seeing a coaching staff that shows competence like this. And the most refreshing part about this Ben Johnson coaching staff is how honest they are with us, the fans, us, the media. They're not shying away from what their problems are. We talked to Ben Johnson a ton yesterday about the left tackle competition. A ton. I asked Ben Johnson yesterday, do you think that there's somebody on this roster that you can feel confident in moving forward? And he's not shying away. He doesn't sound like he feels comfortable with where the left tackle competition is right now. He said, listen, somebody's going to have to play week one. That's going to be the guy that has shown us the most week one. That doesn't mean that that's going to be the guy coming out of the bye, or that that's going to be the guy the entire season. They're not shying away and telling you, I'm going to give you an answer. Hey, we got it figured out. That was Flus last year. Every Monday morning after one of the most inexplicable penalties or not timeout calls or just misuse of timeouts at the end of a game or running Doug Kramer up the middle. We like the operation and, we got Crusher, we got Razor, we got family, we got love, we got a bond, and we know we got God. And we got Monday, and we got everything fixed. Next Sunday, same result. Punch in the head. Boom. You're not getting that from Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's starting the day going, hey, I'll tell you this right now. We hope somebody takes hold of this job. We hope somebody comes out and figures it out. But that's not an excuse to not go out there and win football games and be dominant. Hey, we would love to have all these pre-snap issues solved, and we're continuing to work on that daily. But that's not an excuse to go out there and win football games and be dominant. Now, I think that's my biggest concern. It may be a reason. Very rarely do you see dominant teams lead the NFL in penalties. And based on what we're seeing in joint practice, Bears might be in that conversation. The Bears might be one of those highly penalized teams. Hopefully not. Hopefully by the time we consistently get the first team offense, and I think you have to take this into account as well. By the time you get a set 5, then guys can become comfortable. This has been it's been interesting how Ben has utilized the left tackles in this, because his goal is to make them uncomfortable and find consistency in them being uncomfortable. You'll see Theo Benedict out there for three snaps on a drive, and then Braxton Jones will rotate in on that left side. And he's trying to push them, to pressure them. Okay, yes, this is an uncomfortable situation for you to be in. Can you lock in and get comfortable? I think that makes it more difficult for guys like Joe Tooney, for guys like Drew Dahlman, for Jonah Jackson, for Darnell Wright, to kind of, okay, we don't have our 5 yet, that we are cohesive and we start to lock things down. As the season goes on, if you've got a consistent 5, I do think you'll see some of the penalties go the other way, including in practice. But right now, where it stands, that for me is a major concern. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if the Bills game will quell that for me at all. Because you can have a good game. You can have a good day. That doesn't mean that that is your identity. That doesn't mean that that's the team that you are. And that's what I want to see. And Ben Johnson coming to the floor and being up front. We don't know who we are right now. We don't know what kind of team we want to be. All that we know right now is that this is where we're comfortable at right now. When we get to the bye week, which I thought he was very open about that as well. Hey, look, the bye is where we're really going to assess what kind of team we want to be. The bye is where we're really going to assess what kind of football we want to play. Do we want to be wide zone? Do we want to be a gap scheme running team? Do we have the personnel to be down the field? That's something that does excite me. Because what we've seen previously was this is who we are. And then you look on the field and you go, yeah, but that's not for the personnel that you have. You have a head coach in the building. Again, why? When I look at the left tackle competition, it's an issue. It's a concern. It's a problem. Unless Ben Johnson builds an offense for the team that he has. And when I look at where this Bears team is at right now versus where they began in this, I'm seeing the quarterback continue to get better. I'm seeing the quarterback continue to get more comfortable in the system. I do wonder whether it is his cadence or if it's, the offensive line kind of jumping on their own because of, talent deficiencies and things like that. I wonder that at times. I wonder if it is on Caleb to kind of lock down that cadence, which it may still be a part of that as well. It seems like the team hasn't really figured it out yet from that standpoint. And maybe that's causing the pre-snap issues. But once the ball is snapped, this team moves the ball down the field pretty well. If you can cut down on the pre-snap issues, I feel like you're going to have a team that you could be very excited about. And I'll tell you this, especially to start the season. I'm not going to come out here and be one of those guys that says, the defense looks dominant. They're out there, just Josh Allen couldn't move the football. I said it before. Josh Allen's the MVP. Josh Allen goes up against really good defenses week in and week out. He's going to adjust. But I'll tell you what the defense does look. They look ready. The Chicago Bears, we may be having conversations at the end of the year with how Dennis Allen is utilizing this team about paying people that we never thought we would have to pay. Me and Shay, episode of the Chicago Bears podcast a couple weeks back, we were talking about the worst contracts in football. Guess whose name is on there? Tremaine Edmonds. One of the worst contracts in football based on what you've gotten from him. 100%. You look at that contract, you go, I can't believe if I'm not mistaken, I believe he is the fourth highest paid linebacker in football right now. But then I look at this team and how Dennis Allen is utilizing Tremaine Edmonds. And it's almost like you had the key the entire time, you just were using it on the wrong door. Tremaine Edmonds out there flying around, intercepting the football. He's getting what should be sacks, but of course you can't hit the quarterback right now. He's tipping the ball as it's coming over the middle. He's doing a good job in coverage. All of a sudden he looks like the Tremaine Edmonds we thought we were getting from Buffalo, unfortunately 3 years later, 3 years older. But where this defense is at right now, this defense looks ready. Jaquan Brisker all over the place. I was talking with Antoine Randall yesterday, or 2 days ago, when we had the defensive assistants out there. And I asked him, what about Jaquan's game that you saw on film, when you got an opportunity to see it up close, what were you like? That's even more than I thought it was. I'm sorry, I said Antoine Randall, Al Harris. And Al Harris's response to that was his explosiveness. The tape doesn't quantify how explosive Jaquan is. The tape doesn't quantify just how good and how quickly he gets downhill and how aggressive he is in the passing game, how explosive Jaquan Brisker is. You've got a defense of dogs. And how they're looking at the end of this camp and how Dennis Allen has them looking, they look like a dog chained to a tree with a stake about 3 feet in front of it. Now, again, Josh Allen is Josh Allen. You get in the red zone, Josh Allen finds a way to score some touchdowns. You can play perfect coverage, and Josh Allen will find a way to fit a football in there. He's one of the top 3 quarterbacks in football. But I would say it was a strong back and forth. There was a pass he threw. Kevin Byard got a hand on it, snatches it down, interception. Alex Cook, shout out to Alex Cook, coming with the peanut punch. Punching that football out, scoop and score the other way. You've got a defense that can go blow for blow right now, at least in a joint practice. We'll see what a preseason game is going to bring. I don't expect much from that. Nothing matters until the games are real, right? We all know that. But you've got a defense right now that can stand toe-to-toe with one of the best offenses in football, with one of the MVP, and say, you take your shot, we're going to take our shot, and we'll see who comes out at the end of it. That's a good feeling. This defense looks ready. When we come back, a couple callers on the line. Want to get to the phone lines, 312-332-3776. Want to talk with you, the caller. What is your biggest concern with this team right now? Is it O-line? Is it pre-snap miscues? Something else that we're not talking about here? Can the Bears quiet those concerns on Sunday? We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back right after this. Tyler and Shay, Pat the Designer, filling in for the boys.
It's Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
You know what's wild? Yingling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yingling quality.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Great Clips is your answer to back to school. You can get a kid's haircut for just $5.99. That's right, for kids 10 and under, haircuts are just $5.99. For a limited time, no coupon needed. August 4th through August 21st at participating Chicagoland salons. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North convenience stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STATION25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. Hims.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Pat the Designer in for Tyler and Shay today. Welcome back into the show. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Make sure you tapped in with us on our Twitch and YouTube streams. If you're on the YouTube side, hit that like button, subscribe to the page. Drop a bear down in there. Shout out to you guys. If you're on the Twitch side, drop a bear down as well. We're all Bears fans at the end of it. Do you guys watch those chats? Those chats get scary sometimes. You ever?
It's frightening.
You ever in those chats? We got to get some moderators in here.
Yeah. It's you see some crazy ones, especially if I don't recommend this, but if you use some sites to watch something you can't get in your area, those chats are even scarier.
What are we? Oh, okay.
You with me now?
I got nervous for a second.
Not those,
I was like, don't hit me on the Saturday show like that, dog. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
How most people will be watching the NBA is what you're speaking of.
Yes, how most people watch the NBA.
Did you guys see the litany, the list of where all the games are going to be? Dog, let's do this. It's a novel idea. Follow me on this path. Let's take all of these streaming apps and we tether them together in one big app, right? And because it's like tethered, we come up with a catchy name for it, like,
Cable.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? I am willing to pay you whatever. I think to watch all the NBA games, it's like $123 a month. To watch all the NBA games, I am willing to pay, or just all the sports package, wherever your games are at, I'm willing to pay one price to have all of those apps in one app. Just so I don't have to flip back and forth. It's getting outlandish, dog.
It's getting too much. Too many screens. And I have ADHD. It's too much for me. You know what I mean? I got to bug out already.
The commercials get you.
Yeah, the commercials are bad.
The commercials are getting bad.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Rob in Sugarland. Rob in the building. He wants to talk about who's to blame for the penalties. Rob, what's going on?
Hello, Mr. Designer. A pleasure.
How are you?
Quick
Where's Sugarland at?
Just outside of Houston.
Okay, all right.
But I do have a quick question. I do have a quick sidebar question for you.
Let's do
the infomercials for the Village of Madison. Bring your business too.
I do.
Are you from there?
I am not from there. My studio is there, so I am a business owner that is in the Village of Madison. But my producer is down in Flossmoor. We've got friends that are all out there. We spend a lot of time out in the Village of Madison.
Well,
Great people out there.
The Village of Madison is my hometown.
Oh, man. Were you where what's the high school?
I went to Rich South.
Oh, there it is. There it is. My producer would be excited to hear that.
Now it's just Rich Township, but back in the day, I'm an older fella. It was just Rich South Stars.
Oh, look at you.
Now it's just Rich Township.
Some dominant athletes out of there. What do you want to talk about football-wise, Rob? Good to hear from you, man.
I want to ask about whether Ben Johnson gave any explanation as to the reasons he feels are causing all these false starts, since they're coming from multiple players. Typically with the Bears, it's generally the same guy doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So my concern is, well, if multiple people are doing it, what is he attributing that to? Is it the cadence? Is it something else? Is the pre-snap counts just too complicated? I was just wondering if he was asked that or if he had a reason why he thought this was occurring. And I'm not overly concerned about it. Like you say, it's just preseason.
Yeah.
all I care about is how they look, week one, and make some improvement each week. I mean, the people out west building these buildings, those big old buildings out there, only have the Bears at 8.5. So, I mean, it could well be, 8-9, 9-8, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the call, Rob. Listen, I think that the answer to your question, essentially from Ben Johnson at this point, has been it's still new. They're still figuring things out. It's why you're seeing guys jump. It's why you're seeing guys. We're not just seeing false starts. We're seeing illegal formations. We're seeing delay of games. They're going from very long play calls into, okay, now we got to get into the huddle. Now the defense did something there. I saw it pre-snap. Now I got to make a check. As he's making the check, everybody's got to get reset. You got to figure out where you're going. Sometimes that's going to put you on a different foot. That's going to put you on a different snap count. It shouldn't. It feels like that should be something that we're getting locked down, but it's not there yet. And it's not an excuse. And Ben Johnson's not using that as an excuse. I think that's sometimes we say, these are excuses. No, these are the realities. Training camp is to do one thing: train. So often we forget about that training part of training camp. We treat every training camp like a game. We got guys out here, Caleb Williams today, 14 for 16. I'm sitting here looking like, well, I got him like 7 for 9. Where are these other passes coming from? Well, in the 7-on-7, I don't care about 7-on-7. You don't win football games in the National Football League playing 7-on-7. You're playing 11-on-11. So, when these stats come out, when you get these, these in-depth breakdowns on how the offensive line was moving today, and we didn't like the speed or the tempo. Were they going half speed? Were they going full speed? There was a point yesterday, we're watching in the red zone, and I look, and Waddle and me are standing next to each other. Sylvie's right there, and Waddle goes, I don't think they're going full speed right now. What are we doing? But there's a method to this madman's madness. And just because we don't understand it doesn't mean that he doesn't have the method. And again, I go back to where Caleb Williams was from getting thrown out of a drill, not out of practice, out of a drill. When the first team offense went from getting thrown out of a drill because they couldn't get it locked down to now when they snap the football. And by the way, they're snapping it more times than not. We just know how football goes. If you have a drive where you have 2 false starts, that drive is probably not going to go well for you. You're going backwards before you start going forwards. That's a problem. We've seen that multiple times. But you have an offense right now that is in a completely different place than it was at the beginning of this. And I mean, completely. They don't look like the same team. When Caleb is in the huddle and he's getting to the field and he's delivering the football, it looks like, oh my God, we've got a great opportunity here to take a real step this season in where we rank offensively. And what I love that we're seeing right now, is you're seeing a relationship between last year's 2 top 10 picks build to a point of comfort that would make you feel like, oh my God, do we have a number 1 with a top quarterback? And then we have all the other pieces that we have. But does Caleb have his Jamar Chase? Does Caleb have his Justin Jefferson? Not saying Roma Dunze's there yet. I'm not saying that. But does he have his go-to guy? There was a play yesterday that I thought was the epitome of my guy is Rome, where it starts off with a false start. They move back 5 yards. Caleb gets into the huddle. And listen, it wasn't a great play for the offensive line. I don't know if at that point it was Theo Benedict or not. But absolutely blown up. And pressure immediately from the left side on Caleb. Caleb does Caleb things, does the little scramble drill, the little, whoop, whoop, whoa, watch yourself. Finds a way to get away, but as the pressure's closing in, he just lofts the football up. It was a roams down there somewhere kind of pass, like we say with Justin Jefferson, like we say with Jamar Chase, like we say with top wide receivers. Hey, if I'm going to give my guy a chance, I'm going to give the best guy that I feel the most comfortable with a chance. We're seeing a relationship be born between Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze that is incredibly excited. As that ball floats up, I would say it was not a 50-50 ball. I'd say that was a 75-25 ball. And yet somehow still, Rome Odunze had two hands on it. Unfortunately, there were 3 Buffalo Bills around him trying to knock that ball away, and they do eventually knock it away. That was the end of that drill. But that shows you the trust that Caleb has. It's becoming he's down there somewhere kind of relationship. And that's how Joe Burrow talks about Jamar Chase. That's how, name whatever quarterback the Vikings end up throwing out there, talk about Justin Jefferson. That's what you want to see from your 2 top 10 picks from a season ago. And so, yes, like I come out of this joint practice not saying there aren't things that I am concerned about, not saying there aren't things that are still at the top of my list of like, oh, my God, this might be an issue throughout the season. Left tackle will probably be an issue throughout the entire season. And I know some people say, well, why don't you throw Ozzie Trapillo out there? He's a rookie. That's a lot to ask from a rookie right now. And maybe he's able to handle that. Maybe he is the one that wins the job. I just don't feel like that's where Ben Johnson is comfortable at right now. But there are things that are going to be concerns the entire season. That's why you go get Ben Johnson. Do you think there's nothing that's a concern for Andy Reid every year? Andy Reid hasn't had a left tackle in how long? You had to put the best guard in football at left tackle. Andy Reid hasn't had a left tackle in how long? Do you think there aren't things that are concerns or weren't concerns when Bill Belichick was the head coach? When Sean McVay's doing what he's doing, when Kyle Shanahan is the king of concerns over there in San Fran right now. You think there aren't things that they should be worried about, and yet they overcome those things. Kevin O'Connell and Matt LaFleur last season lost their starting quarterbacks in multiple games. You think those aren't things that should be concerns? That's why you go get Ben Johnson. That's why you spend the big money. And so when Sunday gets here, I want to see, how do you handle the concerns? Because left tackle's a problem. You got one guy right now who's getting the first team reps, and I would assume is starting in Theo Benedict this coming Sunday. I would assume he's starting. He started the entire week. You got Braxton Jones, who's just Braxton. He's fine. But we know the inefficiencies there. You've got Karan Amagaji, who, I mean, at this point, like I guess I'm ready to start the guard experiment if he's only running with the threes. Let's see if he can play some guard. Maybe you get him more comfortable there. And you got Ozzie on the right side. It's going to be an issue all season. How does Ben Johnson navigate that issue? That's what we want to see. Got a couple callers still on the line. Want to get to you guys before the end of the show. We're going to take one more quick break, and then we'll be right back and coming back to your calls. Question on the table today. What's your biggest concern with this team right now? O-line, pre-snap issues, something we're not talking about. And can the Bears quiet it this coming Sunday versus the Buffalo Bills? More Tyler and Shay coming up next with Pat the Designer.
This is Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills. Preseason game number 2, live from Soldier Field.
This is Chicago.
Tomorrow at at 7. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee have the play-by-play from the booth and on the sidelines. But join us at 3 p.m. for 4 hours of Bears pregame, including Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Deion Miller. Live network pregame inside Gato at Soldier Field at 5 p.m. Are you ready?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Bears and Bills. Preseason game number 2. Tomorrow at 7 on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community. During their annual Pump-a-thon event, with every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Click on NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Finish your outdoor wood projects with Cabot Premium Wood Care products. Australian Timber Oil is an exterior stain that provides maximum penetration, durability, and water repellency, making it ideal for decks, siding, outdoor furniture, and more. Save big money at Menards on Cabot Premium Wood Care products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
We're brought to you today by GNC. Hope I'm not interrupting your workout routine, but the GNC Live Well sale is going on right now. Buy one, get one 50% off everything in the store and at GNC.com. That's right, everything. Protein, pre-workout, creatine, vitamins, supplements, and so much more. Go for it all and don't miss out. At GNC, nutrition isn't just the department, it's the whole freaking store. You got goals, GNC has results. Visit your local GNC store or go to GNC.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shay Norley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Pat the Designer in for the boys, Tyler and Shay. We got a lot more on the network today. Coming up We got the CDGA Golf Show with Jesse Rogers in for Tyler and Mike Gilligan. Make sure to stay tapped in for everything golf. Going out to Mike in Burr Ridge. Mike, what are your thoughts, my guy?
Good morning.
How are you,
Mike? How you doing? I'm all right, man. I'm excited about the defense as usual. We usually have a pretty stout defense, but my biggest concern is that our defense has been on the field far too much over the past decade, man. And when a defense is logging more snaps than most of the league, you're not just wearing them down in games, you're creating more opportunities for injuries and, essentially shortening careers. And that's kind of been the story with the Bears. Even when the defense has been strong, they've always had to carry a heavy load. And, so it's not all on our defense, man. And we're so used to, relying on them. But I think that, sustaining drives, converting on third down and controlling time of possession, that's what keeps them fresh. So, the real question is, how can this offense establish the kind of consistency that, will flip the script and give our defense a chance to stay healthy and dominant the way it's, hopefully built to? And I'll just let you add it.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that, man. Listen, 100%. That you're right. The defense has been on the field too much, but that's where the run game has to step up. Has to step up. I mean, honestly, we got to see this run game start to take a hit and start to step up and score some touchdowns and make it so that Ben Johnson's offense can figure out what they want to do. Hey, man. Pat the Designer in for Tyler and Shay. Appreciate you guys for tuning in and showing love as always. We've talked a lot. We've got this, talked a lot of Bears. We got this upcoming Sunday, Bears versus Bills. And coming up right here, we got the CDGA Golf Show with Jesse Rogers in for Tyler and Mike Gilligan. Pat the Designer signing off. Thank you, Chicago. See you guys on the Chicago Bears podcast. Bear down. One love. Peace.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. It's built to handle the big jobs day in and day out. Chevy has a Silverado pickup that's just right for you. 1/2 ton, 3/4 ton, and 1 ton. Call it the Goldilocks effect. No wonder Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Check out the full line of Chevy Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Work hard, play harder in a new Silverado.
Roofers and waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
For over 20 years, Purple Wave Auction has been the trusted leader in online auctions, offering the easiest way to buy and sell equipment. From bulldozers to backhoes and combines to cranes, we host multiple weekly auctions in construction, ag, and fleet equipment. With our no reserve format and sell where it sits approach, you can bid on local equipment without waiting for far-off auction dates. Get registered for free and start bidding today at purplewave.com.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Saturday morning to you. Welcome to the CDGA Golf Show. No, I'm not Tyler Rocky. I'm Jesse Rogers, sitting in for him alongside over at the Bowes Creek Country Club in Elgin for their club championship is our guy Mike Gilligan. Mike, good morning. How you doing, pal?
Jesse, good morning. What an honor to be able to work with the great Jesse Rogers. Wow, golf. This is awesome to have you on aboard with us this early Saturday.
Well, people might be thinking, Mike, what does Jesse Rogers know about golf? And I will tell you, nobody takes more shots on a golf course than me. So I should know a lot about golf because I get my money's worth when I'm out there once in a blue moon. Not as much a player as I used to be, like a lot of people, Mike. I started out like gangbusters. Oh, I'm going to be great at this sport, and then it gets to you, right? Wears you down a little bit. So now I'm a very recreational golfer.
So when you are recreationally playing, where do you like to play in the Chicagoland area?
I've played at the Glen Club a couple times. I know you were there recently, but that will humble you for sure. But I'm a Deerfield guy. Heritage Park in Northbrook used to be Sportsman's. So I move around the North Shore a little bit. But I will say the Glen Club is a very nice course and great place to have dinner afterwards. I know you were there a few weeks ago. But those are my home courses.
Well, yeah, no, we were out there for the NV5, and like you said today, we're out here at the Bowes Creek Country Club, which is also overseen by the city of Elgin, and we're going to speak to Mike Lehman later in the broadcast and get his take on the industry, where we stand, and you know, Jesse, the National Golf Foundation, they came out with some statistics on our industry and our sport, and I have to say I'm very comfortable with where we're at, and it was a great news to hear if you're in our business, and we'll hear a little bit more about that from Mike. But, you know, the bug has caught a lot of people post-COVID, as you might know.
For sure, absolutely. I think COVID, I don't want to say saved golf, but it certainly gave it a jolt. Because that was the one thing we could all do out there, and it's grown since then. We'll also talk to Ian Baker Finch, great golf analyst, retiring now. I'm sure you've had some interactions with him over the years, Mike. That's going to come up at 9:30. We'll talk to your guy on site there at 10:30, Mike Lehman. So a lot to do on this edition of the CDGA Golf Show. Tyler is off today. Mike, tell me a little bit about your relationship with Ian Baker Finch. We'll get to him at the bottom of the hour, but this guy that's done a great job transitioning from the course to the broadcast booth.
Well, it's interesting, Jesse. I had the fortunate opportunity to meet Ian very early in our lives. In fact, as I look at our ages, we're not all that far off between ages. In fact, we share the same month and birthday-wise in October, so we're both Libras in that regard. But where we first crossed, believe it or not, was here in Chicago back in 1989. And in 1989, the Kemper Lakes Golf Course hosted for many years what they called the Grand Slam of Golf. And they would take the winners of the 4 major championships, and they would all come to Kemper Lakes and play in one of the most high-end pro-ams you could ever imagine. I mean, one of the tee gifts was like a Grand Slam Super Bowl ring. I mean, this thing was worth more than I can even imagine back in the day. And so, long story short, we started hosting these. And in 1989, the year of the PGA Championship, I might add, that was held at Kemper Lakes, the 4 players were supposed to be Curtis Strange, Greg Norman, Jeff Sluman, and one other player. But Jeff Sluman had won the PGA the year before, and for whatever reason, injury, illness, or otherwise, he couldn't make it at the very last minute. So who did we contact? Ian Baker Finch, because he had just won Colonial in May of 1989. And if I remember correctly, he flew directly from Colonial up to O'Hare, and myself and a volunteer, courtesy car driver went to O'Hare to pick him up. And, with Oldsmobile being our official car at the time, I was thinking, we'll get one of these beautiful white Delta 98s or 88s and go pick them up. And my volunteer turned to me and said, yeah, no, we're not going in an Oldsmobile. And so instead he pulls up in what at the time was the Mercedes-Benz of Mercedes-Benzes. And it was between, sports car, luxury, all in one. And needless to say, we flew down to O'Hare. Once Ian Baker, we make our introductions, he gets into the car. This guy now has a celebrity in his car and now wants to show off and ends up taking it up 294 north at 100-plus miles an hour as we went in the right-hand lane the entire time, it seemed like, weaving in and out. And now I don't know Ian, and I don't even know this volunteer, and I'm holding on for dear life, only wondering what the heck Ian's got to be thinking. And when we arrived at Kemper Lakes, he looked at me with two big eyeballs and go, "We don't do that in our country. We never pass on the right-hand side." So the first time we met, I think, was almost the last day we saw each other on Earth. But from that perspective, in my days with the PGA, Ian and I came across one another, and he's got to be, without question, one of the greatest gentlemen I've ever come across, as well as a guy who has overcome some of the most odd things. And I guess if I had to put it into context of baseball, Jesse, it's almost like he got the throwing yips, like a Steve Sachs in his career after accomplishing the highest thing that he could do in the game of golf, and that was winning the British Open back in 1991. So I'm excited to talk to him.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I mentioned the transition. Like, he didn't just say, screw this sport, I'm never going to watch it or pick up a club again. He went into the booth and began talking about it, and he was probably even a better broadcaster than maybe a golfer, and he was a darn good golfer until things kind of went south for him. So I'm interested to talk to him as well. I think the most important question is, will he remember that car ride, Mike? Will he remember that car ride?
That's a good question, and the sooner he probably forgot it, the better, and I'm just hoping it didn't have anything to do with him going to the broadcast booth.
He's Mike Gilligan. I'm Jesse Rogers. Phone line's open on the CDGA Golf Show, 312-332-3776, if you want to chime in about anything we're talking about. I mean, you mentioned the yips in baseball, so many similarities between my day job, baseball and golf. I mean, the Cubs are going through it right now where you hit for 3 months and then you forget how to hit. I mean, how many times do you see that or hear about that in golf, whether it be a professional or just an amateur off the street like myself, where you feel like you got this thing figured out, and then for the next 3 rounds you can't find the green, and then you find it again, Mike. I mean, there is a similarity between hitting a baseball and hitting a golf ball, because many times you don't understand why you can't do it, and then you can't really understand why you find it again.
That's 100%, and having been a baseball player and an umpire myself, there, like you said, there are a bunch of similarities in the way that the game unfolds during a given season. I mean, you got 162 games. You've got a long season. The PGA Tour, again, is a long season. And you could find a slump, and one day it just snaps because you thought of something somebody said and said it using a different word, term, or otherwise, and it just clicks. And so you get on these, what we call these heaters. And, to me, the Chicago Cubs embody Victor Hovland on the golf tour. Just when you think that he's got it all figured out, he doesn't. And, and you see that in sports. But I think more than anything, baseball is very much an individual sport. It's just you are playing it in a team atmosphere. But your position is pretty much just you. And, yeah, there's times you have to have your complementary players of sort, but what I'm getting at is there is a lot of mental to this game of golf, and I know it's the same way in baseball. The moment you pick up a bat in that on-deck circle, and if you have any shadow of a doubt that it might not happen at the plate, you might just want to turn yourself around and go sit down, because it won't.
Yeah.
But these guys, just like professional golfers, have such a short memory and have such a can-do. I don't care if I'm 0 for 3. They walk up with that work club and said, I'm going to get you this time. Golf, you got to have that same resolve. And I see that in the greatest of them all, and we're seeing it right now with a guy like Scotty Scheffler.
And the bottom line is the similarities come down to both mechanical and mental. You have to have your swing mechanically correct, but you have to have your head in the right place. Full disclosure, Mike, my stepson is in graduate school for sports psychology with basically an emphasis on golf. He's a scratch golfer, and he actually has a ton of clients right now. And I've told him, like, you'll have a career for life because, when it comes to I even say, like, you could be a hitting coach because the mental side is so similar, baseball and golf. And he's always talking to young players about the mental part of it because it's as important as the mechanical part of it.
Well, there's no question about that. The technique is everything. And, even hitting a baseball to a certain degree is not necessarily an innate sports activity or motion to us. Kinetically speaking, running, jumping, skipping, even throwing to a certain degree for some is innate to us. But when you pick up a baseball bat or you pick up a golf club, your mind starts to tell you that you're strongest from your chest up towards your ears. But in reality, everything is down in the waist, lower core, in that area. And so it speaks against to what logically speaks to us as humans, how to put more speed, emphasis, contact, power in the hit zone, whether it's a golf ball or a baseball. And as such, it's one of the hardest things to do in sports. They say hitting a baseball is without question. I still agree. I think it is. Now, in speaking with Jim McMahon, he thinks hitting a golf ball is harder than hitting a baseball. But, Jimmy Mack, he's always been a bubble or two off a level in his day.
Well, hitting is a very ambiguous word. Hitting it well, you could foul off a pitch. That's still hitting a baseball. But I would probably agree hitting a golf ball where you want to hit it is almost more maddening because, like I said, once in a while or more than once in a while, you're going to hit some good shots, and then all of a sudden you're going to look like you've never picked up a club before. So it's probably more frustrating of a sport in a lot of ways, golf. At least it has been for me. Mike, is this a foul? Like, for me, my best rounds are the first couple of the summer. Now, tell me why that is after not picking up a golf club all winter. And is that the norm?
That is not very – that's very
Uncommon.
common for a lot of us. It's very common, actually, right. Because here's why. You are going out with not a lot of expectation. Your mind is kind of like if, your kids had one of those Etch-a-Sketches growing up, it's already shaken up from the winter. It's just a blank thing now. There's no confusion. There's nothing that you're holding on to that you were doing wrong back in October or, November of your last round. You don't even remember what you had for breakfast, right? So you're going up there as a clean slate. And so all of a sudden, depending on your approach mentally, generally speaking, you can't wait to play. You're excited for it. You're in a great mental space. You're positive. Your outlook is, happy, cheery. You're probably playing with some good friends because, let's face it, who else are you playing with early in the season that wants to go on out and play? So all the checks are in the right box that first go. And everything is trending to we're going to have a great day. But it's when you start coming out after you've had a few of those good days where now all of a sudden you're thinking, well, maybe if I do this or I notice that, and then the next thing you do is you start over-analysis, which then starts to lead to what I call paralysis. And sometimes we get in the way of ourselves even before we get started. But it's funny you bring that up. We were just talking about that with a few other friends the other day at the golf course. They asked the same question. And it's just you go out there with no expectation of yourself. Yeah. And when that happens, you can get yourself in the zone real quick. And you're just playing, and more often than not, when you're playing that round, you don't have any idea how you relate to par or your score until it's over. But it's those rounds later in the season when you know, I'm playing well. And now, hey, if all I do is just bogey in, I'll break my best score. Well, guess what you'll do? Double bogey, a triple, maybe a bogey, maybe a par, but you won't because you got yourself out of the present. So my thought is early in the season, it's easy to be in the present of what you're doing because it's so fresh, it's so new, it's making you so alive, and to get into the season, and you can't help but play pretty well.
It's incredible sort of example or illustration of the mental part of it because it's opposite of what you would think. You would think after a month of playing, you've perfected some shots, you're mechanically sound, you should get better with practice, with rounds, and sometimes you go the other way because your head gets in the way. That's Mike Gilligan. I'm Jesse Rogers. This is the CDGA Golf Show. We're here till 11 a.m. Hannah's back at our station producing this one. Mike is at the Bose Creek Country Club in Elgin for their club championship. We'll talk to Ian Baker Finch at the bottom of the hour. We'll get to the BMW Championship. I want to get your thoughts next segment on the LIV tournament here last week. You were there, Mike. Let's get your overall thoughts on that. And again, as we'll move forward to the BMW Championship, the FedEx playoffs obviously going on, the Ryder Cup coming up as well. So a lot to do here on the CDGA Golf Show. Jesse Rogers, Mike Gilligan till 11 on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality, with over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois. Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com. Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Tyler's off today. I'm Jesse Rogers with Mike Gilligan. It is the CDGA Golf Show. Mike at Bowes Creek Country Club in Elgin. We'll talk to Ian Baker Finch at the bottom of the hour. Mike, give us a little review of the LIV event at Bolingbrook Golf Club last week. Nice little three-person playoff to decide the winner. How was the event overall and that playoff as well?
Well, overall, the event was a huge win, I think, for the community of Bolingbrook, all in all. And, when we broadcast last week, I was on site, and they were just opening the gates for Saturday, and they were anticipating quite a crowd. And having some discussion prior to the show with some of the LIV officials and asking them a little bit more about the future of their league and where they might go and finding sites and the whatnot. I asked him about the United States in particular and what markets do they prefer and why. And without question, they immediately said Chicago is our best one in North America, let alone the United States. So that includes Mexico City. So, the whole notion here is that Chicago has responded, whether it's LIV Golf, the PGA, the LPGA, the Senior Tour, amateurs, Western golf, whatever you put in our community, Chicagoans don't realize how crazy, how strong, and how important the Chicago golf market is. And honestly, I do think that because it was simply Chicago, it woke up the guys, of age, if you will. I mean, you saw the likes of Sergio and Phil Mickelson all atop the leaderboard, names that we aren't seeing very often, but it just seems that the bigger markets, the brighter lights, the more the people. These guys are showmen. You see it with baseball players at times. They're clutch when they need to be, and when they don't need to be, they're sort of disinterested. And I think that's what some of these LIV guys battle to a certain degree, given the choice that they made. But that being said, Chicago responded magnificently. And in fact, he told me that the record gallery for any event that they've held over the last 4 years in North America was Chicago last year at Bolingbrook. So they were anticipating breaking the record. In fact, not breaking it, shattering it. And from what I could see when I left there Saturday afternoon, they had easily eclipsed what it was like last year. The infrastructure and what they built in preparation for it spoke volumes to me that this was no longer just we're hoping a lot of people are coming. We know a lot of people are coming, and I think a lot of the people in chatting with them had a great time. I mean, it's amazing when you look at the demographics. I was at Augusta, so you might say, well, that's one end of the spectrum, which it is. But I've also been to a few other major golf events in and around the Midwest and around the country this year. And when you go to a LIV event, it's just different. And I don't mean that in a bad way, and I don't even mean that in any kind of way. Sure. It's just different, and it's unique. And I know for sure it's not for everybody, but I can say it is very niche-oriented, and it is for some of us. And I think the new generation, the athletes that used to play softball, baseball, football, and they're migrating to golf, this is their cup of tea, because effectively they have walk-up music. I mean, it's just like baseball. They'll go to a par 3 and they have a DJ spinning tunes, and just like in baseball, they'll ask you, what do you want for your walk-out or your walk-up music, whether you're a pitcher or a hitter? And they do the same thing. So once again, cool similarities between golf and baseball.
This segment brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course. Mike, I think that's all very interesting. Would it be safe to say that the PGA Tour has ignored the Chicago area a little bit more than it should? It's just an opinion. And maybe this is, LIV as an example, like, hey, don't ignore this area. This is ripe for golf.
Well, you hit the nail right on the head. It's not a safe. It's fact. They have overlooked. Now, everybody, politically speaking, has reasons to look at the past and say, well, maybe you should avoid going there because, let's say, working with the government was exceptionally tough or what have you. But if there's a will, there's a way. Mm-hmm. And having been a former tournament director myself, I have walked into some of the most hostile situations between host club and said government, host community and whatnot, and used the events to bring everybody back together. So I don't hold a lot of water. I think it's just their way of saying we're going to go to other places that might be just a little bit easier to run the event. But I also think they're making a huge mistake by not being here on a regular basis, and therefore LIV is taking full advantage of the error that the PGA Tour and the USGA and the PGA of America, for that matter, have made to such point. Now, I will say the PGA Tour with the BMW does make visits back, on a somewhat regular basis, but it's not on a consistent basis. So the real question is, when are we going to get our next professional competition in the Chicagoland area minus LIV? We do have the President's Cup next year, but let's remember, that's an exhibition. It's, there's no prize money going out per se. There's not a purse. There's no world ranking points associated with this. But is it a really, really cool competition to spectate and be a part of? 1,000%. So we're blessed to have that in our community. But the next time we get to see the best in the world, not just part of the world, but in the world competing in a stroke play, would have to be a major championship until the two sides come together. And unfortunately, Chicago is not on anybody's calendar.
That is unfortunate. Yeah, that is unfortunate. And it's timely to talk about this because this is the BMW Championship going on this weekend, which used to be the Western Open, which was an annual event here. And at least you had that in your to look forward to in your summer. But now it's just much less consistent in the Chicago area, right?
No doubt. And in fact, having grown up here in this community and growing up with the game of golf, the Western Open was the highlight of our summers as kids growing up in golf. Because growing up in the western suburbs, it was at Butler National. And Butler National was like the best location, whether you came down from the North Shore or up from the south or from the west. It was like the best place to bring everybody together. It had a big corporate presence, obviously, with Oak Brook and McDonald's being there at the time and Waste Management being the formidable company back in the day. So it was always that 4th of July weekend, and it was something very, very special. And unfortunately, the day that they had to leave Butler, I think the Western Open changed a little. It went to COG. It was a beautiful, fun, great event. But that era at Butler National really, to me, solidified the Western Open as really one of the major tour events out on tour. It's not one of golf's majors, but it was right there. If they had signature events back in the day, the Western Open would have definitely been a signature event.
No doubt. He's Mike Gilligan. I'm Jesse Rogers. This is the CDGA Golf Show. We're here till 11 a.m. We're going to talk to Ian Baker Finch in just a few minutes. He just retired from, 19 years, I think, Mike, in the booth with CBS and also before that ESPN. Is that right, 19 years?
Yeah, I think it's actually, is it closer to more like, I think it is, 19.
Something like
that,
it was 20. But he's been around for sure.
Well, he'll clarify that for us.
Yeah. And we got to ask about that car ride as well. Again, this segment brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course. We're back with Ian Baker Finch in a few moments right here on ESPN 1000.
CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open at IBGI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Play golf at Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the 3-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, play the best golf course the Western Suburbs has to offer. Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book tee times at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and South Side gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Tyler's off. I'm Jesse Rogers alongside Mike Gilligan. He's at the Bowes Creek Country Club in Elgin for their club championship. This is the CDGA Golf Show here until 11 a.m. We're going to talk to Ian Baker Finch in just a few moments. This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin. But, Mike, we didn't even get into the live actual play on the course. Dean Burmester won the playoff. Tell me about that. What's a playoff like at Live? A little more wild and crazy than a regular tournament. I didn't see how it all went down last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of crazy because, in full disclosure, Jesse, the crowd at that point is, they don't cut off beer sales at the Wrigley Field. I'll just put it that way. And the crowd was into it because here you had the Spaniard coming alive and getting things done and forcing the playoff and not necessarily playing what I consider his best golf by any stretch of the imagination. And going into it, it just seemed like he was really battling himself. But yet at the end, he kept grinding and getting through that wind. But, Dean is not, just a no-name, if you will. He is quite an accomplished player. And, this I guess it's pronounced Josele Ballester, this kid, let me tell you, I mean, he is so strong. I think he could kickstart a 747. This kid hits it further than Bryson does. And it was interesting to watch him on the one day they were paired together, watch how far this kid moves it. And but the playoff was so dramatic. But basically, Dean got it done first hole with a birdie. And, I think the crowd really, really wanted Rahm to win this thing. But he didn't, and we do have a new champion. And for the first time, the Stingers team, if you're into following the live teams, also secured their first victory of the year. But the amount of money these guys took home was just, it's ludicrous. But good for them.
Yeah, for sure. Ballester, just 21 years old. Is it kind of like baseball where they're better younger than ever and can hit it further than ever? Is it kind of similar with the way athletes are sort of grown up in the sport now, and the weight training and the nutrition? It just seems like they're better at a younger age.
Oh, they are. The competition, Jesse, is unbelievable. These kids in golf are so seasoned when they walk off of these national junior tours now. I mean, you're seeing it with the hockey players. You're seeing it with the baseball players. You're seeing it actually even in football. These young kids are going in and making a difference early in their sports, in their careers, and almost shifting the window of the prime time to be even younger these days, due in part to what you just said, nutrition and, fitness. And you got to remember, golf, and Ian Baker Finch, if we can get him on the horn, I think we're having some problems there. But
no, he's here. He's ready to go.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he'll attest to the fact that when he started playing this game, there was no such thing as fitness. And Mr. Tiger Woods kind of brought that upon us. So you combine that with the evolution of the equipment and where we are, you're seeing these kids qualifiers shooting numbers that are just ridiculous as junior players. I remember trying to qualify for the Western Open, and if I would have shot par at the Village Links 71 or get it one under, I'm for sure in the Western Open. Now you've got to shoot like 63 to even get in a playoff. It's just absolutely a different game. It's gone from more of a feel game, I think, and an artistic game to more of one that is more technical, more about bomb and, gouge and, just try to overtake the course now because the golf ball is so very different than it's ever been.
For sure. That's Mike Gilligan. I'm Jesse Rogers. Let's go to our guest hotline here and say hello to, I guess we could call him former great golf analyst and player Ian Baker Finch, recently retired. And that's my first question to you, Ian. What is retirement like?
Well, I've just hit an 8-iron into about 6 feet on the 8th hole, and I'm 3 under through 7, playing with a couple of buddies down here at Jupiter Hills Club. So retirement's pretty good. I've had 2 Saturdays off in a row.
That's great. Mike, take it away.
Yeah, Ian, thanks for taking the time with us. And, before you came on, I had shared the story about how you and I first met. And I don't know if you recall that trip from O'Hare up to Kemper Lakes, but you filled in nicely. I believe it was Jeff Sluman who couldn't make the event, and you came in. Was that was your first time to Chicago, was it not?
Yes, it was for the 1989, Grand Slam of golf. I was filling in. We always used to have the 4 major winners, and I played that time, and I still have the nice World Series style ring that I was awarded, for playing that day. It was good fun.
Yeah, no, that we were talking about how those rings were very unique. It almost looked like World Series Super Bowl-esque. And while you had just won at Colonial, you hadn't got your major yet. But in 1991, you put it all together in a very, very special week for the Open Championship. Looking back at your 91 championship win at Royal Birkdale, what memories come out most from that life-changing week when you think back to it?
Oh, so many. We could do a whole podcast just on that week, that final round. But I think the most important thing is I was in great form going in, and I just wanted to go and keep doing what I'd been doing all summer and treat it like any other tournament, and I was able to do that. And then I shot an extremely good first 9 on Sunday. I was leading, played in the last group with Mark O'Meara, shot 29 the front 9 and had a 5-shot lead. So, it was nice to be able to have the luxury of playing safe at the last to make bogey and still win by 2.
Well, and that was a memorable week like no other for sure. And then that pushed you up in a very elite company. But, shortly thereafter, the rapid rise, you had the decline. What were the hardest mental challenges you faced during that period? And then how did you find a way forward? Because we all have such ups and downs in this game. But the one thing I admire most about you is how you handled this with such style, grace, and dignity. So let us in on what that was like.
I appreciate you saying that for the kind words. It didn't feel like that at the time. I had a couple of years where it was a real struggle. I played well until about 94. I was top 10 in the Masters that year. I'd still played okay for a couple of years. But then when it went bad because I was trying to get better, I just couldn't get my own swing and my own feels back. And I think that was the hardest part is I still played well. I still could shoot 66 on Wednesday and win the Pro-Am, and then I'd go hit it out of bounds off the first tee on Thursday and shoot 76. So the difficulty in trying to understand what was going on was the most difficult part. And then the hardest part was giving the game away completely and going in and doing the television. That was really the sliding door moment was the Open Championship in 97. When I hadn't played for a year and I went out and played terribly. And then that was when I said, hey, I've got to go do something else. And, I fell into the job with television and created a 30-year career out of it.
What a career it was, proving the fact that when one door closes, even a better one might even actually open up. So you come into the scene, 30 years, like you say, in broadcasting, 19 with CBS. You had a front row view of the whole Tiger, influence, the mania. I was, we're very close in age, so we got to experience this in a way that we can basically remember. And as you look at what Tiger's influence was then and what we're watching Scotty do present day, what are the similarities, but what are also the stark differences? And do you feel like we're actually witnessing history?
We're certainly witnessing history with Tiger Woods, that's for sure. And I played with Tiger when he won his first U.S. Junior. He came down and played with me for a couple of days at in Orlando at Isleworth, and then we played in 95, 96 when I wasn't playing so well on the PGA Tour, and then from 98 onwards, I didn't work the 97 Masters, but from 98 onwards, I covered his career and got to watch it up front, up close. As a friend of his, he was someone that I never overstepped the mark. As an announcer, as a broadcaster, he always stayed close to me and would always talk to me when I asked. And yeah, it was amazing being able to watch, having been able to play with Jack, and he was my idol, to then play with Tiger and watch his career. And then the last 3 or 4 years with Scotty Scheffler coming along, he's playing pretty much just as well as Tiger did back in the day. And obviously 15, 20 years with Rory McIlroy as well. So it's been a fun ride.
Visiting with Ian Baker Finch, who recently retired from the booth. I'm Jesse Rogers along with Mike Gilligan. Ian, I want to go back to your transition to the booth. Some people might want to, some people might want to just change directions completely. But I read that you needed a job. You wanted to work. But did you feel in any moment you wanted to get out of the golf world completely, or did you feel like you always wanted to stay in it even if you weren't playing?
No, I love golf. I missed 26 cuts in a row in 95 and 96, 15 in 95, 11 in 96. I'd go home and play with my buddies on the weekend. By the way, I just hold that 10-footer for birdie at 8, so I'm 4 under through 8.
That's great.
Playing with my son-in-law,
You're just
Jake.
unflappable.
Yeah, it's. I just put the phone on the ground and knocked in the 10-footer. You know, golf's easy when it doesn't matter so much. Bob Rotella told me that, actually. He said, when I learn to try harder at trying less, I'll be able to play again. And just took me a decade or two to figure that out. But anyway, the sliding door moment really was one of, I need the work. I had 5 more years left on my exemption on the PGA Tour, but I couldn't keep playing and not making any money. So I was happy to be given the opportunity to do the television, and I never looked back. I loved it. I still do a lot of corporate hospitality and lots of some course design work. Now, golf's my life.
So, Ian, you know, obviously being in the shoes of these great players, let's talk about what's going on today. Robert McIntyre has a unique opportunity. He's going to have to tee it up with Scotty, where he almost had Scotty made bogey on the last hole, would have been with one of his fellow colleagues, Journey, you know, teammate for Ryder Cup. But today it's going to be a little bit different for him. Having just shot 2 rounds of 62, 64, putting yourself in Robert McIntyre's head, what do you approach today like? And did you get any sleep? And do players sleep well when they get themselves into this position, or is it a restless night?
Yeah, I think when you get to the standard that Robert McIntyre's in, I don't think he's had any trouble at all. I really don't. I think he is. He's an accomplished enough player. He's won the Scottish Open, the Canadian Open. He's a heck of a player, Ryder Cupper. I think he's excited about the opportunity to go play with Scotty Scheffler and beat him. You know, he's got an opportunity to go show the world how good Robert McIntyre is. So Scotty is probably going to be still the man to beat, I think, with 36 holes to go. But McIntyre, what's he got? Is it a 5-shot lead or a 6-shot lead?
Five shot lead. Yeah.
He's the guy that he just has to shoot 2 or 3 under each day, which should be easy when you've just shot 62, 64. And he'll be holding the trophy on Sunday afternoon. Yeah, I don't think he has any problems. I certainly never did. Some are a little apprehensive, but I never had any trouble, playing with Greg Norman the next day or Nick Faldo or some of the greats of the game at the time. I was excited for the opportunity.
Sandwiches up there where you hit it.
Well, that's interesting. And let me ask you another question. You grew up, obviously, in Australia without the whole fanfare of Ryder Cup. When you came over and understood more about Ryder Cup matches, and maybe while you were still in Australia growing up, when did you know that, wait a minute, this Ryder Cup thing is bigger than I thought, and it's actually pretty special? Because we have perhaps one of the most unique Ryder Cup matches staring us in the face in about a month. And what's your take on the Ryder Cup?
I love it. It's probably it's sad for the PGA Tour that they don't own the 5 biggest events in golf. You got the 4 majors and the Ryder Cup. They're the biggest events. They're the ones everyone gets up for and is excited for. I think it's going to be a great contest this year, especially at Bethpage Black in New York. It's going to be a crowd. If the Europeans get up and they're in good form on Sunday in the singles, they're going to have just as much crowd support as the USA team, I believe. So I'm picking the European team to win the Ryder Cup this year at Bethpage. They're both 2 great teams, obviously, but I think Europe's got a pretty strong chance.
No, I think they have a very, very, very strong chance. And before we let you go, I know that when you got started and that door opened in broadcasting, Frank Cherkinian believed in you. Give me one of your best Frank Cherkinian memories or stories, or the influence that you walked away from a better broadcaster because you worked with Frank Cherkinian, the great Ayatollah, as they call him.
Yeah, Frank was the best. He's the one that created televised golf. He really was. I never worked in the booth with Frank. He had gone Lance Barrow took over in 1986, 87, I believe. And I came in 2007
96.
with CBS. 96. So
okay.
I never worked with him. He was the Ayatollah, and he was the guy everyone respected in television when I was a player. I was one of the CBS favorites, like a Davis Love, for instance. When he was playing, you knew he was a CBS favorite. There were certain guys. Greg Norman was a CBS favorite. So I was fortunate enough to be one of those. And Frank, he was hard on his announced team. I've got so many great stories from David Faraday and Peter Costas and Gary McCord, Jim Nance, of course. But, he did it with love and he did it with respect, and he broadcasting team, company, production group, technicians, they're just the best. They learned from Frank.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously Lance, as you worked with, is right off the stalk. I mean, he's a prodigy of Frank, and so no doubt. And you were definitely one of the player favorites, Frank's favorite, but you were a fan favorite, and we wish you nothing but the best. And I appreciate you taking some time with us today. I know you're out on the golf course enjoying life, so enjoy retirement. Congratulations on one heck of a career, Ian, and best wishes down the road.
Thank you very much for having me on. Sorry I'm out on the course, but I have my daughter and son-in-law and 2 little granddaughters live here in the area, and we try and get out whenever I can, and then I'll be playing in the pool with the granddaughters later this afternoon. So always enjoy a game whenever I can.
Thank you, Ian. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
That's Ian
Thank you.
Baker Finch, just a solid human being, and good stuff from him. I loved your question about Tiger and Scotty, because a couple years ago, no way would we even think of that, putting those two guys in the same sentence. But the way Scotty's played, it's quite amazing. This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin. He's Mike Gilligan. I'm Jesse Rogers. We'll come back and continue on. Hour number 2 coming up. Mike is out in Elgin. We'll get into that and the BMW Championship a little bit more. You were talking to Ian about that a little bit as well. FedEx Cup playoffs, all coming up on the CDGA Golf Show right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. The Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills, preseason game number 2, live from Soldier Field.
This is Chicago!
Tomorrow at 7, Joniak, Thayer, and McKee have the play-by-play from the booth and on the sidelines. But join us at 3 p.m. for 4 hours of Bears pregame, including Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Deion Miller. Live network pregame inside Gato at Soldier Field at 5 p.m. Are you ready?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Bears and Bills, preseason game number 2, tomorrow at 7 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Okay, we're back. Tyler Zoff, Jesse Rogers, along with Mike Gilligan. Hour number 2 coming up for the CDGA Golf Show. Mike is in Elgin at Bose Country Club. We'll talk to the GM there at the bottom of the hour. Golf Championship there. What I want to ask you as we start the next hour, Mike, I want you to think about it. Does Scotty Scheffler have Robert McIntyre right where he wants him? What's it like to have a 5-shot lead on the best golfer in the world, and now you have to play with him maybe for the next couple days? I'm curious mentally where Robert McIntyre is. You were talking about it with Ian a little bit there, so I think that's going to be an interesting, final couple rounds.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, I don't know. It's looming is the only word I can use to answer that question. But I do think there's going to be a time, whether it's either later today or tomorrow, that Scotty will be putting for the lead.
Yeah,
and
that's
you know
what I'm
what's
talking
going to
about.
happen.
Yeah, yep. Let's discuss that on the other side of this break. 312-332-3776 is the number. Hour number 2 of the Golf Show coming up next on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
From PGA,
ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Back on the CDGA Golf Show, hour number 2, Jesse Rogers sitting in for Tyler Aki. Mike Gilligan is alongside. He's at Bowes Creek Country Club in Elgin for their club championship. And just a reminder, our last segment before the top of the hour was brought to you by Tullymore. 312-332-3776 is the number if you want to jump on. So let's pick up that conversation, Mike. I find it very interesting. Talking about the BMW Championship, round 3 today, you mentioned you think at some point in the next 24 to 30 hours, I guess, that Scotty Scheffler will be putting for the lead. This is a man that is 5 shots behind Robert McIntyre. And as we were discussing with Ian Baker Finch, like, that's a Tiger-esque thing to say. The guy is 5 shots down with 2 rounds to play, and we're predicting he'd be putting for the lead. But that's where Scheffler's game is right now. I'm curious if you think it's a combination, maybe Robert McIntyre coming back to the field and Scotty making a surge, or is it one or the other? How do you see it down the next day or so?
Well, I think eventually, what's it say, that all water eventually levels out.
Yeah.
Robert McIntyre can't keep this torrid pace going. And I know personally, having shot some pretty low scores in my life, following them up is really hard to do. I mean, it's like if you go 6 for 6 in a game and then you got to play the second game in a doubleheader, are you going to stay on that heater, And that's what Robert McIntyre's, facing. His game 3 in a series here after just absolutely letting it rip the first 2 games. And so I do think there's going to be a little bit of him coming down to being the Robert McIntyre we all know and love so well. But at the same time, Scotty is Scotty. And he is really not playing his best. I mean, he even admitted in a press conference, how many times do we hear Scotty Scheffler admit to making a mental mistake? And he made mental mistakes, plural, as he alluded to in his press conference. That's unheard of. He cleans that up, sports fans, and you watch how this gap starts to decrease. And the moment that Robert starts to feel it, he's going to see it, he's going to experience it up close and in front. And I think that's almost a tougher position to be in. I think quietly he wishes he was playing with somebody else today and not Scotty, so he doesn't have to watch this. He's going to obviously draw the gallery as he would being the leader, but now you put Scotty with that. It's going to be almost a little bit of a preview of potentially what could be a singles match come September at Bethpage.
Sure thing. Let's pull on that thread about playing with him today, because you asked Ian Baker Finch about it, and Ian didn't flinch when he played some of the best. But I wonder if we asked Ian, like, the very first time he played with Nicholas or one of these guys, I wonder maybe if it was different. So, once you've done it a few times, it could be different than that very first time. But that's a mental thing. It sounds like, obviously, playing with the very best in the world right next to you.
It is. I mean, and as a player, you definitely want to be in that position. I mean, Michael Jordan obviously was the guy who always wanted the ball. That, I think, runs innate across all top-tier type A athletes in any type of sport. Give me the ball. I want to take over. Look out. And I think there is some of that here. Now, with Scotty versus Tiger, I think when Ian answered that question, he alluded to having to play with some of the greats, and he mentioned Greg Norman, and he mentioned a few others. They weren't Tiger Woods, but they weren't Scotty Scheffler on the heat that he's running. He's on a torrid pace that Greg Norman never even sniffed. So to be put into this position, I'm not sure Ian Baker Finch is as good as his history in the game has been, can even appreciate what Robert McIntyre is about to walk into today, because the purses that they're playing for, first and foremost, are probably 10, 20 times the size of what Ian was playing for back in the day. Tiger has made his presence felt both physically with the color red on Sunday. He was just a very imposing guy to walk up to because, as we alluded to earlier, he brought fitness to the game. I mean, he looked like a defensive back going up against all these potbellies, back in the late 90s. So there was the intimidation factor. So he got into everybody's mind right away, and you could almost see how deflated players were when they got to the first tee, and the match was over, really, right then and there, and Tiger would just pull away like he normally would. Scotty, on the other hand, same cold-blooded assassin, same ability to win and close deals, but does it in the form of, I won't say being a gentleman, but just being kind of like, Andy at Mayberry. He's just a good old guy, just playing golf and just staying as hungry as ever. But gee golly gee shucks, me and the wife are going to go back home. And, he's just a good guy. You can't love Scotty. And it's almost a guy you almost feel bad about beating until you have to go up against him, and he is ruthless. So I think the comparisons are very eerily the same, but on certain levels they're also very different. But I, in my own opinion, think we are watching history with Scotty Scheffler, and we just don't understand it quite yet.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I kind of started to think that a year and a half ago. Yeah, as he burst on the national scene a few years, but it's been coming. It's been coming. This segment brought to you by Tour Edge. Scheffler 5 shots behind Robert McIntyre, but we're sort of talking about him as almost the leader. But certainly that gap is more than likely going to close. This is the BMW Championship we're talking about next week. Of course, the Tour Championship. What's the purse next week? $40 million. Did I see that right, Mike? It's insane.
Yeah, there's some bonus money that gets paid out, but the winner's walking away with 10. So 25%, that's going to the winner. Not a bad day of pay for, 4 rounds of golf and some practice rounds. But you've got to be a special person to be in that elite crew. But what's funny and what's real revealing, if you will? Have you looked at the odds right now that Vegas have, odds to win on Robert McIntyre versus a player that's 5 shots back? And then you look at the next player who's 6 shots back. So Robert McIntyre is at plus 120. Scotty Scheffler, 5 shots back, plus 140.
Incredible.
So Ludwig Oberg, who's 6 shots back, plus 1,000, and then it goes plus 2,500, 2,700. So Vegas even knows what's about to happen. So
that's incredible.
We've seen it, and we've seen it time again. And in a sport that, to me, is not as easy to keep in such a consistent repetition at such a high level as golf is, I find what he's doing absolutely amazing. And, he had his 13th bogey-free round of this golf season. Tiger's best year, he had 12 of them. So right then and there, he's breaking records that we don't even know are existing out there. That's just how good he is doing this day in and day out. He only finishes in top 10s. It's amazing. I mean, he doesn't have one of those, oh, my God, Scotty missed the cut this week. He just doesn't do it. And when his off days are off, it's still better than most. It's just simply amazing.
Those Vegas odds are insane for a 5-shot deficit. That is absolutely crazy. And by the way, if he wins, he's going to be able to. Everyone's going to be able to say caddies don't matter because he's not even using his regular caddy this week. Tell me what that's like when you have to switch. You're the top player in the world. And you're switching out your caddy because your guy has a family thing, his regular caddy. But what's that like? You think?
So, Jesse, I'm glad you mentioned that, and that is a big deal, and it's a bigger deal for some than others But again, Scotty's the kind of guy that can kind of just roll with anything, because I was there last year at Valhalla the day he got arrested. I was in some of the buses in the back that arrived just after the bus hit the pedestrian. And so I got to see some of Scotty's most unusual moments of his life last year, up front and close and personal. And I, again, was so thoroughly impressed with a guy that spent the morning in jail, comes out and shoots 3 under in a major championship as if nothing ever went wrong in his life. And then he had to turn around and do it without a caddy the following day. And I think that actually affected him in that specific instance, simply because of the things that happened that were totally out of his control. Fast forward now a year later, where his caddy does have another family emergency of sort that he has to take care of. Again, speaking to how, the kind of guy that Scotty is. I mean, Scotty's the first to tell him to go take care of what he needs to take care of with family, because that comes first. But Scotty can just roll with it. But I think the trick for guys that can't, finding a caddy is not an easy process. And I think the likes of your Colin Morikawas, we've seen a bunch of caddy changes this season, in fact. And the caddy's work is kind of an interesting craft and an art all in itself. I mean, their day is basically getting there an hour before his player, and then staying an hour after they're done playing for post practice and repetitions, if you will. But that 4 to 5 hours when they're on the course, the actual time that they're actually working maybe totals up to about an hour, when they're trying to figure out clubs and distances and wind and all that kind of stuff. The point I bring this all up is the rest of the time, they are a borderline psychologist. They have to know when to be able to be stern and tell their player what they need to do. But there's other times they need to just ask their player what they want to do. And there is an art to knowing when to be asking and when to be telling, and knowing how to read your player as more a psychologist, and how to work with him to keep him in a mentally positive, good space. Because you'd be surprised if a caddy starts dropping his shoulders, puts his head down, starts muddling under his breath, the player will pick up on negative body language. And it's the way you say things. Because, you might want to, out of, the goodness of your heart, say, don't leave this short. That's the last thing a player wants to hear before you walk away after you've read a putt. Don't do something that has a negative connotation. If you're mindful of the speed, you might say, be mindful of speed here, watch your weight, but you never create negative speak of sort. And it's not easy to do as you just conduct yourself as a human being. So when you have guys that have elephant ears that can hear anything, oh, I heard that squirrel, it ticks me off. It's your ability to keep your racehorse calm and keeping him, at even keel and not experiencing high highs and low lows, but knowing when to tell that joke or that, get their mind off of what they're doing for that moment. It's really just getting to know your horse, just like a jockey does, and knowing how to coach that particular player to make that cut or get that last, round or that last hole in so that you can move up or get that pairing that you're looking for. But it's not an easy life. And then what's amazing is Sunday night, you take the bag or the player takes the bag. That's the last thing. Are you taking it or I got it? And then I'll see you at Eastlake, and then you go your way and he goes his, and then you meet back up. It's wild. So Scotty is doing something with a bit of a handicap, and only Scotty, being the way that he is, in my own opinion, can he handle this. A lot of players, I'd say 8 out of 10, would immediately be pointing back to this, well, I didn't have my guy. You will never hear Scotty Scheffler say that, win, lose, or draw this weekend.
Fascinating, Mike. Really, that is fascinating stuff. And I mentioned my stepson is in this business of sports psychology and golfers, and that I talked to him about it as well. And it reminds me, going back to my day job, like, don't tell a hitter when he goes up to the plate, hey, don't strike out. Don't say that kind of, don't put it in his head. But I find it fascinating when to ask a golfer something and when to tell a golfer something. I think that's fascinating. Maybe we can discuss more about it after our break here. This segment brought to you by Tour Edge. He's Mike Gilligan. I'm Jesse Rogers. This is the CDGA Golf Show right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golf Elgin and the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Tyler's off. I'm Jesse Rogers alongside Mike Gilligan, who's at Bowes Creek Country Club. We'll talk to Mike Lehman, the Director of Golf Services and General Manager there at the bottom of the hour as we roll on with the CDGA Golf Show until 11 a.m. 312-332-3776 is the number. Let's go to the phone lines. Mike, it's Joey G. in Melrose Park. He wants to jump on regarding Scotty Scheffler. Joey, what's up?
Mike, how are you? First time talking to you. Jesse, for you, I got 2 points. I'd like to know if Scheffler has to have the same type of, is there a certain type of club weight ratio that these guys got to be within?
Are you asking me?
Hello?
Yeah, I think he's asking you.
Hello? Okay, if there's a ratio of what? You broke up.
In the clubs, like Scheffler's using these clubs and Jim's using these clubs, do they have to be in a certain range of the weight of the clubs while golfing in the pro tournaments?
Yeah, there are very specific specifications equipment-wise that the United States Golf Association maps out for any type of competition, whether it's the U.S. Amateur that's currently going on, out west, or if it's today's event, at the BMW, even to the club championship here at Bowes Creek. We all have to conform to the USGA specifications, and the equipment manufacturers basically do that for us. And so for us to try to doctor up a club, i.e. cork a bat in baseball, can there be ways that you can doctor up a golf club? A little bit, but not to the extent you can a baseball bat by any stretch of imagination. Now, if the manufacturer's trying to make it illegal, well, then you could. The biggest measurement that they're after and what they do measure and what they do regulate is what they call the core or coefficient of restitution, which is basically measuring the rebound effect off of a club. So with the evolution of titanium as one of the main sources that club heads and driver heads are being made out of, which is the same materials that we make our rockets and airplanes out of, because it's so strong and yet it can be so thin, that these manufacturers have figured out a way to make the wall, that the face that matches up to the golf ball, so thin that they're trying, early on, they were making the thing actually trampoline. And they were effectively doing that with aluminum baseball bats in the same way. And so both in baseball and golf, they've had to dial that back for both safety reasons, but in golf for obviously the reasons of how big you can make a golf course. And the equipment would basically make a lot of these golf courses obsolete. And Callaway came out with a driver years ago. It was called the ERC. And it had such a trampoline effect to it that some of the tour players were hitting it almost 400 yards, and that was back with golf balls that weren't anything like they were today. So they definitely have to keep the clubs within certain specifications at the elite level for sure. It's a question of whether or not the golf will bifurcate, in other words, have a different standard of standards and equipment for the professional game and then the rest of us. So because I know the rest of us don't need to dial distance back, we need to add it. But for these tour players, we need to harness their ability to hit the golf ball. So I hope that answers your question, Joe.
I think it did.
And then some.
Yeah. Okay.
Jesse,
Yeah.
I got one question for you.
Okay, Mike. Go ahead, Joe.
Mike.
Yeah, I bet you, Joe.
Wait till my nephew waits on you at the Chicago Cut. Jesse, I saw you on ESPN the other day talking about baseball.
Yeah.
And I wanted to compliment you. You were styling and profiling on TV. It was awesome.
Thank you.
You belong on TV.
Well, as long as the shine off my bald head doesn't distract you, I appreciate that. I enjoy doing that show, especially during the rain delay when they gave me a chance to really talk about the wild card races and stuff like that, Joey. I appreciate you watching, that's for sure.
Get your bald head with that nice Italian powder blue suit. Man, were you sharp.
Thank you so much, Joey. Thank you for the call. It was a good question. about golf. Yeah, Mike, I got to. It made me think of an off-the-wall question. And I don't know if you have an answer to this. Besides cheating on your scorecard, what's like the most common way to cheat at golf when it comes to equipment and stuff? Or I mean, it must be the ball, right? I obviously, people play with the scorecard, but outside of that, what are the other ways to cheat in golf?
Well, I think, with the equipment, I think the one way, if you really truly wanted to cheat, is you take Vaseline or a substance of sort and wipe it across the club face before you hit every tee shot, especially the drivers.
Okay.
That will reduce the spin, and as such, you'll be hitting more what I consider more like knuckleballs or balls that are more piercing into the wind, but have less dispersion. So if you see a guy reaching into his bag every so often and rubbing his finger across the thing and then wiping his finger off every hole, I'd be very suspect of that. But that's a pretty flagrant way of, outwardly cheating, if you will. I think otherwise, to get the most out of your equipment and in flight and getting the most grooves onto a golf ball, most guys, without letting their opponents know, they may fluff a lie or turn it over a little bit so it's sitting up nice and pretty in the in the grass there, so that they can do their thing with the equipment, so that the equipment will perform better. But aside from that, I know at the professional level, we've seen guys cork and put super balls and different things into bats to try to create a further distance. And I know in the collegiate level back in the day, they used to actually inject the bats, those aluminum bats, with liquid mercury. So then they would seal it up, and so then that thing would run around inside the bat and give it another 20 to 30 feet per hit, on a dead fly ball. So there were ways to manipulate equipment in other sports, but golf, it gets a lot harder, because if you try to weight your driver specially or extra heavy, I mean, it still goes back to, speed times motion, equals distance, it's speed times density. So if you can swing it a heavy club, feel free. Some guys can't, some guys can. So I don't know that you're getting any inherent advantage with the weight of your clubs, but you would with when you start playing with the face of it, whether it's a substance on it or letting it trampoline to effect that it doesn't stay within the coefficient of restitution parameters.
Good stuff. Before we take a break and get to our guest on site there, let's go to Sonny on the north side. You're on the Golf Show, Sonny, here on ESPN 1000.
Jesse, I don't know how
Sonny.
they got Sonny. It's Eddie from the north side.
Oh, sorry.
And that's okay. Mike,
Eddie.
So I called up before, and, we're talking about equipment and everything. Now, Scotty and McElroy, before the major tournament, they had two drivers that were disqualified by the PGA. Now, you probably remember this. It was way back a couple of months ago. Now, what were they trying to get on there? And one individual said, well, you know what? They shouldn't be testing 10 or 20 guys. They should be testing all the guys' equipment.
That is without a doubt. I think when you bring all of the best players together 4 times a year in our 4 majors, every single driver should be tested, because you've got people that are showing up from the Korean Tour, the Japan Tour, the Australian Tour. You don't know what kind of testing and enforcement of equipment is going there. I think every single player, it shouldn't be hit or miss. There should be a tent or a facility. It doesn't take long to do this test at all. But to your earlier question, Eddie, about, what are they trying to do? What they're trying to do is effectively what I know they do in girls softball when they roll bats. They're trying to break in a driver, and that they will keep it as what they call their gamer, because it's got that right amount of flexibility in it, and it's almost on the verge of almost breaking. But they don't use it to practice anymore. They'll only put it in play when they play their actual tournament, maybe with a few swipes at it on the range, but they always practice then with the exact same model. and also be breaking that one in, because what they're trying to do is maximize the amount of, reverberation, if you will, off of the face wall of a club head, and they're trying to gain extra distance as a result of it. And a driver that's broken in versus a new one, there can be a difference as much as 40 to 50 yards at times when you're talking about a guy like Rory or Scotty. And it wasn't that they're breaking the rules. I want to make that perfectly clear to everyone that's listening. They weren't breaking rules. It's just the metal over time fatigues, and that works to their favor for a time, for a period of time, before eventually it fatigues to the point where it becomes too weak, and then they got to change out the driver. So it's a balancing act of really breaking in and keeping drivers right at that optimum point of, coefficient of restitution or core, so that they're maximizing every ounce of energy out of the driver itself.
Thanks for the call, Eddie. We really, really appreciate it. This segment brought to you by Geneva National. When we come back, Mike will be talking to Mike Lehman, the Director of Golf Services and General Manager at Bowes Creek Country Club. This is the CDGA Golf Show till 11 right here on ESPN 1000.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
He's Chris Bleck.
And he's Adam Abdallah.
Together, we're the Bleck and Abdallah Show.
Weeknights, 6:30 to 8 on ESPN Chicago.
Or get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
Brought to you by Yingling.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's Ortho Access Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries. No appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, Ortho Access provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for Ortho Access locations and hours.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs. And it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships. And this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf at Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Tyler off this week. I'm Jesse Rogers sitting in. Final half hour of the CDGA Golf Show, brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club. And let's send it back out to Bowes Creek Country Club in Elgin, where Mike Gilligan has been throughout the morning, and he has a special guest sitting next to him. Mike, take it away.
Thank you, Jesse, and welcome. I've got right here the Director of Golf and General Manager of Golf Elgin, which basically takes care of Bowes Creek Country Club, Highlands of Elgin, and Wing Park. Mike, thanks for taking a few minutes to be with me.
Thanks, Mike. It's always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for having me out.
No, what a day. You guys got a great club championship going, and, pulling up here today, it kind of made me think of what the National Golf Foundation announced on Thursday when they came out and said that, the pandemic is 61 months ago. Can you believe it? It was 61 months ago. But in the 61 months since the pandemic started, 58, we've had month-over-month growth from the months before. We've only had 3 months out of the entire 61 where golf didn't grow. So as I come here today looking at a full, vibrant parking lot, your operation, and I consider you one of the best operators from a business savvy perspective and seeing what the industry's doing and making those kind of plans and adjustments. Where are you seeing where we stand these days in the game?
Yeah, I think obviously we're at the top of the bell curve. I think we're all of us operators are kind of looking for those triggers and trying to identify what's going to send us down. Being at the top, there's always the opportunity to go down. So I see exactly what you're describing. Every month, I'm thinking, gosh, this June, there's no way we could beat last June. And then every year I say the same thing. I sound like a broken record. And we are just doing tremendous. That huge amount of play is causing stress on the golf course, certainly, and all the golf courses in the region. So that is challenging for a lot of us to handle all this play, but it's wonderful. It's a great element to try to manage all the success. So
well, and I think you bring up a great point about the success because it has been 61 months. It isn't a fad. We haven't spiked and fell. So what are operators doing? I mean, it's one thing to attract new people to the game, but it's another thing to keep them. What are you and some of the other Illinois PGA pros around the Illinois area doing and doing so well? Why do people stay engaged with the game?
Well, I think now more than ever, you need to get back to the basics of customer service. And I think that's what all these new customers are coming, asking for us, from us rather. They want us to engage them. They want us to take care of them when they're out here, and they want a great quality experience on the golf course. They want good pace of play. Some of those things that we didn't have to worry about for a little while there.
That's right.
Pace of play was like, well, what? Who cares? There's only 12 of us out here. So, nowadays there's a lot more action. You might have a tee sheet that has 280 people on it on a given day. So you need to dedicate dollars and resources to rangers and starters and making sure the rangers are doing the right thing, going out and repairing ball marks because people forget about the ball marks. I mean, there's that etiquette is really one of those things, Mike, that I really wish we were taught as youth on course, how to take care of the greens and the tees and the fairways, and if you have a divot and how to manage it and how to actually fix a divot. And I actually do divot repair parties with my members out here.
Oh my God! See, there's innovation right there.
Yeah. So we go out and I'll sign up 12 members, and we'll get 3 gators. We'll fill it with soil seed in the back. Go out and I demonstrate the proper technique of repairing ball marks. And these are experienced golfers. They should know this stuff.
That's right.
And, and I'll give them a proper tool that the maintenance guys use and say, here's how you get it done quickly. So, and then I show them and I talk about how to repair a divot and how to properly fill and not overfill. Because when you overfill a divot, the nail gets cut off, and then it gets wasted. And then we've had 3 of those parties. So, I mean, things like that, engaging our membership. And out here we've got a full membership of 150. Private clubs will go, 225, 250 for an 18-hole private club. But we're because we're public. So we're open to the public. We want people to come out and play our golf course. So. But our members are the supporters of our quality of experience, and that's what they do a great job of, and those divot repair parties were a lot of fun.
Well, I got to say that what you've done here in Elgin and really making what I consider Elgin a very much of a golf destination these days when you consider the highlands of Elgin and here. And what I think you do that I'm surprised other courses don't do it, you have what we call member for a day. I think that is the coolest way to draw people out because it's more than just come out here and spend 4 hours, play golf, hit your trunk, and go.
Yeah.
Tell me, what's that all about? That is so cool.
Yeah, I stole that from a club out in California. They were running this member for a day concept, and at the time we were building Bowes Creek, so we were still in the middle of walking the dirt with the architect and building the golf course, and I had to come up with a business plan that was unique and different. And we had already, the Highlands was rocking and rolling. We had started the transition there, and then from there, we started really kind of saying, well, we've got to do something different. What can we do different? And the member for a day concept was kind of blossomed because I was, like I said, I was just looking at other professionals doing great things, and so I created that to allow that to be kind of something that we let people know about, and they came out and they realized they can be a member for a day for $109 and enjoy themselves all day long, and they can play 18, go in, grab something to eat, and then go out and play another 18. It's becoming more and more challenging, certainly, to do those things, with the amount of play. So there is pressure on that, where, back, pre-COVID, there wasn't any pressure, So you're like, oh, man, it'd be nice to have a full tee sheet today. So,
and since COVID, I think also the technology has changed the game in so many different ways. And when I look, myself playing, thinking just about a speaker, and listening to music. 8 years ago when we first met each other, I don't think anybody had a speaker. I'm not sure they were invented quite yet, but nowadays it's not uncommon to come up. They're listening to music. They've got, their launch monitor perhaps with them. They've obviously got a rangefinder, the GPS in the cart. I mean, do you think we'll ever see the day that behind every single tee we just put a TrackMan and you hit your shot and you jump in the cart and then you just watch what your ball did and gives you all that stuff? I mean, where's this game going?
Yeah, I would love for that to be the case down the line. I mean, I think that has cool vision, like to have some golf courses that are like tech golf courses. That seems to be a lot of dollars that have to be invested to do that. But it might be reasonable one day to actually get into an arrangement where you're playing golf but then looking at all your statistics. You're right that the new customer, there's a lot of new customers that are very well educated on the game and the swing, and they've all got swing coaches and really kind of going next level with their understanding of the swing, which is wonderful, right? Uh-huh. So, like, even the last, person you guys were talking about, core and what you're doing with bouncing on the club face, and that's amazing stuff. I mean, good grief. Back in the day, we just said, oh, there's a ball, you hit it to the hole, it's over there, and now it's a whole new world, and I love it. I think it's great. If we can do the same thing with etiquette, that would be wonderful. If people could really kind of realize that there's other people besides themselves on the golf course, that's the disadvantage of that concept.
Yeah, I've always, like I said, think of you as one of the pioneers, the innovators of sort, and at Golf Elgin, you have a 9-hole facility, which I think short courses and 9-hole courses are the new hot trend because people don't have time, their attention span, the price, whatever it might be. But these 9-hole courses are making a strong and healthy comeback. What do you have going on at Wing Park? I mean, it sounds like something pretty cool, but again, utilizing technology and just your creative ingenuity.
Yeah, we looked at Wing Park and we saw that it was kind of a flatliner and really not doing a lot for us from a revenue standpoint, but it was covering the needs of golf, even more so obviously in the last 5 years. So we had these ton of people that were coming out, oh gosh, just 2 hours to play golf, that's wonderful. And learning the game, taking, people who aren't that skilled out to play golf and keeping them moving along, of course, but that was kind of a nice thing to be able to do that. So, if we can spend dollars globally, I would say the 9-hole concept or the short courses are a great place for us to grow the business and get dollars to cover expenses there. We're doing a new clubhouse to tie into a classic. It's the oldest 9-hole municipal golf course in Illinois. 1908 was when it was constructed and ready to play. So you've got this classic golf course, and we're like, well, let's get high tech. And so we are, in fact, big shovels in the ground on Tuesday. We're going to begin that process at Wing Park to build a new clubhouse that'll have a chip shots whiskey bar. 3 indoor simulators that are sports simulators, more than just golf. So, like, if you have a soccer club that wants to come in and do some kicks, you can do that. This is the Full Swing. Full Swing is, Tiger's product, and it is an incredible product. We're very excited to have those, integrated to our indoor simulators. We also will have hitting bays outside, so we'll have a 3-season room that has initially four hitting bays, so you can go out and practice. And so we're looking at this whole hospitality side, having the whiskey bar, having the tastings. We're going to have a food truck in the courtyard between the old clubhouse and the new clubhouse. So from a design standpoint, it'll fit the needs of the golfer. It'll fit the needs of our community because it's built in a neighborhood. So you have just people walking their dogs. And they can feel comfortable to stroll up to the food truck, grab a hot dog from our food truck, or go into the whiskey bar and grab something a little bit more firm and have a great time. So so the golf component and that hospitality side, the blending, is really the next phase. And you're seeing it a lot. Obviously there's a lot of these simulator environments. That get super busy in the winter, but then they die off in the summer. How can we make golf year-round? And creating 9-hole concept or short-hole concepts with simulator action creates a 12-month operation, so you don't have to worry about, every penny, and you can just take care of people. And if you're a high-tech guy who likes to get into the nerdology, right, fine, go ahead, bring your stuff. Let's take a look at it. Or, obviously our simulators will have all the tech available.
Well, I'll tell you what, nobody does it better combining golf and hospitality and the customer experience than you and your team, both here at Bose, Highlands of Elgin, Wing Park. For anyone who's never experienced Golf Elgin, it is a destination. You got to come out here, and good luck with Wing Park as you make it even more of a destination, and thanks for taking the time to be with us.
Absolute. My pleasure to have you out here, and I hope you enjoy the view. You got a great view.
It's unreal.
Yep, our club champions are rolling through. They're all stressed. So it's
a little stress here.
Yeah,
today,
it's good to see them all clenching a little bit.
Well, that's good, and that's why the game's so great. But, again, thanks for the time, and look forward to hitting some balls after we're done here. But
sounds good, Mike.
Jesse, we're going to throw it back to you, pal.
Yeah, take care, Mike. That's good stuff. This segment brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club. We're in the wrap-up zone of the CDGA golf show. And we'll have some final thoughts in the next few minutes here. Mike down at Bose Country Club. I'm at our studios. Jesse Rogers filling in for Tyler Rocky right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. The Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills, preseason game number 2, live from Soldier Field.
This is Chicago!
Tomorrow at 7, Joniak, Thayer, and McKee have the play-by-play from the booth and on the sidelines. But join us at 3 p.m. for 4 hours of Bears pregame, including Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Deion Miller. Live network pregame inside Gato at Soldier Field at 5 p.m. Are you ready?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Bears and Bills. Preseason game number 2, tomorrow at 7 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the 3-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses Smart Follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park. Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Aki, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Final few moments of the CDGA Golf Show. This week's edition, at least. I'm Jesse Rogers, sitting in for Tyler Aki, who's off. He'll be back next week. Mike Gilligan at Bowes Country Club. This segment brought to you by Republic Bank. You're out in Elgin, and it's a little bit of a drive, but I like that member of it for the day thing, Mike, I might have to make a drive out there. I might have to make it. And some of the things I heard are similar to what they did in my home course here with Heritage Oaks. The simulators they've put in, the year-round atmosphere to it. So it does sound like that's kind of where golf is going.
Oh, there's no question about it. You think about the technology and how when I grew up here in Illinois, the ability to practice year-round just wasn't there. I mean, we didn't have simulators. We didn't have indoor, places to practice. I mean, it was sort of a novel concept if you could hang a net in your backyard. I mean, but then again, temperature, Mother Nature. So it was difficult for us in the Midwest to compete with the kids from the South. But now the level field the field is becoming much more level in the way of competition, no matter where you're from in the country now. So this has really opened up a lot of opportunities for kids north of the Mason-Dixon line, and I think that that's a great thing to have happen.
So what's your rest of the day look like there? Oh, go ahead.
No, one thing I did want to make mention to you before we got out is one of a story that I had as it relates to baseball and golf. When I first got out of school at Miami, I was the assistant golf professional at Butterfield Country Club. And one of the members at the club at the time was Ken Hawk Harrelson. And at the time, I didn't realize to the extent of how good a golfer he really was.
Sure. Yeah,
and he would always mention on the air, hey, I played Winged Foot today when they're, the Sox are at Yankee Stadium and all that good stuff. Well, you might imagine as a young guy fresh out of college, I'm trying to make it in golf, make golf my life. And he walks in one day, and I'm in utter awe of this guy. He shakes my hand, and I feel like he almost breaks it because the man is so strong. His hands are so big and strong from all of those years of batting practice. And he looked at me and he said, do you know how to grip clubs? And I said, I sure do. So he said, here, I need you to do my set. Can you have them done in like an hour or so? And I said, absolutely. How do you like them? 13 wraps of tape, and then he puts a jumbo pin grip on it. These things were like tennis rackets. And I couldn't believe the man could actually swing these and do it as well as he did. But I remember Hawk tipping me $80 in 1987, and I thought I was the richest man in the world because, A, I had $80. I had the Hawk, my idol. I was doing his golf grips. But little did I know, Hawk Harrelson is credited with inventing the batting glove because he had so many blisters from playing golf that when he got to the baseball field, he had to use his batting or his golf glove to, protect the blisters that he just got on the golf course. And that, my friends, is how the batting glove got invented.
Yeah, great crossover story. I've spent a lot of time with Hawk talking golf. I've only played with him maybe once years ago. He's out of my class, that's for sure. He was so good. Well, Mike, this went fast. Really a pleasure to be with you on the golf show. I hope I can do it again with you if you're okay with it.
Anytime, Jesse, anytime. My house is your house. I'd love you as my wingman anytime.
Awesome. Maybe we can hit a few on the golf course someday, too. That's going to do it for us on the CDGA Golf Show. Jesse Rogers sitting in for Tyler Aki. He will be back next week. Thanks to Hannah for producing, Mike Lehman, who was on site there at Bose Country Club, and, of course, Ian Baker-Finch, who joined us in the first hour as well. Have a great rest of your Saturday afternoon right here on ESPN 1000.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Fox Bend Golf Course is a proud CDGA member club. Fox Bend offers country club conditions at public club prices. Fox Bend is just 45 minutes from downtown. Check out the best kept secret in the western suburbs. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
The Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills. Preseason game number 2. Live from Soldier Field.
This is Chicago!
Tomorrow at 7. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee have the play-by-play from the booth and on the sidelines. But join us at 3 p.m. for 4 hours of Bears pregame, including Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Deion Miller. Live network pregame inside Gato at Soldier Field at 5 p.m. Are you ready?
Take me outside. How about that?
Bears and Bills. Preseason game number 2. Tomorrow at 7 on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, and all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
Hey, ladies! Get funky. Hey, ladies!
Wow, we are back. Another Saturday.
Another Saturday of us together. Let me turn this up.
We're not camping though. We're not camping.
I'm
this
okay
time.
with that.
Yeah, you are okay.
It
with
is
that,
so warm outside. I'm okay with it. Good morning and welcome to another thrilling episode of Peggy and Dionne. We are so excited to be here today. Peggy and Dionne brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. We have a great show planned.
We're on a roll. I mean, we're on a roll. Can we just say, after our Women's Day at Bears Camp, and by the way, it did make me laugh when I was at Bears practice yesterday. You were there as well.
Yes.
And at the joint practice. And a couple of the guys were like, oh, hey, Peg, is today also Women's Day in sports? I go, no, we don't need to shine a spotlight on it. You know, today, it's every day.
It's every day.
Every day.
Every day. And you were there because you have to host a post-game show.
Yes.
After the preseason game.
Yes,
tomorrow night.
working.
The night game. I do not like primetime games. I'm going to say it again.
I have to tell you a little bit of being at Bears camp. Now, guys and women, when you're covering training camp in 90-degree heat, it's not easy, and you're working.
Mm-hmm. You're trying to anyway.
You're working. So you're watching everything.
Mm-hmm.
You're making mental notes. You're
and physical notes.
It's a little different these days. Covering Bears, it's a little bit different.
It is.
It's not like it used to be. In some ways, in other ways, it's good. It's fun. It's gotten super casual. Yeah. Like I'm always thinking I'm working. I'm representing my station. Right,
totally.
So it's hard. It's hard what you're going to wear. T-shirt and shorts, okay. Presentable, golf shirt, whatever, presentable. Yeah, it's really hard, not to fall into the what all the fans are wearing.
I wear a lot of
it's 90 degrees.
Golf.
Yes.
Like sweat wicking.
Exactly.
Something. At least I try. Although sometimes I put it on. I was
hard,
like I'm not a golfer, and sometimes when I put it on,
matter.
One would think, but sometimes I put these things on, and I was like, that's not me.
But you know what? But casual wear now is like it's a fine line between golf wear and just casual wear, leisure wear.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, workout wear, no. We don't do the workout wear.
Athleisure is definitely
yeah, that's where the line has crossed with work.
And
like,
I
my
want to
husband wears the men's athleisure all the time,
yeah.
and they look like golf pants, and he's so lucky. I'm like, we don't have that. Like our athleisure, I could not wear to work. Like that's not work appropriate. So, but for the men, they get those really nice. They look like golf pants, and they don't wrinkle, and they can. Man, I don't know how you do that in 90-degree heat.
Oh, it's hard.
Yeah, that was very warm.
It was very warm, and I noticed that the theme of the day, I like so many members of the media wearing black.
Oh,
so many. I was like, wow, what a poor choice I made today. It was really warm. I mean, like it's been a minute since sweat has like dripped down my face.
Oh no, yeah.
I was moist.
Yeah.
Ew, I
know you hate that word, but
much.
yes. I had that glisten kind of going up and down my legs and my arms.
Oh yeah, it was, and there was like no breeze. But there was a joint practice, and it was very long. It was a very long practice.
Yeah, 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, 2 hours and 15 minutes. The fans were pretty engaged. I mean, it was cool to see both teams kind of interacting with the fans at different times, which was nice.
I thought the Bills brought it more so, though. I thought for sure, like, they came with the energy. The Bears' defense always has the energy.
The Bears' defense looked very good yesterday.
Yeah, they looked good.
Yeah.
They gave up, though, a couple of Nahshon Wright did give up a touchdown. I watched, it was a mixed bag, but it was, for the most part, good for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, when you're facing a MVP in Josh Allen, which they were, of course, a couple of interceptions.
Yeah.
Kevin Byard, Tremaine Edmonds against his former team, although that one, I believe, was called back. Jaquan Brisker was everywhere, and he has been throughout camp. He's had a really good camp. So it was fun to see them be that aggressive against a guy like Josh Allen. And then Josh Allen would make these passes that we were like,
oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
yeah, that's a real quarterback right there, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, after they got burned a couple of times, Nahshon Wright did have an interception as well. All of a sudden, it was like Josh Allen turned it up
He was like,
a notch.
Okay.
Like,
what
just fired a dart to his receivers, and they just put a move on the Bears DBs, and, like, they were off.
Yep.
It was like, oh, yeah. Whoops. Okay.
There we go.
But my observations from camp, now that I'm done with the media, my observations from camp was, first of all, there was a media person that had their phone up and was taking video.
During the whole practice?
During practice. Like, I was standing next to the person, and I literally looked at him like, hello, what are you doing? We're not allowed to do that.
We're not allowed to do that, right.
And yet, yesterday, when I started scrolling on social media.
Did you see it?
The number of fans.
Oh, well, that, yes.
Who have great video of
great
plays.
video.
Just, like, it blows my mind. Like, it's like, what does it matter if the media is recording or not when you have dozens of bloggers sitting in the stands who are taking video of certain plays? Like, it blows my mind. I'm like, what is, we could just show their video on the nightly news.
Of course. The best part of Thursday's practice, well, that I really enjoyed, was when Jonah Jackson and Andrew Billings were one-on-one in a passing drill. Like, that sort of thing.
They did offensive linemen versus defensive linemen.
Darnell Wright spinning around and making a great grab, which he did in minicamp, too. Like, Darnell Wright's got some great hands. He might be used in an offensive play. But that was the best part. Do you know where I saw all the video of that? Fans.
On social media?
Yes. Like, what's the harm? Who's harming whom? If a television station has something great,
it's so
on their great film. Like, what is that? Why is that
it's
a bad
so
thing?
Silly.
It's so, when it's an open practice, it's even more ridiculous. Cameras down, guys. There's 1,000 people here filming it. Like, what is that? What is that about?
That was the one thing
I
that
will never understand.
And I remember when they started implementing that, and they were trying to really crack down on it. And there was someone in the media department that would follow like all the social media of the media, and then like they'd reach out to you and be like, you have to take that video down. It's like, oh, really? Okay, what about this guy? And what about this guy? What about this guy? What about this guy? All these fans who get in, by the way, as if they have press passes.
Right.
Yeah, it's really like, wow. The other thing, though, and I'm sorry, everybody, I know this is kind of like behind the scenes, but the other thing that really struck me was how few questions are now allowed in the press conferences. Like, it's enough for each beat writer to have one question.
Mm-hmm.
And then that leaves out, like, I could count in the Ben Johnson press conference, I could probably count 8 of you beat writers, I include you, the TV people who are there every day, who did not ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
And so that to me was really eye-opening. Like, wow, there's hardly any time. To get your questions in for your stories, like the stories that you know you're putting up.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really surprising to me. That was really shocking to me. But
yes.
Anyways, camp was fun. It was great to see all the fans out there. The biggest crowd they had was yesterday for the joint practice. And I have to chuckle that for the second straight week, the opposing team in the joint practice, their bloggers were blogging about how physical the Bears were.
Yeah.
Inappropriately physical for a training camp practice.
Oh, my word. Okay, let me tell you something.
Oh, my gosh.
That's first of all, that's ridiculous. Second of all, the Bears lost 10 straight games last year. They were not a good football team. If they're going to learn to play the, quote, Ben Johnson way, they're going to have to be physical in training camp.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Dennis Allen would not allow them to like have a lackadaisical joint practice. That's not going to happen.
Right?
That's not going to happen.
Yeah,
no.
and Dennis Allen definitely picks it up a notch with the aggressiveness and them trying to set the tone.
I did ask a couple of Buffalo reporters. I said, are your starters going to play? And they kind of said it depends on how the practice goes, of course. But also when you have a big boy quarterback, he can be like, I want to play a series, or maybe not, or I don't know. Like you know what I mean? Like
you
they
have
don't
the
have
MVP.
to. Right. So, but at this time, like that's where the Bears defense knew they were going to get a chance to go up against a guy like that. And we saw, and you just indicated that moment when he was like, okay, quit playing. Let me just show you what I can do. And then, and so he may not play tomorrow night, but I think it's good that we saw the defense not be afraid to be aggressive in those moments and then get animated when they had success. I think that's that's wonderful. I thought it was great.
It was a lot of fun.
The issues that we continue, the things that concern me here as we sit here on August 16th of 2025, we are inside a month before the first game of the regular season, before that Monday nighter. The fact that the Bears had the first team offense had countless, well, I guess you could have counted, but it was more than 5 or 6 false starts. Delay of game penalties. Some of them were called, some of them weren't. Things that should not be happening this late in camp.
I saw one delay of game that was not called. I didn't see any other delay of game. I saw a couple of pre-snap penalties for offsides, false start.
Back to back on that last series,
yes,
right? And
back to back.
This is that is concerning to me. Second thing that's very, very concerning to me is left tackle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and we're going to get into the whole left tackle situation and what Ben Johnson had to say about that in a moment. We'll also open up the phone lines, take your phone calls, 312-332-3776, because left tackle needs a whole segment of it, if not a whole show. But we need to catch up for a second. You went and saw the Savannah Bananas yesterday.
So yes. Now, in the time that it took me to drive from Hallis Hall and get to the Rate Field,
oh Lord,
I feel like I could have flown to Florida.
Oh boy,
it was such a long commute, but it was so much fun. It was so much fun. The first thing I will say is that stadium, when it is full, is an experience that I have not felt in a very long time at the Rate. That there was such good energy from start to finish, and the Savannah Bananas have got it figured out. Entertaining from start to finish. Now, a lot of people say, they want to say they're the Harlem Globetrotters of basketball.
No, they don't like being called that.
No, it's not. It's not that at all. It is competitive. They are really playing. They make it, literally entertaining from start to finish. They have a pre-plaza party that starts around 3. Players come out around 2 and will sign autographs and be in the crowd. The pre-plaza party starts at 3. They will parade through with their band. The players will walk through the crowd. You can get as close as you want to. You can buy merch then, whatever. You get into the music, the games that they play, the video board. Like, it is nonstop activity. It's so entertaining and so fun.
So I would say a couple of things that Major League Baseball could take away from that is, first of all, I don't like at Bulls games when it's nonstop on the video scoreboard. It drives me crazy. It really, really annoys me when it's every time out, rush up onto the court and do a 45-second to 1 minute, entertainment thing. So that stuff I think is a little bit too much, where I think that you could be more engaging about the game, about the rules, about the history, things like that, instead of just pure, what's that really stupid show where people do stupid tricks and stuff like that. I hate that show, by the way.
What show is that?
America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
I really hate that. But that's what NBA games are, during the timeouts and stuff. And I do think there's a couple of things that could be taken away from the Savannah Bananas. And number one is the access to the players pregame. The fact that you're let into a Cubs game or a Sox game, and you've already missed one team's batting practice, which is typically the home team, right? So you really don't get to see the home team.
Right.
I think that's it makes no sense. Why can't fans be there earlier? To me, they should totally be let in earlier. There should be much more accessibility, especially with the guys who are not in the lineup. If you're not in the lineup, they should be in the stands signing autographs,
Accessible.
Yes, and not just down on the field for whoever can get closest to the field.
Right.
But, do the sections in the stands, rope off a section before the game and make the players actually available. I like that. I do love the social media.
Oh, they're fantastic.
That the Savannah Bananas do. And I'm sorry, I know that, I was reading where some of the players said, these guys they're players. They're
athletes. Absolutely.
And having to sign a deal to do TikTok, they were like, I don't know about this. But it is so entertaining.
It is so entertaining.
It really is funny.
And it comes from their owner, Jesse Cole, who is the guy in the yellow tux who is out there. And this article in The Athletic that I read was written by Brittany Garoli. And she said she went to their sellout at Camden Yards with no idea what she was walking into, right? And just there was buzz as soon as you walk in the door, and that's how it is. And he said in this article, I'm not looking to make $1 billion. I want 1 billion fans.
Yeah.
And fans first is their number one thing, and that's exactly how it is. And you're right, Peggy. There were players in the stand from both teams in the stands the majority of the night. I will say, Chance the Rapper came out at one point. They are full of surprises. That's something that they love to do, is they love to surprise. So,
Chance the Rapper came out.
Okay, but you're going to love this. So as I drove downtown, I decided to park at a parking garage here close to where we are at the station and then take the red line because I just didn't, it was a disaster. It was a zoo down there. So as I'm walking into the rate, there were girls outside advertising for Chance that he's playing today, and they were handing out QR codes for his album or whatever. She's like, these girls were like, local talent, he's playing halftime tonight. I was like, oh no.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
Oh no, Chance is not going to be happy about that. I mean, technically, he did come out between the 4th and the 5th inning.
Yeah.
So, yes, but no halftime baseball. Anyway, he came out, the crowd went berserk. But where everything really got ramped up is when they brought out A.J. Pierzynski, and then they brought out Mark Burley.
What was that about?
So they always bring a player from that team somewhere in team's history. They always have a surprise guest. So they brought out AJ and he hit, and then he got behind home plate, and then here comes Mark Burley. Now, you and I know Mark Burley is not the public eye kind of guy. So only the Savannah Bananas and AJ could get him out there. And it was like old times, AJ behind the plate and Burley on the mound. It was awesome.
Do people realize how iconic that is in the year 2025?
It was so cool. The stadium went absolutely crazy. It was so fun. And you could tell that the Bananas knew who they were, and they were just as excited to have them there. It was very, very, very cool. Very, very cool. It was electric. It was a great night. And the best part of the whole experience is that Banana Ball has a time limit, 2-hour time limit, and a running clock.
Right.
So there's and
a fan can catch a foul ball and it counts as an out.
Last night we tied the record for how many foul ball fan catches that they've ever had
that's
in
pretty
Banana
funny.
Ball.
That's funny.
Some guy like two seats over did it.
I was angry because I entered the lottery.
This is the challenge.
Twice and did not get in. Instead, I got the almost immediate rejection, and then I'm seeing all these people who got in. I'm like, God, I really wanted to go. I was going to take my daughter, but I'm glad you got to go. I'm glad everyone had fun.
It was so fun, and I'm excited for the people who are going to get to go tonight. It's very cool, and the rate deserves to be full. So I hope that in the future we have good baseball on the South Side, and that stadium is rocking like it was last night because it was a cool experience.
Well, I think there's things to be taken away. Like you said, you have chants out there. You bring them out in between innings. You bring out celebrities in between innings. You could stand up on top of the dugout and you could sing a song in between innings. There's so much that they could
the
do.
music is next level. I mean, you sing along to everything. But, I mean, middle of the game, we were up in like the 300 level. All of a sudden we look over and someone, like a player came up just to say hi and sign autographs, and that was it. Like that sort of thing, like makes it awesome. Anyway.
That's the kind of stuff that they could do. Which it's like when they mic up the players now. It does bring you closer to the players. So I love it. We do have to take a break. We are going to talk a little bit more baseball, but not Savannah Bananas. Coming up at the top of the hour. You may have heard us last week at our training camp and our women's show. We were talking about our fantasy football league that Dionne and I have here, and it's open to you women, our listeners as well, brought to you by our friends at Advantage. And, Justin Turner of the Cubs, his wife, has run a fantasy football league for years and years. And she is going to be joining us.
I'm so excited to talk to her.
Courtney Turner is going to join us at the top of the hour. So we're going to have so much fun talking to her about fantasy football. She is a Northwest Indiana native, I believe, a big Bears fan. So we will talk both Bears and Cubs with her. But up next, we have lots of Bears to break down from training camp, the left tackle position, what Ben Johnson had to say about the offense, and so much more on Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, and all-inclusive tailgate and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation.
I was on the hunt for a new car and wanted something special, luxurious. It had to be practical, though, because I take my children everywhere. Basically, they're Uber. I didn't know where to start, so I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic, finding me the perfect ride. From start to finish, the process was seamless, stress-free. I drove away in a brand-new Acura MDX that I love. It's so much fun to drive. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond for me, but they want to do the same thing for you. So if you're in the hunt for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and they'll help you find your perfect match.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Get everything for your next project at Menards. Tackle tough jobs with Loctite Power Grab Adhesive. This all-purpose construction adhesive is easy to use and bonds to a variety of materials. Plus, it's high strength, paintable, and reduces the need for clamping with 0-second instant grab. Save big money on Loctite Power Grab at Menards. And check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Every morning at 6:45 on Unsportsmanlike, Pat Costello tells what's driving him crazy. I'm over it. Only on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11. Find skilled union contractors at ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Dang, we've got some new music going here.
I mean, I'm bebopping already. Love it. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
Did you just say bebopping?
Bebopping. Our second show in like 72 hours. That's
I know.
a lot for us.
We have been on the air 3 times in 8 days.
I know, that's crazy.
3 times in 8 days. That might be too much, Peggy and Dionne.
Yeah, maybe.
No.
But no, never. We have a good time. We're having a good time, and we're glad that you're along for the ride. We do have a lot to talk about today as we continue getting ready for preseason game number 2.
Hey, speaking of singing, can we play Colston Loveland with his rookie day? This is last year we got a look behind the scenes with Theo Benedette when he revealed the eagle on his underwear. But now it's Colston Loveland on the Bears social media that's going viral.
Maybe I just don't let it out. You enjoy me. I know you smell the perfume. Okay, the makeup on his shirt. Okay, you don't believe his stories. You know that they're all lies. Sit around.
That's the best part is when everyone gets into it and starts singing Mario's "Let Me Love You." And
so
when the whole team gets into it, I love seeing that. I thought it was actually pretty cool. And he looked embarrassed when he was asked about it at the press conference
yesterday. He did look embarrassed, but I loved his confidence in not only choosing the song, but like nailing it. I thought it was so great. And I love how viral it did go. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's always fun to see that. Colston Loveland is he got a little bit of a welcome to the NFL moment in a preseason game yesterday with that Bills defense. He got sandwiched. I mean, hit hard.
He did.
Dropped a would-be touchdown, and he said, like, this is what you realize, that everyone in the NFL is really, really good. So you could be a star at Michigan, but there's still, your focus has to be laser tight when it comes to when the lights go on, especially Sunday night when they take on the Bills in preseason game number 2, and the starters will be playing. You can hear that game right here on ESPN Chicago app and ESPN 1000, the pregame with Dionne and Sylvie and company, along with the postgame with Yurko and me as well. So lots going on with our Bears coverage as we get ready for the opener on Monday Night Football. And this is why it's a little concerning. That's why when you go,
I know.
It's that Vikings defense, those Vikings defensive fronts against who at left tackle?
I mean, Theo Benedette was an undrafted free agent last year and spent the season on the practice squad, and now has become the 4th different left tackle. They've kind of rotated through there. I have long said I think they would like it to be Ozzie Trapillo, but at the same time, Peg, they've moved him to the right side, and they recognize immediately that he's more comfortable there. Braxton Jones has not been consistent or is still working back from that ankle injury. So we're watching what he is or isn't doing, getting pushed around a lot, which is kind of disappointing. So they don't know what they're going to do either, Peggy. That's what we got from Ben Johnson yesterday, who, by the way, is so great at the podium. I just can't hardly believe it. But he is so honest about where exactly they are and transparent. And it was clear what he was saying yesterday. Just disappointing to hear it. Do we have that, Peg?
We do have some, but I'm trying to find all of we're on the wrong page here, Hannah, just so you know, the page here that has all of our audio. I'm still on Cap and J Hood, so if someone can bring out the right page in front of me, I can see what audio we have. But here's my takeaway with Braxton Jones I think Braxton Jones is the starter until he isn't anymore, until he's going to be the starter by default. That's the issue. He will be the starter because Theo Benedette doesn't have any NFL snaps in a regular season game. And Ozzie Trapillo has taken all snaps with the 2s on the right side this week in practice. Kieran Amagaji actually also took snaps with the 2s on the left side when he returned to practice yesterday. So they had hoped already to know who was going to be their starting left tackle. And at this point, it's still up for grabs because they're waiting for someone to come in and just take the job. And this is what Ben Johnson had to say about it.
Yeah. Hopefully some clarity. That's what we're looking for. This thing's gone on now 3.5 weeks. And, I said, and I'll say it again, we'll go as long as we need to go to find the right guy. But we'd like to see someone go ahead and make it clear to us that he is that guy. And we just haven't seen that yet as a staff. There's been too much up and down. And so, today's practice will be a huge thing. And so will Sunday's game in terms of getting some clarity there on that. We'd love to go ahead and solidify that spot and move forward from there. And it might be one of those things where when we make that decision, it's not final for the season. It could be we have to reassess after a couple of weeks of the season, or by the bye week, we might have to reassess. So it might be something that goes on. Wouldn't be ideal, but that's the name of the league. So.
That's way less than ideal. I mean, back in the spring, they talked about left tackle and said we'd like to have it all solidified by the first preseason game. That's not happening. In fact, it doesn't sound like there's any clarity. Declan Doyle said on Monday, the competition remains wide open. We are almost 4 weeks into camp, Peggy.
Yeah.
And the fact that I know that Braxton is, you're probably right by default, but Braxton is coming back from injury, has been rotating through, has still gotten some days off, like some planned days off, just to make sure that he's in good shape and kind of ramping up at the right pace. But he's being pushed around a lot. He doesn't feel like he has a strong base under him for that position. And again, we're talking.
Who doesn't have
Braxton
who
Jones.
feels so? Braxton Jones feels he doesn't have a strong base.
No. I'm just saying this from watching him.
Oh, I thought you said he feels like he doesn't have a strong base.
It feels like that he doesn't. It feels like he's getting pushed around.
So one of the things that they talked about with Dan Rochar with Braxton Jones is with that strong base. Now, you have to question, is it the ankle that isn't as strong? Is it purely just that he's got those skinny legs that that doesn't allow for you to have a stronger base? But Dan Rochar also says that it's because he gets too upright. So he has to be able to rely more on getting more stout and making that contact first. Same thing with Ozzy Trapillo. You can't react. You have to be the one who acts first. And so I think it's easier to see when you watch Braxton Jones how upright he can be at times, but he's hit or miss. He can be really good in practice where he has great technique. And then Dan Rochar looks at the film the tape after the preseason game, and he says to Braxton, "This is unacceptable."
Right.
You reverted back to, I don't know what it is, but you're upright again. So, yeah, I heard Tommy Waddle talking about that. How much of that is just new coaches coming in and saying, hey, you have poor technique. Does it go back to last year? Does it go back to before he was injured? Or is this all post-injury and he's kind of favoring the other side and favoring the ankle that he broke? So, but still, for them to come in, it's damning to say,
oh my gosh,
we don't really think the left tackle that you provided us coming into the season is good enough to be a starting left tackle. It's going to be by default. Nobody has
to start the season.
Job.
Nobody has earned the job, which is also incredibly disappointing. It's incredibly disappointing, and they had an opportunity now, yesterday and potentially Sunday night also against Joey Bosa. If someone wants to, that offensive line wants to come together and they're going to be very tested with this Bills defense already. This is a great opportunity. You would think somebody would be like, no, I'm going to do it. And Theo Benedette, bless his sweet soul, but I don't think that he's the guy. He took a lot of reps with the ones yesterday.
So why can't he be the guy?
I guess he can. I mean, if he's take advantage of the opportunity, maybe that's what they're seeing.
The coaches like what they see. They said that he has improved leaps and bounds. Then maybe he will be the guy.
Maybe he will be.
I just think that people are looking at his resume and saying he comes out of the University of British Columbia and no NFL reps under his belt, that he was a dark horse, or they just listed his name just to kind of maybe light a fire under Braxton Jones. But it sure seems like it's more than that right now.
It does seem like it's more than that. Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
This is what Ben Johnson had to say about Theo Benedette.
I think he's right in the middle of it. I've been very, very excited about Theo and what he's done both on the right and the left side. So I don't think he's a guy. I know he was probably overlooked to start this competition, but the longer this thing's gone on, there's a strong argument for what he's put on tape.
So there you go. It is now possibly a two-man race at left tackle with Braxton Jones and Theo Benedette, while Ozzy Trapillo continued all week long to take snaps with the twos on the right side instead. And then Karan Amagaji slowly working his way back in. So it feels like they're back to square one. So much more to go here. We have to take a break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. We'll open up the phone lines at 312-332-3776.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is Adam Abdallah from the Bleck and Abdallah Show. We're here weeknights 6:30 to 8, or you can catch up with our podcast, available on the ESPN Chicago app. We are proudly supported by Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. Yuengling is legendary, and now they are here in Chicago.
Great Clips is your answer to back to school. You can get a kid's haircut for just $5.99. That's right, for a limited time, kids 10 and under, haircuts just $5.99. If Summer Fun has done a number on your kid's hair, you know what to do. Get into Great Clips and say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to a school year sharp cut. Their hair will look great for those first day pics. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips will even save their haircut details in clip notes. So the next time you come in, it's even easier than the first, and you've got one less thing on your mind. Whether your kid's hair has split ends from the pool, got shoved under a baseball cap all summer, or simply grew way too long, convenient online check-in makes it easy to get in for your back-to-school haircut. Download the Great Clips app today or visit greatclips.com to check in online. All haircuts for kids 10 and under, just $5.99 for a limited time and no coupon needed. August 4th through August 21st at participating Chicagoland salons. Back-to-school haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Select NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
Hey, teachers! We know you work hard to inspire future generations, so IKEA wants to say thank you. Now through August 17th, your local IKEA stores are offering all teachers and educators an exclusive 15% off your entire purchase during IKEA Teacher Appreciation Days. Whether you're revamping your classroom, organizing your home office, or rewarding yourself, IKEA has got your back. So stop by your local Schaumburg or Bolingbrook IKEA, fill up that cart, show your staff ID at the register, and enjoy their special thanks and 15% off.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN Chicago. If you are planning to come downtown Chicago today or tomorrow, please make other arrangements. No, just plan accordingly. There is so much going on. The Air and Water Show. Peggy, did you see yesterday during the Cubs?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I watched that so many times and laughed so hard, but it was scary.
Justin Turner went like diving.
Like it was so. That was so funny. They buzzed the tower.
It gets them every year, though. That's what's so funny. You would think that they'd be like, hey, guys, it's the Aaron Waters show. It's going to get loud at times. Because you saw Ian Happ was the only one that didn't flinch.
Yes,
and he just kind of looked up.
I know, but the whole camera shook and everything. That was so hilarious. But Aaron Waters show, a day game for the Cubs today and tomorrow, which, oof, the Cubs. That's happening. And then Savannah Bananas tonight. Tomorrow, the Bears play. So just, if you don't have to, maybe don't. I don't know.
It's the summer in Chicago, though.
And
this is what I always tell people.
Also, the final weekend before school starts.
A lot of people started school last week.
I know. For the city of Chicago, we start on Monday.
Yeah.
So people are squeezing in the last bit of summer. But it was so warm. I mean, even traveling, we took the train back down here to get into our car last night.
Yeah.
There were so many people. I will say, props to CT. We don't always say, props to CCA. They had the trains running very well out from Sox and 35th. It was not as bad as you would think, right?
Yeah.
But people on top of each other trying to go through these two little turnstiles and I was sweating I think I took 2 showers in a 7-hour span. It was so awful.
I feel like that has been this last 2 weeks.
Oh, my goodness. Mm-hmm.
Taking 2 showers a day.
Yes.
My husband was going golfing this morning, and I looked at him and I said, gosh, you're dressed already? And it was 6 o'clock. I looked at him and I said, gosh, you're dressed already? And I said, did you already take your shower? And he goes, oh, no, I'm going to shower after golf because it's going to be so hot.
Yes.
I don't really know many men that should forego a shower.
No, not ever.
Ever.
Well, maybe that's why my son.
It's okay to take 2 showers a day.
My son
I don't know why.
does.
I don't know why my husband doesn't do that. I'm like, he will do that if we have an early flight. I'm like, no. I'm going to take my shower when we get home. And inevitably, I'm on the plane dude,
why didn't you take that shower?
Why didn't you take that shower? What exactly were you thinking? It's a 4-hour flight. It's 2 hours, to get to the airport or before your flight, and then by the time you get home, it's 10 hours.
And you have not taken a shower. Now, maybe my son is learning early because he does shower at night and then again 8 hours later in the morning before he goes to school.
Your son's so darn adorable.
You're sweet.
So
I think
any of the girls that were the friends, the neighbors that were at
his
training
little friends,
camp, were any of them like girlfriends?
Well, I think that
because I saw
his
one girl
closest
kind of
friend.
looking at him with twinkles in her eye.
I think his closest friend in that group, we and my daughter and I are we would like him to date her because she's wonderful and comes from an amazing family and it would be so great. But they are very, very good friends, so I'm not sure. I don't know. I think he's adorable too, and he's kind and very funny.
Do you want your son dating now?
No. No, I do not. I do not.
Does he
at
have
all.
rules now that he's in high school, when he's allowed to start dating?
No, I don't think so.
I think I put the fear of God in my kids, and none of them dated. My one son dated until end of junior year. That's when he started dating.
Okay, so I was not personally allowed to date in my family until I was 16. Good.
That was supposed to be the rule in our family,
right,
but I don't know who was enforcing it.
And
because I had a boyfriend in 8th grade.
Well, I didn't have any. I
And
didn't
then
even
I
have a
had
date.
none through high school.
I didn't have any dates through high school. I had a couple, but I
You
was
and me
not
both.
dating.
No. Yeah.
Even in college, it was not exactly the
Just some hookups.
Yeah, just some random things. My first couple jobs, whatever. Anyway, no, I don't want him dating yet. I want him to take his time with that. I don't think that it's necessary. He has had girlfriends in the past, but he's never I've heard about it from other people.
Yeah.
And not from, I think I told you that the 8th grade graduation autograph book that he was apparently dating someone that I didn't know. And in the whole book, I'm sure they'll regret that later, but it was all these people telling him, good luck with so-and-so. You guys are the cutest couple. I was
oh my gosh.
I didn't know you were a couple. What's going on with that? And then crickets. We heard nothing more. So
that's such a hard
it is.
thing to-
But he is at an all boys school. But you've got to love that Notre Dame College Prep plans ahead because they are, I think, headed into their second social already with Regina and Rez, the all girls school, so they can.
Rez was my high school.
Have their homecoming date. lined up.
Oh, so they have socials planned ahead of time?
They did like this is great. They did a joint bowling event to just a mixer to kind of get them, to whatever. And I said to Cash, I was like, did you meet any girls? He's like, oh, I didn't talk to anybody. So they hung out with the guys and bowled. I was like, that defeated the purpose.
Yeah.
Maybe you get
and then you end up seeing
confident.
that, though. It ends up being in the first couple of years of high school of them all going in groups together.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyways, so speaking of groups, the Bears have open tryouts, apparently, if anyone's interested and can play left tackle. Call Ben Johnson at 1920 Football Drive.
Do you want to try? Should we try?
That's right. Who would call their main number and just say,
I'd like to apply.
I would like to apply for the job of left tackle because it is not going so well right now. It is still open, and he said it could be open up until the bye week. And he said, yes, would I love to have, we wanted to know it. We want to know it this week, who our starting left tackle is. And hopefully someone just takes the job. But otherwise, we could name someone and it could change as the season goes on. But are they going to be rotating? No. They don't want to. They don't want to get into
open that door. Right.
They do not want to get into that. So much more to come with this discussion. But we got to take another break. When we come back, we'll open up the phone lines 312-332-3776.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? This was happening to me last night. It was driving me crazy when I was trying to watch Hunting Wives. It just kept buffering and buffering and buffering. Well, switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month. Price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi. It just works.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey guys, Sylvie for Window Nation. Summer has been awesome, but we all know what's coming. Football, but also the cold and the wind. Get ahead of it with new windows from Window Nation, installed in just 1 day. Right now, take 50% off all styles plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. They're more affordable than most other companies, and you won't pay a thing for 2 years. But this deal ends soon, so don't wait. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN Chicago, brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. We are getting you through this very warm August weekend, getting you set for more Bears football coming up tomorrow right here on ESPN Chicago. Make sure you tune in early for the pre-game show, the game, post-game show. I don't know if we're doing a post-post in the preseason.
I don't think we are. Not in the postseason.
But it'll be lots of fun.
And our Twitch and YouTube streams are always brought to you by Chevy. There's no better time to see your local Chevy dealer, official partner of the Chicago Bears. In the market for a new pickup truck, the Silverado is the perfect ride for you this Bears season. Make sure to check out the Silverado EV and take advantage of the tax credit while you still can. You can always watch us on Twitch. Check out our YouTube channel as well. Our past interviews, like Jonathan Owens, also the streaming that we did on Women's Day from Bears Camp, our guests from that, all available on our YouTube channel. So check us out there as well.
Yes, it'll be great. It'll be great. How long would you like the starters to play tomorrow, Peg?
I would like to see them a full quarter. I would love to see a full half.
I wouldn't be mad if it was a full half. Just because of the inconsistencies we've seen at practice.
Yeah.
I think a full half. And if they don't see what they like yet, I mean, reps. Isn't that what Ben Johnson says?
Yeah, exactly. I do think they had hinted that there is so much time between, it's like 3 weeks between the third preseason game and the opening night of the regular season, that don't be surprised if the starters play in the third preseason game, which they technically have not done in the past couple of years. And I think that Ryan Poles brought it up, and Ben Johnson hinted at it as well, that we could see these guys playing at least, a series maybe in the third preseason game. So a lot at stake tomorrow night, Sunday night. I had to stop and think. 7 o'clock is the game. Make sure that you tune in and listen to us here, and then give us a call afterwards on the post-game show, because there is a lot that we are watching in tomorrow night's game, and we're going to get into that as well. But coming up next, we have Courtney Turner joining us. She's probably headed to Wrigley Field for the game this afternoon. Her husband, Justin Turner, playing with the Cubs this year. But Courtney is a Chicagoan, Northwest Indiana girl, and a huge Bears fan. Fantasy football, we are going to recruit her to play in our fantasy football league. We will talk football, baseball, all that and more with Courtney Turner coming up next.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I like Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN Chicago. We are continuing through our afternoon, and we are thrilled now to welcome our next guest, Courtney Turner. She is a Northwest Indiana native, a wife, a mom, the host of the Holding Court podcast. She is also a fantasy football guru.
Let's
I would
just call
say
her
a
a
general
guru.
manager of a league that has arguably the best name ever created for a fantasy football league. Courtney, we are so thrilled to have you join us today on Peggy and Dionne. Welcome.
Thank you. Wow, what an intro. I appreciate that.
I just threw that together real quick, looking at all the things that you've accomplished. But we were so excited to have you join us. Have you established, if you had your league draft, tell us how this league came about before we get into the details of other things.
Well, which one? So we haven't drafted yet. We like to kind of go down to the wire just in case of injuries or anything in preseason. So I think we're drafting September 2nd is my MLB Wives League, and then my Friends League will probably be around that same time. So not yet, but we're getting ready.
Did you, when you came up, tell us the name of your league.
Dionne will not say the name.
Oh, I would say it, but let's let her say it. It's her creation.
I think the best is when, you're right. Courtney, you need to say it.
I will say it. My league name is Put Your Ditka in My Bucket.
It's so good. It's so good. Did you giggle to yourself when you thought of it? It's so brilliant.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I haven't changed it in, I think this will be our 14th year. I started it actually the year Justin and I met and started dating, and he somehow wanted to join my league when I just started. And we just kind of kept it going since then. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
That's amazing.
How did you get into football? First of all, tell us, you're from Northwest Indiana, right? And you're a Bears fan?
Yeah, I won't age myself, but I was actually born about 9 months after the Bears won their last Super Bowl. So I joke that my parents were celebrating that year. Born and raised in this area. I feel like you have to be. A lot of people get confused when you're outside of the area why I wouldn't be a Colts fan because of Indiana, but obviously grew up about 45 minutes outside of the city, so just kind of fell naturally into the Bears fandom.
I mean, seriously, how serious are you? Are you like, do you have parties to watch the game, or are you like, leave me alone, I'm watching the game?
No, I like having people over, and I think that's what's kind of got me into fantasy, is kind of getting friends to watch every single game. You know, everyone's going to be a fan of different teams, but I think that's kind of how I sell it to the other baseball wives when I try to convince them to join in the fun, is saying, like, this will keep you invested in all of the games. And now I feel like there's a game on, 5 nights a week now, pretty much. So I was like, your husband's already going to have it on TV. You might as well just tune in and, have a horse in the race and be able to follow along and have fun with it.
It's awesome. We love it. What is your draft strategy when it comes to fantasy?
I feel like I panic. Justin prints out these sheets. Like, he has 100 pages. They're highlighted. He's always like, do you want my notes? And I was like, you're terrible. I don't think he's ever made the playoffs in his team league in as long as I've known him. So I'm like, I don't need any of your help. But honestly, I just kind of wing it. Like, I know people go crazy on what round you get a quarterback and doing something too early, but I don't know. I just sounds really bad. I just kind of wing it, and it's worked. I've won the championship several years. So I don't think a draft order or strategy really matters. I think, the seasons are won and lost with the waiver wire, and how you kind of manage your team through the season and injuries and all that, and kind of being aware of, okay, this guy is injured, who's going to be the next man up, and kind of claiming him early and that sort of thing. So I don't know. I don't put too much weight into the draft.
Well, it's funny because Dionne hosts the pregame show here, and we're the Bears Radio Network, and I host the postgame show. So you think, we cover the Bears. We've been here for decades covering the team, and we suck at fantasy football.
So bad. Oh, so bad.
A little bit of information is so dangerous. We are awful. So last year, we both auto-drafted and did really well. Oof. We did so much better auto-drafting, because you're right. It's the moves you make during the season. Like when you see a rookie that's starting to get a lot of carries, or someone that's doing really well, or injuries are coming up. It's totally the moves that you make during the season.
Yeah, there's no way to predict what's going to happen. And honestly, I feel like there's this curse of the first pick in my league, or someone getting McCaffrey and then he's out, and it's like, oh my gosh, why? People don't even want the first pick in my league anymore. They want to pass on it. They're like, can I trade draft picks and do something else? I like the sweet spot. We do the snake draft, so I think I like around 6 or 7. I think is a good spot to be. But again, there's no way to predict it. Draft really doesn't have a lot of weight for me. So, again, it's how you navigate it.
Courtney, do you like my team name? It's Poles Dancers. As in Ryan Poles, the GM?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, I should not have had to explain that to you. I was waiting. I'm like, where is her reaction? She did not. It was like, oh, that's lame, Peggy. That's really lame. I
love it for us football girlies that get it. But
right.
Everyone's thinking of the names with Kelsey and McCaffrey and all these, the new football girlies that have come into the sport, which we can celebrate them as well. But that's a good one, because it's a sleeper, if you know kind of thing. But I can appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, it's good. Mine is Dionsters of the Midway, which I'm owning for a second straight season. That's cute.
I
thought it was creative. Yeah. What is your earliest Bears memory?
Oh, goodness. I don't know. I feel like my house, we were just always, it was my brother was dressing up Super Bowl shuffle style, that's sort of late 80s vibe that they had going. Sadly, I don't want to mention 2007, but I really got really confident that year at around halftime. And we need a palate cleanser, we need a full reset as Bears fans, but optimism at this point. We won't let it get too high. Last year, the 4-0 preseason, I think everyone went a little crazy. But I think, we're excited. It's hard to believe we're already shifting into football, but here we are.
It is.
What's your household like? Is he a Southern California fan? Is he, maybe he'll like Caleb Williams since he went to USC. So
I know. See, I'm the UCLA girl. He's like, okay, I can root for Caleb. And,
all right.
you can
that's
celebrate
good.
that one.
Yeah.
We actually went to a USC game in the off season, and he, ran the team out of the tunnel, so he was pretty pumped about that. But he's a Dolphins fan. His Rams left and when he was younger, and he got into the Dolphins. So we have fun with that, with the tie this week. That was pretty exciting.
I know.
No, they've kind of toyed with playoffs like a couple years now, and he's just been really. It's sad. We get into it. We have fun with it. I feel like it's always on in our house. It's just a big part of our off season because I feel like it kind of lines up perfectly. We go to a few games and have fun with it. But his funny story, his love language for me is actually buying me Bears jerseys. And the sad part is every time he gets me a Bears jersey, that player is only on the team for that season.
Right.
So I won't say won't say what Bears jersey I currently have from him because I'm actually a little terrified to say who it is. But,
wait, we could guess. We could guess. Is it an
you
offensive
can guess,
player?
I don't even want to I don't know.
She doesn't want to admit
I won't
it.
say
You're
it
not going to put it in the universe?
No, we're keeping him for a very long time. But it's fun because I feel like we root for each other's teams. So we keep it pretty light. It's funny dressing our son Bo, like who gets him ready in the morning on football Sundays is depending on like what outfit he's going to come down in, Dolphins or Bears. So.
I love it. Your house might have been the only one that was pleased with a preseason tie last week. It might have been the only place I was like, okay, we can both live with that. How did you guys meet?
We met actually at a X Games kickoff party in 2012. He was in town. I was living in LA at the time, and he was in town with the Mets. They were playing the Dodgers, and I had a mutual friend that invited me to this event, and he happened to be there with some of his teammates, and I was trying to go home because it was no longer my scene. It was getting late, and I needed to get up early. So he actually saw me kind of looking annoyed and pissed off, waiting for my friend to do her rounds and say bye to all of her people, and he came over and said, "What's wrong with you?" And I was like, "I'm ready to go home. I'm over it." And he's like, "Why don't you come up and have a drink with me and relax and like hang out for a second? Like your friend's she'll come back." And we just got to talking, and we hung out a little bit that series, and then did long distance until he came back to LA in the off season, and then that was that.
So how exciting for him to come to Chicago and for you to be back home. Do you still have family in this area?
Yeah, everyone's still back in Indiana. I always said, before you retire, just give me a summer in Chicago. And growing up a White Sox fan, I thought it might be on the south side, but we'll take it. We'll take it. I will say putting on a Cubs hat for the first time was a little challenging. But,
I bet.
It tested my bowels a little bit for supporting him through everything, but it's been a fun season so far.
Oh my gosh! You've made a commitment, Courtney. So I mean, you have to be there.
I know. And it was funny. In the beginning, my friends were kind of calling me out because I'd wear like a blue shirt or like a red shirt, and they're like, "Courtney, come on." And then I had something with just Chicago on it, and they're like, "Okay, you're getting closer. We see it. I was like, "Okay, guys, all right."
I did hear him say that sometimes you don't like to sit in the family section because you're truly watching the game, but it's also got to be challenging because a baseball season is every day, and the emotions are such a roller coaster. Just to be in the stadium when things are going up or down or whatever, that's got to be hard as a wife.
Yeah, I think he takes it way better than me. He's such a pro with all the ups and downs. I am riding on every pitch, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. And if you have any tips, I have not found a way to lower my heart rate. I'll look at my Apple Watch and it's like 160 in like the ninth inning. And no matter if it's regular season, spring training, postseason, like I'm just a nut and I'm invested. And, I don't know. There's no other way I know how to do it, and that's just how it is. But, yeah, he'll come home, and, obviously he's probably still thinking about a tough game or something like that, but I feel like he does a much better job of leaving it at the field than I do. I'll be losing sleep that night over losses. But
Courtney, they're called gummies. They're called gummies. It's okay. They're legal now.
And then he wants to watch the West Coast games when we get home. Baseball's over for today. We're done. We don't.
Right. Oh my gosh. Well, we have to tell you that Peggy and Dionne, we have a fantasy football league. This is our third straight year, and in our league here, the women who sign up for it, our listeners, It's brought to them by Advantage Acura of Naperville. They get a chance. First place wins a 2-year, 10,000-mile year lease on a brand new 2025 Acura ADX. So we have big prizes for our league. What are the prizes for your league?
Just pride and joy. No, we we throw in a little. I feel like it's more bragging rights, though. Honestly, like I feel like that's kind of the fun part. But we always think about punishments, and ours. Justin actually had to do it where it was spend 12 hours in a restaurant.
Oh my God!
What?
And I made a joke of, why don't you just go to like a Buffalo Wild Wings and just watch football all day? And he ran with it, and he actually ended up doing like the Atomic Wing Challenge or whatever it is while he was there, and kind of turned it into a whole day. But yeah, 12 hours in a restaurant. It was originally going to be 24, and everyone's like, we have kids, like we can't be doing this. So we're looking for punishment ideas for this year for our league. If you have any suggestions,
That's hilarious. Yeah, we'll open it up to our listeners to call us with some ideas for punishment for Courtney's league and for the loser.
One thing I do want to highlight before we let you go, Courtney, we are so appreciative of your time. But you and Justin both have very much invested in the communities where you live. And just recently, you guys donated so much for Cubs for a Cure through the Justin Turner Foundation. How can we engage more with what you guys are doing? And why has that become so important to you guys as a couple?
Yeah, I think we recognized early on that we had a platform through baseball, and baseball has been so good to us, and we have this ability to reach so many people for good. And I think when it's all said and done and his career is over many years down the road, those moments are going to be what we remember, the impact that we can have. And it can be something simple, the veteran of the game, or bringing a kid out from the children's hospital. Like those are the memories that are going to stick with us. So people can check out JustinTurnerFoundation.com. We have our golf tournament, different fundraisers throughout the year, and kind of keep up with us there and see what we're doing.
That's awesome. It's awesome work.
Thank you so much, Courtney.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate that you responded to us. We could not wait to talk to you after we heard about your fantasy football league, and we thought, all right, this is a gal pal for our show. Totally.
For sure.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking the time. Have fun at the game. Please bring home a win. They need it.
Your lips to God's ears. Let's do it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Courtney. Take care.
That's Courtney Turner joining us here on Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago. I love when you find out how the lives that are led, away from the ballpark, that, she is a Northwest Indiana, South Side, White Sox fan, Bears fan, and, she marries this guy from the West Coast and a baseball player, and they make it work in their sports family.
It is just talking to her is like such a reminder of the human side of what we watch with our athletes. We just get so caught up in the box score and the X's and O's, like that he's a real guy with a real family, and she was just a delight. That was awesome.
And of course he wanted to meet her after he found out that her fantasy football league name was Put Your Ditka in My Butkus.
Of course he wanted to be in that league. I want to be in that league.
All right, we will open up the phone lines when we come back.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills. Preseason game number 2, live from Soldier Field.
This is Chicago!
Tomorrow at 7. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee have the play-by-play from the booth and on the sidelines. But join us at 3 p.m. for 4 hours of Bears pregame, including Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Deion Miller. Live network pregame inside Gato at Soldier Field at 5 p.m. Are you ready?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Bears and Bills. Preseason game number 2. Tomorrow at 7 on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
What a great weekend in Bolingbrook last week as the Bolingbrook Golf Club hosted the Live Golf Championships. Saturday saw a Live record crowd, and Mayor Mary Alexander Basta and her team must be so proud. If you are looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, this is a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. They're rated as the second most diverse suburb, the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. And Bolingbrook offers something for everyone. The Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. It's conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, the home of over 50 corporate headquarters. Come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more and join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
These days, there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, meditation apps, cleanses. But how do you know what really works for you? As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Save big money on your outdoor project at Menards. Our free, easy-to-use design program helps bring your landscaping dreams to life. Plus, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete landscape block at the best prices. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com to see our full selection of landscape blocks and get started on your outdoor living space today.
Save big money at Menards.
On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance in any conditions. It's a real workhorse in the trenches. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne this afternoon here on ESPN Chicago. We just had a great conversation with Courtney Turner, the wife of Cubs Justin Turner, who is also an incredible fantasy football owner, manager, general manager, whatever you want to say, and Bears fan. So she will be listening tomorrow when the Bears take on the Bills for the preseason game number 2. We will see the starters play for an extended to be determined period of time. So we'll see what happens.
We talked about our fantasy football league, and I wanted to remind you, ladies, come join Dionne and myself in our fantasy football league, back for a third straight year. It's for ladies only. We invite the women across Chicagoland to join the women-only fantasy football league, brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville. First place wins a 2-year, 10,000-mile-per-year lease on a brand-new 2025 Acura ADX, courtesy of Advantage Acura of Naperville. Rookie, seasoned veteran, everyone is welcome to join. Men, you stay home. Men, you don't get to take part in the draft. Get away from the computer. Peggy, Dionne, and the women fans will draft, compete, and talk smack all season long. One woman will walk away with the keys to a car. Visit ESPNChicagoContest.com to enter.
When is our draft?
I don't know.
I don't either. We will let.
It's
we promise
to
let you know.
Week
We
of
won't,
September.
Yeah, that sounds right. We will not spring that on you. We will give you ample notice.
Yeah.
to do
so
it.
Thursday is the game in Brazil, right? Is it in Brazil? Is the opener Thursday, September 6th or something like that?
6th?
Yeah, something like that.
4th.
That first week.
Yeah.
So that Thursday. Well, because everyone's setting up their drafts. So your draft, you should have it Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday's pushing it. That's a little late. But because then you have to have your lineups in on Thursday for the opener.
Right. Correct.
Even though the Bears don't play until Monday night. Yes. So,
of course not.
Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Yeah, and the Bills play that first Sunday night game. That's what I learned yesterday too. So.
Which is why Mike Tirico was at Bears and Bills yesterday.
Oh, it was
because
lovely to see him.
Sunday night has the Bills in their opener, and it was great. I have not seen Mike in years, and he and I worked together in Bristol at ESPN
That's
together.
Amazing.
Yeah, which was a long time ago, but scary when I put that on social and I said 30 years ago we worked together, and people were like, what?
I know.
30 years ago?
That seems insane, but also
we were both young.
Props to you both because you're still doing it.
Yeah.
Like you should take a lot of pride in that. You're still doing it.
Let's open up the phone lines. People have comments and some suggestions and some thoughts on what's going on with the Bears these days. Tony has been kind enough to be hanging on in Joliet. Hi, Tony. Welcome into Peggy and Dionne.
Hey, ladies. Love you guys so much. Frequent caller. Haven't talked in a little bit. And the coolest thing about being on hold, you still get to hear the show.
Aww.
And before I get into my point on the Bears, I think it's a good one. That Courtney Turner, what a beautiful, beautiful person.
Yeah.
Sweet. And Dionne said something about it's the human side. Like most sports shows, it's X's and O's, it's box scores. But when you get the human side, that's almost the best thing. And that's why I listen to you guys every Saturday, because you have the X's and O's. You guys are as smart as any dudes I listen to. But it's like the little things you say, the kids, the time Dionne was getting the Uber wheelchair, stuff like that. I love stuff like that.
Oh, thanks, Tony.
I love it, Tony, that you remembered, that you reminded us of one of the highlights of Peggy and Dionne is Dionne getting a wheelchair
through the Atlanta airport.
Through the airport because she was running late for her flight.
It's fine. I made it.
She was so scared about it. And, Peg, you called me out, too. You're like, well, you were a detective. Did you not use your stuff at times to get something? I'm like, hell yeah, I did.
Right,
That's
I know
a privilege.
you did.
So,
yes.
No doubt.
Yes.
All right. Bears thing, real quick, because I'm sure you got callers that are people that are waiting. Yeah, the tackle thing, very concerning. If it was 3 years from now in the system, it'd be the biggest concern. But my biggest concern is this. One thing I know about Chicago fans, because I've been one of them forever, when it goes hard for a while, they want immediate gratification. And this process, they just think Caleb's going to get it right away. They don't remember Jared Goff was an experienced quarterback, and it took him 3 years to get to a point that they were at that level. So fans, please hear me on this. It's going to take a while. Caleb's not learning a new offense. He's learning a new language. Mm-hmm. And if you had to learn Spanish in a month and be able to talk, I need to get in a restaurant, little things, yeah. But if they told you after the month, you have to be able to teach people that language because you have to know it more than everybody else on the team. Understand that. Show some grace because it's going to be a little bit. But in 2 or 3 years, when it's kicking, because Caleb is better than Jared. Let this thing progress. Don't get excited like we're going to go 4-0. We're not. We're probably going to win 1 out of the first 4. But love you, girls. I'll let other people talk. Have a great show.
Tony, thank you as always.
Thank you so much, Tony. And that's a very good point. Ben Johnson actually said as much yesterday when he said he pulled his notes from the first time when Detroit played Buffalo and like what plays they were running and recognized in the moment we're not ready for that yet.
Right.
And that should give fans notice that they have a long way to go.
Right.
Now, that does not mean they're not going to get there or that Ben Johnson can't get them there eventually, but it's not happening now.
They're not at the beginning stages. That happened back when Ben Johnson was hired. This is 9 months later, so this is really, Caleb Williams is now in his sophomore year of this foreign language. So he's expected now to apply it. He's learned what the tenets of it are. He understands what the focus of it is, and now he has to be able to apply it. So this is really his sophomore. I mean, you think he's 10 months into it, so this is really his sophomore season with it. And as he starts applying it in games, we should start to see more progress as the games go. We are hopeful. We're going to see more progress. We are hopeful. AB has been on the phone line as well in Bloomington. He wanted to jump in when we were talking about the Savannah Bananas as well. Hi, AB.
Hey, how are you doing? First time caller to your show. I love you too.
Oh, thank you.
No, but it struck a chord with me when you guys mentioned how interactive the Bananas are with the fans, and I really wish in the MLB the players would be more interactive with the kids like that, because I think it would make a huge difference. Last year, me and my son we went on a road trip. We went and saw a game in Pittsburgh. We drove to Philly, saw a game, and then we went to D.C. and saw a game. When we're in D.C., my kid was wearing an Astros jersey. And we're sitting there before the game starts, and somebody in the Diamondbacks uniform came up to us, and he looked at my kid. My kid thought he was in trouble, and he said, "I was the pitching coach for the Astros when they won the World Series. I want you to have the first ball given away today." And that made his day. I mean, he still talks about that.
That is awesome.
Yep.
I mean, it that interaction, and now he wasn't really a baseball fan, but now every day he's calling me, "Dad, the Cubs lost. Dad, the Cubs won." That made a big difference in making a new baseball fan, and I wish they would do that more.
It's a great point, AB.
A great point.
You're absolutely right.
Connecting with the fans makes the biggest difference.
Yep.
It truly does.
Really with any sport. It's so true. Like you watch at Bears camp and the fans are lined up like 5-6 deep all the way down the entire stretch of the field, just trying to get a glimpse of Caleb Williams, just trying to get a glimpse of their favorite players and to get an autograph. So yeah, it's huge to be able, and that's one of the things social media has done. It has brought them a little bit closer, and you get to know them a little bit better when you follow them on social media. So I'm with you. I think that there's a lot that baseball could learn from the Savannah Bananas.
Absolutely.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, let's open up the phone lines. Continue with your phone calls, 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
$6.7 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6.7 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Patton Oswalt Live. Effervescent.
Once you get past 50, everything's fatal. When I was in my 20s, I would walk into propellers and put some Bactine on it. I was fine. And now if a pine cone falls near me, my spine implodes.
Friday, October 10th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. On sale now at the Horseshoe Casino and Ticketmaster.com. Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. It's the end of the summer here in Chicago, but blink and you'll be back to dealing with cold and windy days again. Time to have Window Nation replace your home's windows in 1 day or less. Right now, get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That makes Window Nation more affordable on average than other companies. Hurry, Chicago. This sale ends soon, so don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Peggy and Dionne rolling through your Saturday with you right here on ESPN Chicago. Turn myself up a little bit. There are 5 preseason games on right now, Peggy. If you would rather not watch the Cubs coming up at 1:20, there are 5 NFL preseason games going right now.
And can we just say
Go ahead.
something about the Cubs right now?
Should we?
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, Peggy?
Here's the thing. You want PCA to be aggressive. He was having a really good game yesterday.
Yes, he
was. That was just a freak overslide.
It was, but when
off the bag in the 9th inning, but could not have happened at a worse time.
For a player who is in his head so much. He is young. He's 23 years old. He needs to sit down with the sports psychologist and maybe he is. I hope he is, because he is talented. That is still there. But when things are not happening the way they were in the first half of this season, and you're that young, and then something like that happens yesterday and they can't win a game. Oh, and by the way, the Brewers can be down like 8 runs and still win again.
That was so crazy.
That was so crazy.
They tied a club record 13 straight wins with their comeback win over the Reds. They were down 8-1. Jacob Mezorowski gets chased after giving up 7 runs in the second inning, and yet the Brewers come back, and the Cubs can only manage 6 hits against the Pirates.
You know who really sparked that comeback? Andrew Vaughn.
Oh, my
Naturally,
Lord.
White Sox didn't have space for him. He could, speaking of getting in your head, couldn't get out of his own way with the White Sox, and now is, of course, thriving. I just hope that today is a bounce back day for everyone when it comes to the Cubs. It's the division, I believe, is out of reach. So if they want to make the playoffs, and I think that they can, and they have the talent to do it, they've got to get back. I mean, every season has ebbs and flows, but this is really frustrating for them. Has to be.
Let's go to Dean in downtown, who's been hanging on the phone lines. Hi, Dean.
Good afternoon, ladies. Love you guys. I love the show, all the topics, all the guests you've had, the callers. Everything's so great about this show. I just love it.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Are you surviving with the Cubs slide here?
I am. I'm not letting it get to me. I'm actually outside right now. I'm getting a tan. I'm getting a little base, preparing for our trip to Vegas. What do you guys think of that?
I love it. That's a nice byproduct of standing out in the heat at training camp, too. Our tan base is going to be there.
I'm not going to let the Cubs bother me that much. So I'd like to start by saying, downtown Dean, I'm a working man. I don't always get a chance to go out and tan. I took the last couple of days off work. Every summer, my best friend in Long Island comes and visits me. And my very good friend here, who happens to have the front row seats by the Cubs dugout, the very front row. He has 8 seats there. He's got the 1914, the whole deal. He can talk to Craig Counsell if he wants to, and it's a great experience. He invited us. He was nice enough to take us. He actually had a suite that night at the rate for the Savannah Bananas, and he invited us to go to that too. But I'm too old. I can't muster up the energy to go to both of those things.
Right.
And I never thought in my life that I'd live to see the day that I'd contemplate that life decision and say to myself, should I have gone to the rate that night? And, just kind of, you go into the city, you make a whole day of it. You just can't. I can't do it for that long. I don't know. But I left the game out of frustration. And to me, I left the game right as soon as PCA got tagged. I said, see you guys, I'm leaving. And I said to my friend, we're out of here. We're going to beat traffic. And I left because I didn't want to say anything stupid. I love PCA. And how are you going to get upset with him? Because this isn't like he wasn't hustling or not trying. He just made a mental mistake.
Right.
He had half the Cubs hits. Come on.
Yep.
So I'm not going to eat his lunch for that. But it was so disappointing to me because this seemed like a chance to turn this thing around, a come from behind win in the 9th inning during this slump. People said, they're hitting the panic button now, and they're saying, it wouldn't be as bad if Milwaukee wasn't doing what they're doing. That excuse is over with. I can't believe people were giving Joey G grief because he said he wanted to trade Kyle Tucker. Why didn't they? Why? And I'm not saying because he's slumping. I'm saying because they were never going to sign him in the first place. And I was telling Mario, who was nice enough to take my call. It's a pleasure talking to him. Such a nice change of pace to talk to a producer with professionalism and class, by the way, ladies. But I will say, I was telling that young man, the biggest beneficiary of all this, if you ask me, I disagree with Cap or anyone else that says that Cal Tucker's signing a 1-year deal in the offseason. No, he's not. He is going to sign a $300, $400 million deal with the Dodgers. He's going to be batting 5th in their lineup next year, and they're going to be winning 2 or 3 World Series in the next 5 years because of this. So the only other thing I wanted to ask you guys before I left, because I know you have other callers, and I'm just going to listen. I love you guys. Did you guys hear, and they brought it up on a bunch of the shows, I told Mario that if I saw one of those rabbits with the worms or the horns on their face, the first thing I would do is just cry.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned this because I heard about this.
What are you talking about?
A tiny bit about it yesterday, and poor Hannah is traumatized by this whole thing. I don't even know what it is. I don't want to look at it.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Okay,
what is
I'm not
it?
looking at it.
It's rabbits in Colorado that are infected with some virus in their faces turn into horns, and they have little black horns all over their faces. And don't look it up because I cannot even
see it.
I
Like,
can't
you
even
can't
think
turn it
about
off,
it because
right.
it just makes my skin crawl, and everybody kind of feels the same.
Sounds like my 4th grade teacher, Sister Rita Marie. She had stuff growing out of her face.
What? That's crazy. That poor girl, you just compared it to this rabid.
She was a nun. She had stuff growing out of her face. Yeah.
Oh my
And you couldn't
gosh.
stop staring at it. You know, the one teacher with a mole that's got hair coming out, and you're just like staring at it the whole time, thinking
That's what the rabbits look like.
Yeah.
Oh, that
There
makes
you go.
I don't even want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Chris is in
Oh my gosh.
Portage Park. Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
Thanks for calling.
You have to talk me off the ledge.
Uh-oh.
Because when we get to the first game of the season, that's when I start really watching football. And a lot of the preseason games I don't enjoy watching because I don't think you see a lot there that you could really learn from. You guys might see something you learn from it. I don't. Sometimes I'm just looking and going, oh, please don't get injured if we're playing starters or things like that. Or if we're following that kid who's trying to make special teams. But this year, in particular, I'm very frustrated. I haven't followed a lot of the preseason stuff, but all of a sudden this week I do. And all we're talking about is Justin Fields, who is long gone, and Caleb Williams. And I sometimes think the perception is that for some reason the Bears had magic with Justin Fields, and all of a sudden it was going to happen. Just it took time. We have the number 1 pick from last year, and we're talking about balls going into the dirt or issues with accuracy. I couldn't give a care until we get to the first game of the season, and until then I'm going to know, okay, maybe this is going in the right direction. And I don't even think it's a good assessment in the first week. You got to give it to the 4th week of the season.
Yeah.
And I think one of your callers summed it up very well when he talked about language and learning a new language of a new offense. I think there's a lot there that Ben Johnson has to work with. But if we're going to hold this coach accountable, you have a number 1 pick. Do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's his whole challenge, Chris. Thank you. We appreciate you calling in.
Thank you for the call.
That is the whole challenge. He mentioned he was asked about this week the 70% completion percentage that they are striving for. You know, and there's only 4 or 5 quarterbacks who reached that last year, and I don't believe Josh Allen was one of them. But that's what they're striving for, and I think Caleb was in the low 60s last year. So they're not where they want to be. It is going to take time, but I'm with you, Chris, when you say, okay, here is going to be the genius of Ben Johnson, not just the play caller, not just the offensive guru, but the coach, and being able to put together a game plan that can still win with where Caleb is at in his development. That's going to be the key in those first 3 and 4 weeks until they get to the bye week.
And tempering, as a head coach who is confident in what he can do, tempering his own expectations for said quarterback as he is continuing to learn a new language and also can't do all the things just yet, like kind of balancing that as a coaching staff that is so eager to help them win, but also recognizing like we had to strip him down to nothing and build him back up. And that's the situation that they're in right now. But I'm also in the camp of not keeping track of training camp stats in a way that we hang on it, because that's not realistic. Caleb can have a great day, but like if you're not in full pads and it's not a real game, then I don't know if I can quantify that. It can look better, but I'm not going to keep those numbers close to my heart.
We need to take a break. When we come back, I want you to answer this question. What is your favorite cereal? Your favorite cereal? Because there is a trend right now that is making your favorite cereal your favorite nighttime cocktail.
Oh, this I gotta hear.
We'll tell you when we come back.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Relish this. Two Chicago icons, Lou Malnati's and Portillo's, have teamed up for the flavor mashup you didn't know you needed. Introducing the Chicago Dog Deep Dish. Lou's legendary deep dish crust, gooey cheese, topped with real Chicago-style hot dog slices and all the classic fixings, mustard, relish, tomatoes, onions, sport peppers, and a pickle. No ketchup involved. But hurry, it's only here for a super limited time at 21 Lou's dine-in locations. Carry out and delivery too. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Start your painting project and save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's premier interior paint is a paint and primer in one that provides excellent all-around performance and with a durable finish that's easy to clean. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com to save big on all Pittsburgh paints and get your project started today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text KING to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text KING to 42424. That's KING to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
All right, I'm going to go around the room here and find out.
You're going to hate my favorite cereal.
Your favorite cereal. Let's start with Hannah. Hannah, what's your favorite cereal?
Gotta go with the classic Frosted Flakes.
Ooh, Frosted Flakes is really.
I have not had them in like 10 years, but they're still my favorite.
Yeah, that's a really good one, especially the milk afterwards it's a little sugary.
Yep.
And it has that flavor.
Sugar water.
I
It's
know.
great.
I know. All right, Mario. Mario, what's your favorite cereal, Mario?
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yeah, that's next level.
That's right up there.
That's right up there.
Like that definitely. Same thing with the milk. You know, you get that flavor. It's not. My daughter would eat her cereal and not drink the milk at all.
Yeah.
Like barely, hardly.
My
she
daughter
leaves
doesn't put milk on her cereal.
She leaves a full bowl of milk afterwards,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay, Aiden, what's your favorite cereal?
I'm going to have to go, this one's sugary enough, it'll get you going in the morning. Fruity Pebbles.
Oh, wow. That's a good one.
That's too much sugar for me. Well, they're all too much sugar for me.
Okay, and what's yours, Dionne?
Oh my gosh. My favorite, they don't even think they have it anymore. My favorite cereal used to be Team Cheerios. Do you remember Team Cheerios? It was like I know, right? It was like regular Cheerios and then like a frosted Cheerio and then the multigrain Cheerio, like all in the same box. They don't
I'm
do that
with you. I actually know what that is. It ain't bad.
It's not bad,
It ain't
right?
bad.
No, but like if I'm gonna sit down, like if I'm really gonna pour myself and invest in a bowl of cereal, it's probably gonna be Raisin Bran. I'm that boring.
My favorite, and it just takes me back to the days of coming home from the bars, was Captain Crunch at 1 a.m.
I love it.
Captain Crunch, nothing better than
At
Captain
1
Crunch.
a.m. Okay.
Well,
All right,
there is
so how
a
is this
cereal
helping me?
milk cocktail trend. You know how you infuse milk for like milk punch? All the milk punches and the Asian shops have milk punch. Okay, this is so popular right now where you infuse the milk with cereal, like Lucky Charms cereal milk punch. You add honey, salt, and rum. Or brandy.
Oh.
And then you infuse it. So you drain it basically. There's a White Russian one that.
See, now that I would drink.
Yes. A Fruity Pebbles with vodka, raspberries, and sugar, and you along with the cereal. There was a couple that I saw that I started laughing. Some of what did you say was yours?
Raisin Bran.
That's awful.
Well, I also love Wheaties, so hate on me. Go ahead.
Cheerios, Honey Nut Cheerios
I could see,
is another big cocktail trend. You use it as a base for Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops, Honey Nut Cheerios. Anyways, you use that as your base, and then you add like a rum or vodka or bourbon. It is super, super popular now at the cocktail bars.
Okay, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. This actually sounds very good. Cinnamon Toast Crunch cocktail. Combine the cereal milk with bourbon and simple syrup for a sweet cinnamon sugar treat. That sounds delicious. Yes.
Doesn't that sound good?
It does. Now, it does say you would take a cup of the cereal with 3/4 a cup of milk is the right combination to let that sit for about 20 minutes for the flavors to develop. Then you want to make sure you strain the milk through a fine mesh sieve. Discarding the cereal. Okay, no one's going. If you're eating cereal and then you're going to infuse it with some alcohol, I don't know if you're going to take all the steps.
My son does non-alcoholic cocktails for the restaurant that he works at.
Oh, awesome.
At Ever Restaurant. So he does the milk punch a lot. But I'm loving like the Frosted Flakes one with cognac. And then there's one for cornflakes, and that might sound kind of crazy to people, but cornflakes with Thai tea and peach puree, lemon and cinnamon. That to me sounds really, really good.
Well, we were just talking about Fruity Pebbles, right? There's one that says the recipe involves creating a clarified milk punch using Fruity Pebbles infused milk, gin, pineapple juice, and lemon and lime juice.
See? Doesn't this sound good? I got to tell you.
They say that with that Fruity Pebbles one I just described, that the clarification process removes solids and results in a clear, flavorful cocktail. Well, now I just want to try it for the experiment side of it.
I think we should do this. I think we totally should do that. Too bad we cannot drink on the air.
No, we can't.
But we could save it. Like that one commercial where they're like,
do you want to do this when we're in Vegas?
We can't drink yet. 3 until the commercial's over. 3, 2, 1. The commercial ends.
Thanks for listening. Cheers.
Yeah, I know.
We should do this in Vegas just for a little video for our YouTube channel.
That's actually a great idea.
Well, you're welcome.
Our Twitch and YouTube streams, as always, are brought to you by Chevy. There's no better time to see your local Chevy dealer, official partner of the Chicago Bears. In the market for a new pickup truck, the Silverado is the perfect ride for this Bears season. Make sure to check out the Silverado EV and take advantage of the tax credit while you still can. Don't forget, we are the home of the Bears, the home of the new Bears, and we carry pregame programming all season long, including the preseason. Preseason tomorrow night goes on at 5 o'clock, the pregame show, 5 o'clock right here. Not only on ESPN 1000, but truly, you guys, you should be just downloading the ESPN Chicago app because then you can take it anywhere you go. On the ESPN Chicago app, the game call as well with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer, Jason McKee on the sidelines, followed by the postgame show as well. What a great show we had today.
This was so fun.
Really fun. Thank you to Courtney Turner for joining us. You can follow her on her...
Court with a K.
Court with a K
is pretty much her
social
handle
media.
everywhere.
And then her podcast is
Holding Court. Also with a K.
Right. Courtney Turner, Northwest Indiana. Yeah, native. Bears fan, White Sox fan, wife of Justin Turner. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you as always. Hannah Lamada, Jake's daughter, joining us here on
somewhere in there, distant cousin.
Yeah, somewhere. Mario Heron and Aiden O'Connor also helping out in the control room as well.
Thanks you guys so much.
Super fun. We have White Sox baseball coming up. What's coming up next?
Odds Couple.
Oh, Odds Couple. There we go.
There
We got
it is.
Odds Couple coming up next so you know where to make your bets this weekend. We will talk to you after the game and before the game tomorrow night with the Bears and the Buffalo Bills from Soldier Field. For Dionne, I'm Peggy. Make it a great one, you guys. Make it a great weekend.
Yes.
Have some
enjoy.
fun. Have some Captain
cereal.
Crunch cereal cocktail. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. See ya.
Bye, guys.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include absolutely free a 1-year, no breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right. We guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4-SEASONS.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is The Odds Couple with Chicago radio legend Mike North and midday host Carmen DeFalco. The Odds Couple.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome into this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike North, Carmen DeFalco with you on the ESPN Chicago app and ESPN 1000. We roll into exhibition week number 2. Bears and the Bills. They're a small favorite again, and the starters are going to play. That's music to a lot of our ears. The Cubs continue to fade. They're on the north side against the Buccos this weekend before a 5-game series that starts Monday against the Milwaukee Brewers that I swear just a month ago seemed like it was going to be a lot more important and a lot bigger, Mike. But as we broadcast today on this beautiful Friday morning, the Cubs find themselves 8 games back of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Well, I called my guy Jesse Rogers after watching a tremendous job. And first of all, good to talk to you, Carm. Good to see you, and good to talk to Eric and our listening audience, which is vast because we're the number one terrestrial wagering show in all of America. But I talked to Jesse after he did his stint on ESPN the other night, did a tremendous job.
On Baseball Tonight, he was great.
And I said, you were great until the end. And he says, well, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, you said at the end, the Cubs need to win tonight to keep pace with Milwaukee. That's like the Germans saying, we need to do something after D-Day, okay? No, it's over, okay? The game is over. Let's move on. I'm sorry.
I don't know how you come up with these.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Eisenhower's waiting for a surrender, and they're going,
wait, we're going to keep pace.
We want to keep pace.
There's no keeping pace after the invasion.
It's over, and by the way, in war, there is no wild card, if you will.
There's not. You're right. The Cubs are going to lean back into that, so at least they have that going for them. You're so right, though. I mean, the Brewers have now won 12 straight. The Cubs beat the Brewers back on June 17th, so that's not even quite 2 full months ago. I mean, it's close.
That's when Shea Norling said he wasn't worried about Milwaukee and St. Louis, but I'm not picking on Shea because he's picked Detroit too, and they're going to get there.
They are,
but it tells you about baseball and free agency and what it actually means.
In 2 months' time, Mike. So on that day, that June 17th day, the Cubs beat the Brewers. They were up 6.5 games in the division. 2 months later, they're down 8. The Brewers have gone 37-9 since. They haven't lost 10 games in the last 2 months. The Cubs are 23-24 since.
And my question to you today is, if the manager isn't all that, then how come they're doing what they're doing and Consul is doing what he's doing, and why does Consul get $8 million if the manager isn't supposed to make a difference? Why would you give anybody that kind of money when you don't give the 2 New York managers combined?
Yeah, you said that. They don't make $8 million combined?
No.
Because Mendoza probably doesn't make a lot, right?
No, he makes 1.7.
Yeah.
And then the other guy makes 4.5.
Boone makes 4.5.
To take that kind of heat, like you told me when you went to New York,
Mike.
they beat the living daylights out of these guys.
And
then PCA is a minor leaguer now. He's hitting 73 in August. He's 3 for 42. I'm sorry. They had to call the redheaded kid up yesterday, and then they're telling us he needs a rest. No, he's benched.
Casey's not in the lineup today.
Right, but they're going to play PCA, I'm sure.
Today,
right?
PCA will be back in the lineup
But you
for
know what? Yesterday it wasn't a rest. He was benched.
No, you need to.
You can't be sitting a guy that was MVP a month and a half ago unless you know for sure he can't hit certain pitching anymore. He was on top of
against
it in the
righty
first half.
too. Yeah.
I mean, but they're not throwing him anything. He's digging. He's hitting. Look at Happ. He could be a 300 hitter. If he'd quit uppercutting and quit going for the home runs. How many homers he got? 16? He's never going to hit 30. I mean, if he does,
he's not.
Be lucky.
He's not. His high is 25.
Go and watch Tony Gwynn tape. You're a switch hitter. Watch Tony Gwynn tape. Level your swing. Quit hitting and swinging for the homer. You got your money already. Help the ball club and learn how to bunt.
I mean, this whole offense, other than really, and Bush hit a home run yesterday too, but
I like him.
But he's really slumped. PCA is really slumped, as you said.
Suzuki.
Happ's in a slump. Say is in a slump. He got a day off yesterday. Tucker, I think something's wrong with Tucker physically.
Well, it's called pressure.
I don't know, but they're all slumping except Matt Shaw, why is he still hitting ninth? Now, Jesse was texting us,
because
they did move him up in the lineup.
Someday.
I mean, I don't understand why he's hitting ninth and why your game ends yesterday with Matt Shaw, who's been your best hitter for the last month, on deck. Not good.
And how about the fact that Tucker bet on himself? And we always hear, hey, he bet on himself, and look what happened. It's good. This is bad.
Yeah.
Now, I was all for it. They fooled me on this one because, I've been everywhere. I've heard it all from, we got to move on from Mitch to the rebuild's going to work.
Yeah.
I can name you 3 things. I always put in my complimentary Mitch Trubisky thing because I'm the only one left. Believe me when I tell you,
you're the only one on Mitch Island.
The people that were against Mitch would outnumber the people at Lollapalooza. Okay,
that's probably
and
right.
I'm De Niro in the phone booth in Goodfellas, looking. You know what I'm saying? So I'm the guy left, and then I mean, seriously.
What do you mean? What do you mean gone?
Yeah, and then I start hitting
He's
the thing.
gone.
He's gone. I mean, that's what they did. They killed my guy as soon as he walked into the room. And in the meantime, I just want to explain this because Justin's enjoying the show because he's never seen me live.
Justin has not met Mike live. I know.
Understand.
It's
Believe
great.
me, I never saw Chicago, the band live, and it was fabulous.
Oh, they're amazing.
They're amazing.
I've seen Chicago live. Amazing.
I mean, I used to listen to their music in the 60s
Amazing.
and 70s, and I'm going, oh, my God. But what I'm trying to tell everybody is Mitch, and the only man that's ever given me an answer, ever, on Mitch Trubisky is why he was let go, is my friend Carm. Carm told me, I quote, unquote, but I give him credit for at least standing up. I'm sick of him. Okay? Hold on. While he was 29-21, we went to the playoffs twice. I want to say this to everybody out there on Fields and Williams Island. The two of them are 15-40. And yet I don't get anybody. I say, hey, Eric, how about Trubisky? And Eric goes, yeah, he's on Buffalo now, and he just keeps walking. You know, I'm looking for somebody to say I was right about this. But I feel like, and last but not least, we got a little time?
We got time. Go ahead. Yeah.
Kyle Brandt.
Yeah, who we had on Monday.
Okay, well, that's irrelevant to me, but I'm glad you had him on. Because if I would have been on with them, there would have been even a bigger problem if there wasn't a problem already.
What the rant he went on Tuesday, I think, was a direct result of us questioning it and what he said to us on Monday. Well, why shouldn't
we? What is the plan?
Oh, I'm with you.
What is the plan? I hear there's a plan. It's the same plan Trubisky had, Fields had, Caleb had. They all sit in the first game.
Yeah.
If the different plan was to play a practice when there's a team that flew in that plays for the Dolphins and you're practicing your first stringers, like when Derrick Rose used to shoot for a year and a half before he came back. What is wrong with our ownership? What is wrong with our resolve?
Yeah. You won't get an argument out of me on this one. I'm with you, Mike.
I can't believe it.
And I'm glad they're playing this weekend. I think they need to. I think they need work. I am too.
Mitch is playing, by the way.
Well, I would think Mitch played a lot in their game last week.
He played great. I watched the whole game.
Yeah, he had a good first half.
Not bad for a bust.
I would think Mitch plays some obviously tomorrow too. I don't know, or Sunday, excuse me. I don't know. I was trying to find if there was anything definitive on how much Josh Allen and their starters might play. Who's their third stringer or competing with Mitch? Is it Mike White? Is that what you said?
Mitch has to battle Mike White.
Mitch will win that job.
Mitch was 1-2 for Pittsburgh, then benched at halftime for Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett stinks too.
So now I did some investigation. Okay. Buffalo loves Mitch, and they feel confident if Allen was to get hurt, and that's very possible, that he at least will get them into the playoffs. Now, see, we're talking about a Bear quarterback that made us to the playoffs twice, and I'm getting this.
That'd be a stretch. I mean, if it was a couple of games.
If he made it with the Bears to the playoffs, why couldn't he make it with Buffalo's got a good team?
Buffalo's got a very good team. We're going to talk about Buffalo today. We're going to hit.
They'd make it with Fields because the whole
and we'll talk about Fields too because we're going to hit the AFC and NFC East in our preview.
I got the chills.
Yeah, and coming up, we'll talk to Luke Pergandy. We'll talk to our buddy Luke, and I actually want to throw a few baseball things. We only got about 6 weeks left. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's been kind of a chaotic couple of weeks in the NL alone. You look at the Mets in a tailspin. The Cubs haven't played well. The Padres are playing great. They have overtaken the Dodgers. I mean,
the Twins are playing better since they got rid of all their guys.
Which is shocking. But how about the Padres story, Mike? They've overtaken the Dodgers.
Well, wait, now Ohtani cannot be MVP.
He's minus 2,000. He's going to be the MVP.
You know what? First of all, he's a member of the Yakuza. Okay? We all know that now. He's in trouble again with some real estate guy. I mean,
he does have to pick his business partners better. I agree with you.
Well, if he's a business partner, then he's guilty.
What is happening?
And the gambling thing, I got in trouble more for having Super Bowl squares than that guy did for losing $40 million. Are you kidding me?
He does have to pick the people in his inner circle.
How about if you are the people you're the guy that picks? You're in charge.
I don't know what's happening.
Yakuza.
Padres and Dodgers this weekend from LA. Actually, that is a good name for a team.
16-inch softball team.
That is good. So we'll talk to Luke about a few baseball things, and then we got to get after AFC, NFC East breakdown. We've been giving you a couple divisions each week here. You go back a couple weeks ago when we hit the NFC North and the AFC North. Last week we were on to the South divisions. We'll do the East today. We'll do the West divisions next week as we ramp up here and lead you guys up to the start of football season. We all of us getting ready for the 2025 NFL campaign. Luke Pergandy coming up next. We got our guy Jim Miller with some ponies later. We'll give you best plays rolling into the weekend. Mike and I each have something for you tonight. I got something in that Padre-Dodger game tonight out west for everybody a little bit later on. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up. We are the Odds Couple on the ESPN Chicago app.
This is the Odds Couple on ESPN 1000.
When your cat's a meme and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you. You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Take advantage of the final full days of summer with help from Apt. Appliances, Apt. Air conditioners, Apt. Modern tech for back to school. Shop where I shop at Apt. Thousands of in-stock items like washers and dryers, air purifiers, and kitchen essentials. Get expert help to set up new devices and smart home gear. Perfect for your busy family heading into the new year. For free and-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple on the ESPN Chicago app. It's Mike North and Carmen DeFalco with you each and every week. Catch up on demand anytime, anywhere with the ESPN Chicago app. You can listen to all the shows, all the original podcasts, our great show that we do every week for you. Also, make sure you have the Prop Swap app. It is free. It is easy to use. You can buy and sell futures wagers, and you can also go to PropSwap.com. Every week we talk to one of the founding members. We love having them on, getting some insights talking about what's hot over on the app and at the website. He joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. It's Luke Pergandy.
Website.
Hi, boys. Hi, Carm. Hi, Mike.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
We got about 6 weeks to go in the baseball season, and I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that's going on here. I mean, these last couple of weeks alone, the Mets 2-13 in their last 15 games. The Cubs 6-9 in their last 15. The Dodgers, not quite as bad, but still below 500, 7-8 in their last 15. Meantime, the Padres have ripped off 12 wins in their last 15, and they have overtaken the Dodgers in the West. Now, L.A. is still about a minus 165 favorite to win that division, but when you think about this Padre run, when you think about what the Brewers have done, how the Cubs have fallen off a 14-game swing in 2 months in this division, give us an idea about the good sales, the bad sales, anybody that was smart enough to maybe move off the Cubs, and anybody that has purchased a Brewer ticket that is looking absolutely wonderful right now.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys recall, like 3 weeks ago, we sold a $25 bonus bet. It was ESPN bet, bonus bet, $25, 5-leg parlay, 3 legs had won. The only 2 legs that remained were Cubs to win the division, the NL Central, and the Eagles to win the Super Bowl next year. And he turned $25 into $6,000.
That's great.
And the buyer got a good deal. It should have cost him about like $8,000, like 30% more. But the seller looks like a genius right now. He locked in when the Cubs were like Cubs at the time were like minus 350 to win the division, and they are now the exact opposite, more than double the opposite. They're now 7-1 to win the division. The Cubs are, so just a fantastic sale by him, and it was a bonus bet, so he didn't even have the ability to cash it out.
Have you seen people running to maybe get off some Brewers positions, because now could be a good time to cash in on some of those? Maybe not a division bet, because let's
World
face
Series,
it, they're going to put like a World Series or
for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've sold it. The Brewers, you could have got them at like 50-1 around May.
They're 8-1 now.
We've sold a ton of Milwaukee Brewers World Series futures.
Yeah.
I don't know that this team wins the World Series. I'll be honest. I think they're good, but I don't see them winning a 7-game series versus the Dodgers or maybe even the Cubs if they saw them in the playoffs. I think obviously they're going to win the division, so the regular season is better than the Cubs, but I'm not sure if this team knocks off a Phillies. Another good example. I think the Phillies would beat the Brewers in a 5-game or a 7-game.
Well, you sound like a big market TV guy. You don't sound like it sounds like you haven't been watching Milwaukee, my friend, in the last since the All-Star game.
I know you're a big Milwaukee fan.
Well, I'm not a big Milwaukee fan. I would prefer the Cubs.
Well,
but it's business, not personal.
Right.
To win the National League, I think it's plus 500 now.
Yeah.
They were out of it at the beginning. We don't
2 months ago, yeah.
I can't
30-1, 25-1.
Luke, I cannot name 5 guys on that team still.
Yeah.
And they're like reeling off 10 games, 9 games,
12 games.
12 games. I mean, they hit the baseball. They don't really miss it a lot. They go to the opposite field. This manager isn't just a plug-in guy. It looks like he's going to be manager of the year. So when you say that, is there a bias towards, of course, the big market teams in your mind? Because I seen ESPN named them 5th the other night out of the teams that could win the National League. The Padres, the Mets. What do you think?
I wouldn't say it's a bias towards big market teams. I guess it's a bias towards my preseason pick where I thought it'd be the Dodgers or the Phillies and wrap it up.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Yeah, so I think I just want to stick with those 2 teams coming out of the NL. And who knows what's going to happen in the AL? It's a gauntlet.
And you're not wrong. It could happen. Milwaukee's done this before. They
haven't won a series as much as they've been in the playoffs. They haven't won a series in a while. I picked Philly when the season started, too. I picked the Phillies to win the World Series. We'll see. I think they've got a very good shot at it. The AL is a little crazier. Speaking of the AL, the race, that race keeps shrinking in terms of MVP. Yeah. I mean, last week I think Judge was about minus 400 when we talk, guys. He's minus 200 now. I mean, that thing is going to be way closer than I thought it was going to be. Way closer.
Really.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, we always do really well with MVP tickets, and we've sold a bunch of tickets on both sides. We were selling Aaron Judge tickets at minus 1,000.
Wow.
Before the break, guys. Before the All-Star break, we were selling them at minus 1,000. So, again, back to good timing on the sellers. That's a great price to get out of a Judge MVP bet at minus 1,000. He sits at like minus 200 now.
Well, I'll tell you what. When you look at Raley, that's the unknown. I mean, this guy came out of nowhere. I think if he wins the MVP, nobody was talking about him at the beginning of the season.
I mean, listen, I think he's been a very good player the last couple years, but not like this.
Yeah, he's not like a name guy.
You had to be a big baseball fan to know who Cal Raleigh was.
Absolutely.
Now it's like, the big dumper. Like everybody's talking about.
I'm still not pronouncing his name right, for God's sake. You know what I mean? Raley, for God's sake. But he's unbelievable. And look at Seattle because of them.
Oh, my God. And look at the teams that added, you guys. And I think that's why Cub fans are frustrated. Look at the Padres and the difference that it's made, how he went out and he got a few hitters, and it's made a difference. The Mariners were aggressive. Look at the way they've played. They've closed that gap in the West. I think they're a game and a half or 2 games out now behind Houston. They're chasing them down. I mean, so the teams that added, I think that's why Cub fans are so frustrated. The teams that added have done pretty well.
I'm worried they might not make the wild card.
Well, they're up 4.5. I mean, that would be.
How many games are left?
40-ish games,
That's
right?
more than park leagues used to have.
Well,
and then all of a sudden you're caught. So you're saying they can't blow a 4-game
Well, I'm
lead?
not saying that they can't. I don't think they will. The Cubs are minus 2,000 to make the playoffs. Minus 2,000.
Right.
Yeah, what do you think, Luke?
Yeah, I still think the Cubs get in. I think the NL playoffs are going to be so much fun to watch.
I hope they win it.
For years, and I've clearly been too early on picking the Padres the last couple of years. I just thought there was so much talent on that roster. Like, how do they not piece this together? The answer is just probably LA has more talent, so they've just kind of been up against a chainsaw in with the Dodgers. But I really think they're a live team. I've liked them for a long time. I think they can make some noise. And they did knock off the Dodgers 3 years ago in the playoffs. So
they did, and they were up 2-1 on them last year.
And haven't the Brewers played well against the Dodgers so far this year?
They have. They swept them, I think, twice.
The Brewers swept the Dodgers
they swept them twice.
Yeah. So.
We had a ticket on the Padres last year to win the World Series. They were in that NLDS. They were up 2-1 on the Dodgers. And we didn't really there wasn't a great margin for us to sell it. Had they won that series, I think we would have thought about it. Had they gotten to the World Series like we did with the Phillies a few years ago, we would have definitely sold it on prop swap. We did that with the Phils and we made money a couple years ago. But there wasn't enough of a margin for us to get off of it last year. When they were up 2-1, I thought they were going to win last year, Luke, and the Dodgers found a way against them. But they are good, to your point.
Yeah, to answer your question, the kind of point of why wasn't there enough margin? It was just there was just so much belief in the Dodgers. That the odds on the Dodgers were so heavy that therefore it spikes the odds on the Padres. It wasn't a ton of juice until the odds makers just favored the Dodgers still.
Yeah. All right, Luke, have a great weekend, buddy. Thanks for the update, and we'll catch up again next Friday.
You got it, guys. Can't wait.
See you, buddy. There's our guy, Luke Pergandy. Good baseball stuff there. Watch out for the Brewers.
Well, my God. I mean, Luke's talking about like they're hobos. I mean, have we been watching the
I think,
games?
like you said, can people name 5 Brewers?
And
I think that's
what
why.
It's all about. Remember that song, The Hokey Pokey?
Yes.
Put your big lineup in. Put your big lineup. I mean, this is ridiculous. The Brewers are playing the best baseball of any team I've seen in 10 years.
And I was there live on Tuesday night, and the vibe and the energy in that place, they got it going on right now.
They could be OKC.
They could be. They got it going on right now.
I mean, small market teams now, kids, it isn't the same as it used to be where you were stepped on. It's over. That stuff's over with.
All right, coming up, we'll get after some NFC, AFC East breakdown preview for you. We still got Jim Miller with Ponies.
I got a sweat going.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, unbelievable.
We are the Odds Couple. We're coming right back.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Great Clips is your answer to back to school. You can get a kid's haircut for just $5.99. That's right, for a limited time, kids 10 and under, haircuts just $5.99. If Summer Fun has done a number on your kid's hair, you know what to do. Get into Great Clips and say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to a school year sharp cut. Their hair will look great for those first day picks. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips will even save their haircut details in clip notes. So the next time you come in, it's even easier than the first, and you've got one less thing on your mind. Whether your kid's hair has split ends from the pool, got shoved under a baseball cap all summer, or simply grew way too long, convenient online check-in makes it easy to get in for your back-to-school haircut. Download the Great Clips app today or visit greatclips.com to check in online. All haircuts for kids 10 and under, just $5.99 for a limited time and no coupon needed. August 4th through August 21st at participating Chicagoland salons. Back-to-school haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
White Sox fans, there's still time to win an incredible experience this season. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win a 2026 Diamond Suite. The winner will receive a 20-person suite for a mutually agreed-upon game in 2026 to host up to 19 friends and family in style. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Every 40 seconds a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is The Odds Couple with Mike North and Carmen DeFalco.
This is Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN Chicago.
On FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
All right, we're going to get to some breakdown of the NFC and the AFC East. Mike and Carmen with you every week on the ESPN Chicago app and ESPN 1000. Follow us on X. Mike's at North to North. I'm at Carmen DeFalco. All right, before we get into the NFC East.
Just real quick.
Yes.
I like Kyle Brandt.
I love that guy.
I like the show when they had Kay and when they had Peter and him. Mm-hmm. They've turned him into a heavy. But you don't tell people, Bear fans, and he's one.
Oh, he's a huge Bear fan.
You go to New York and you forget, and you tell us to shut up. You're telling Mike North to shut up. Here's what I propose: either put me on your show instead of the circus act they got you with now. You're so depressed over that. I guarantee you. Believe me, we're products of broken up marriages on the air. Right? Am I right or wrong? It's never fun. Right. Get over it, Kyle. Don't be the heavy, and don't tell Bear fans to shut up because we got legitimate reasons. And when you're telling me to shut up, you're telling Carm.
He got everybody fired up. I love it.
What am I supposed to do?
I disagree with him.
Yeah.
I think they need to play.
I want to know what the plan. What is the plan? That's all I care about.
The plan should be to not suck. And I think what's good for this offense right now is to play a little bit. So
you know what? And I wouldn't go on his show with the other people, like the panels of five. Put me in a chair with you in a room,
and we'll argue about it.
And we'll debate it.
You and
But
Kyle.
I don't need Nate Burleson going, and this guy, and then Kyle today had a wrestler on. Okay.
Yeah.
And the guy's going, I can't wait till the Bears go to the Super Bowl. And Kyle's going, Yup.
When's that? What year is that?
What has happened to TV?
I don't know. I don't know when the Bears are going to the Super Bowl.
I missed the old show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
All right, let's do NFC East.
Love it.
And
this won't take long.
We'll start with the Well, here's the thing. I mean, you're probably right, but It's always worth noting. No repeat champ in this division in 20 years.
But
Mike.
a team has been to the Super Bowl 3 times in a row on the other side, AFC, the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's true. Eagles over under 11.5, one of the biggest in the league, over plus 110, under minus 130. They're minus $1.35 to win that division and minus 400 for the playoffs. The Eagles had an incredible dream season last year after a tough start, and there were calls for, like, is Sirianni going to get fired? They went 16-1 straight up, 12-5 against the spread in their final 17 games last year. That includes the playoffs. And the only straight-up loss in that stretch was a 3-point loss on the road in the division to Washington, in which they blew a 10-point fourth-quarter lead. That's just how good the Eagles were last year.
People taking heat, supposedly for a phantom BS that we're picking on Caleb Williams, okay? Nobody's picking on him. He's getting a nice little honeymoon, right? Jalen Hurts has been picked on.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Dak Prescott has been picked on more. Two-time Super Bowl champion, quarterback, has been picked on more than Caleb Williams has been picked on, or Justin Fields combined. So I don't get it.
I think you have a legitimate point on Hurts. And he's been to a Super Bowl. He's won a Super Bowl. Right. And I think you're right that he probably gets it in the teeth a little bit more than he should.
Because he doesn't throw for yards.
Right.
You know what he does? He throws 18-5. He throws for 3,000 yards, but he's a field general.
Yeah,
he directs the action. I just don't understand how all of a sudden the Super Bowl quarterbacks are right. Look, if you're Trent Dilfer and you went to a Super Bowl, that's better than who? Lamar Jackson right now? That's better than Josh Allen? I mean, Trent Dilfer can go like this.
But I know, but we know he's not nearly as good as those players. And
right. But we know.
But Hurts does, I feel like, get maybe a little bit too much criticism the other way.
Oh, my God.
You're probably right.
Our dream is to have a quarterback. See, that's what's wrong. If you don't glitter it up with the stats, but you just win, that's irrelevant now. It's irrelevant. It's about, hey, who's looking good? It's a quarterback league. You always tell me, Mike, it's an MVP position.
Yeah, that's
okay?
it.
Except if you win the Super Bowl. Yeah. Then you're not the MVP. You're a quarterback that's a bum. I'm going, you got to be kidding me.
I think the Eagles are going to be pretty great again. I think they dodged a bullet with this Landon Dickerson injury. It looks like the meniscus injury is not as bad as meniscus.
We used to call that like a bad knee or something.
Well, and it looks like could be ready for the opener. I mean, they avoided what would have been catastrophe if Landon Dickerson had gotten hurt. I think this defense is still going to be pretty great. They probably won't have the same type of dominant coverage unit that they did a year ago, but I still think it'll be good because I think their pass rush will be good. Eagles have 4 games between weeks 10 and 16 where they play on short rest. And 5 of their last 9 are on the road. If I'm going to nitpick anything about the Eagles, it's just that maybe the schedule down the stretch is tough, but it's hard not to pick them to repeat in this division,
isn't it? I do love Washington, though.
Do you?
And I'll tell you why.
We'll get to them next.
Yeah. You know why I like Washington? Not over them, to make the playoffs again. Because we keep hearing here in Chicago to preach patience. Yet we had a defensive, experienced head coach go to Washington, pick up a guy that was touted as high as Ben Johnson, Cliff Kingsbury, and then Cliff Kingsbury, Mahomes' coach.
Yeah.
A lot of,
I think certainly as a play caller, I think you're right. Yeah.
All of a sudden he became a head coach. It didn't work out.
Right.
He goes back to where he's right.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's going to happen to Ben. I like what he's presented so far.
Yeah.
But the Raiders said something that hurt Ben's feelings, I read. And this goes in lines with what we're talking about. They said he reminded them of Josh McDaniel. Remember, they wanted they wanted an interview with him, and he got upset about it.
Really?
Yeah. And you know what? That's when I said get Pete Carroll.
Yeah, and Pete's out.
So now you got Washington with Dan Quinn and Kingsbury. How did they get just Jaden Daniels into the play in the first year?
Incredible.
And yet, Ben, we got to be patient, and he's got a plan.
Fair enough.
Yep.
I love what Dan Quinn and that organization did. I love the way Jaden Daniels played. How could you not? You always tell me come up with a good deep dive stat. I'm going to give you one.
Well, it's about time. It's up right now. The water's only up to my ankle.
Here's what I'm wondering about the Commanders, you guys. So last year on 4th down, they were so unbelievably good. Yep. It seems completely unsustainable. Mm-hmm. So their offense on these high variance down situations like red zone.
Oh, yeah, they
down.
had some fortunate stuff.
They converted 87% of their fourth downs. The next best team in the NFL last year was Buffalo at 72%.
Where was Ben?
Think about that disparity.
Because they went for fourth a lot on Detroit.
They did, I know. Even the Eagles, who with the tush push and everything else, only converted 70% of the time on fourth down. So 7/8 of the time last year on fourth down, the Commanders converted. I looked. There have been 309 instances in the history of the National Football League where a team attempted at least 20 fourth down conversions, okay? 309. The 2024 Commanders at 87% was easily the best of all time. The next closest team, Mike, was the 06 Patriots at 80%. Those are the only two teams ever out of 309 teams to have a fourth down conversion percentage of 80% or more. So my question is, what happens if that regresses a little and that changes kind of the margins within outcomes of games? The Commanders were very good in one-score games last year. What if they don't convert at that rate? Do we see the same type of offense?
My mother always told me if you would have finished your junior year of high school, you could have been the next F. Lee Bailey. But instead, you're picking paper in the park. That's what she told me at one time because she was all loving. I would ask you this: what's the average? Because if let's say it's not as good, but if he gets him at 60. Is that bad?
No. I see what you're saying.
The fact that he was extravagant, is unusual, but you got to note that how many quarterbacks have had these opportunities over 30 years?
Let's look at let's just look at last year's average. Let's look at last year on fourth down. So there's the Commanders at the top. Average was about 55.6%.
So if he gets
you're right.
60,
yeah, if you get 60, you're flirting with the top 10.
That's right. So he's still got
good counterpoint.
Well, I try, Carb. You know that. I mean, I'm sweating here. I feel like I'm in. What was that movie with Spencer Tracy and Frederick March? Inherit the Wind. I don't know. That's old school. You know the fan. They're all fanning themselves in the courtroom. Anyway, no, I believe that I believe in Jaden Daniels. I believe.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. We'll see.
And McLaurin, shame on you.
We'll see what that. Let's see how that situation resolves itself.
Well, he's under contract, but you won't hear people, especially former players, say, "Hey, get back to work." The kid from Dallas, get back to work. McLaurin, the linebacker. Why aren't these guys back?
Well, the Cowboys, I mean, listen.
He's making $24 million.
I've had strong positions on this show with Mike the last 3 years on the Cowboys, and
they're garbage.
They hit every time. I was on the Cowboys in 22 and 23 on their over on this show. I was on their under last year on this show. Hit every time. I don't have much of a strong position one way or another on the Cowboys this year. They're about 5-1 to win the division. Total sits at 7.5. They brought in Pickens as like a guy opposite of CD. I still don't love their running game. Their offensive line I don't think is going to be nearly as good. Zach Martin retired.
If they're under contract, because you and I was under contract and I did ask for an extension, but I said I'll take the 2 years that I'm still under plus 5.
Yeah,
you're under $24 million. And if they don't want to sign you, just play your ass off. But you're 0-3 in the playoffs, and your defense was like 19th.
Well, and they got shredded.
Right. So do you think Jerry Jones has fallen over to give this guy more money? He's got him under a deal.
Any chance the Giants surprise people this year with a total of just 5.5? That defense,
I like the kid, the quarterback.
Jackson Dart?
Well, I like the name.
I like the name,
Sounds like a cowboy.
I can't imagine they stay the whole year with Russell Wilson. I can't see that happening, especially behind that offensive line.
I have so much respect for him. He's one of the few guys that can really bum rap because I always have liked him. He's lost it a little bit. He got enamored with the lady, the diva stuff.
Do you know what's interesting about the Giants is like how good that defense might be? With
do
Dexter
you have faith
Lawrence,
in I still have faith in their head coach.
I do too a little bit. Believe it or not, I do. I do. I agree with you.
I think that's a strength.
The Bears have to play that team this year, and they could come to Soldier Field with they got a great pass rusher in Burns. They got a great nose tackle in Dexter Lawrence. And the early reports out of training camp about Abdul Carter are they're like Abdul Carter's wrecking dudes. Yeah. So the Giants might have a good defense.
He got injured. It scared some people off in his senior year, I believe, Abdul Carter.
Yeah, when he had the foot during the draft.
Yeah. But still, I mean, he's a monster and just outstanding.
Bills are your easy favorite to win the AFC East. I don't think anybody's pushing them, Mike. I really don't. I like what New England did bringing in Vrabel, bringing back Josh McDaniels.
I like Drake May.
I like Drake May, too. I do. I like the fact that they kind of attacked the offensive side of the ball a little bit. They know it was a weakness. Travion Henderson, I think, is going to be a stud. I wanted the Bears to get him. He went one pick in front of the Bears at 38 when they picked 39th. I do like some of the things they did and some of the method to their madness. They also loaded up with 2 new linebackers and another pass rusher. They got Milton Williams away from the Eagles, and they got him on a free agent deal.
How long does Sean McDermott coach this team if they're not winning? I mean, you know what?
That's a good question.
You want to know something? They finally got fed up in Philadelphia with Andy Reid, and he had to go somewhere else.
I know.
How long?
But Andy also had like a couple 8-8 seasons. I mean, this guy's still winning 12 games every year. I don't know. And I don't love Sean McDermott. I think he holds them back.
That's the point.
But
how long? I see. If they have a down year, even for an amount of wins, or if they, let's say they get in, but they lose again.
I know.
Is
it's
it
a
time
good
to
point.
change up?
And then,
Eric's really liking us together. He told me.
It does feel like all Bills in that division, barring some catastrophe with an injury to Josh Allen or something like that. And then
the Jets.
Dolphins, I'm not a big fan of. Jets, kind of like the Giants.
Why aren't the national media talking about the Giants and the Jets like they talk about our Bears? Because you know what? They'll hear about it because the national media hears about it from the New York office.
Here's my problem with the Jets.
I'm bitter.
I think the dysfunction is gone with Aaron Glenn taking over, Mike. I do. Their total's only 5.5, too, just like the Giants. I think there's a lot of talent on that team, especially defensively. My problem is, I'm sorry to say it, but how productive can Justin Fields be? Do you know since 2021?
What's the over/under? That would give
5.5.
It should be lower.
Since 2021, there are 51 quarterbacks to take at least 500 attempts. Justin Fields has the highest sack percentage in the NFL over that span of all of them at nearly 12%.
Greeny.
I can't see it working, Mike.
When he got hurt, Greeny came on. This is a get-up exclusive. I thought he was going to faint.
Yeah, right.
I go, wait, name it. That ain't him. This kid
Testaverde,
here, you'll be lucky to win 5 or 6. Yeah, Testaverde.
Chad Pennington.
I got Ken O'Brien named
Kenny
walking
O'Brien.
through that door.
Exactly.
I mean,
Boy, they haven't had a lot of good ones, have they?
No, they've had garbage, and now all of a sudden, this kid's beautiful. His PR, he's a nice guy. He's great. I love all that. I like Justin.
Yeah, but can you play?
Can you play?
That's
the point. I'm sick of it.
All right, coming up next, Jim Miller's got ponies for us, and we'll give you best plays wrong.
This is the Odds Couple on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are in hot pursuit of their 5th Frontier League championship. August is packed with big games, family fun, and can't-miss promotions at Wintrust Field. Mark your calendar for Fan Appreciation Night, Thursday, August 28th. Enjoy giveaways all game long, plus an epic drone and fireworks show to cap off the night. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Click on NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Save big money on your kitchen project at Menards. We carry everything you need to turn your kitchen dreams into reality. Renovate your space with new cabinets from Cardell. They're ready to install and come in a variety of styles and finishes. Visit our kitchen showrooms in-store or go to Menards.com for free estimates today. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer for all of our hot deals going on now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, teachers! We know you work hard to inspire future generations, so IKEA wants to say thank you. Now through August 17th, your local IKEA stores are offering all teachers and educators an exclusive 15% off your entire purchase during IKEA Teacher Appreciation Days. Whether you're revamping your classroom, organizing your home office, or rewarding yourself, IKEA has got your back. So stop by your local Schaumburg or Bolingbrook IKEA, fill up that cart, show your staff ID at the register, and enjoy their special thanks and 15% off.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
And during the home stretch on this week's episode of The Odds Couple, Mike and Carmen every week on the ESPN Chicago app. Let's get back out to the Yingling guest hotline and get some expert handicapping for you this weekend, where there's racing at Hawthorne Racecourse. You follow him on X at Hawthorne Jim. It's the one and only Jim Miller.
Jimmy!
All right, boys. Well, we had the $13 winner of the Arlington Million last week, so that was a beautiful thing. More beautiful was the amount of deep-fried food that I saw at the Illinois State Fair over the last week, because it was just about everything you could find. It was a blast. It was a long week, but happy to be back home.
That's great. How do you guys handle the heat this weekend with racing? It looks like it's going to be back up into the mid-90s most of the week. So what's the plan for the action at Hawthorne on Sunday?
Yeah, on Sunday, so it's shortened post-parades, little things that we do. It's added hoses around the racetrack, things along those lines, just limit the horses' time out on the racetrack. Fortunately, now they've been able to adjust to the summer heat, so that's a good thing. Makes it a little bit easier for us to race. But the one thing that we always allow our horsemen is any precaution. If they are concerned about the heat at all, they can scratch with no penalty, come out of the race. We always want to do what's in the best interest of the racehorse, so we definitely put that out there each and every week when it's hot like this, too.
You know, Jimmy, you said you had a great time at the fair, but quite frankly, you sounded like Tom Hanks in Castaway when he lost Wilson. Okay, I gotta ask you straight up. I mean, was there a lack of air conditioning? Is it like old school? And are you a guy that was worried about your weight or anything like that as you were going from those calories to calories?
Yeah. If I was a jockey, I would have had no problem reducing, just standing there in the middle of the stands announcing races, because you're out there. It was in the 90s the whole time. And for us, when we're out there, our booth and where we stand isn't like secluded from anyone else. We're right in the middle of the grandstand, in the middle of the crowd. So the atmosphere is fantastic. The heat is unbearable. And you know what? When you're calling races and they rattle them off about every 10 or 12 minutes, you don't get a whole lot of time to really say, oh, I'm going to duck into the AC or anything like that. You just drink a lot of water, but you realize when you're never having to make a trip to the bathroom, it means you're just sweating it all out, boys.
That's true. That's great. That's very true. All right, so where are we wagering this weekend, Jimmy?
We're going to avoid the heat a little bit. We're going north of the border to Woodbine. They have a great card this weekend, so we're going to bet all these horses across the board. They're all prices. So Saturday at Woodbine, race number 7, we're going to bet the 3-horse Diamond Rain across the board. This one's 6-1 in the morning line. Race 8, we're going to bet the 1 Victory Achieved across the board. That one's 4-1. And then race 9 is the $1 million King's Plate. We're going to bet the 11 Tom's Magic across the board. 5-1 on that one. Let's make some money building the bankroll for the NFL season.
All right, so Woodbine on Saturday, everybody. Race 7, the 3-horse to win place and show. The 8th race, the 1-horse across the board, and then in race 9, the 11-horse across the board. Is that right, Jim?
That's right, boys. Let's make some money.
All right, buddy. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Good luck.
Jimmy! Yeah,
Jim Miller.
He was miserable.
Oh, my gosh.
I got to say this before we go to our picks.
Yes, sir.
I've never heard Taylor Swift a full song. Okay.
Really?
Well, you got kids.
That's true.
Okay, but I just want to just go over a list of people I've seen live.
Okay.
The Beatles, not the Beatles. I saw him at Ed Sullivan the first time. Elvis, Cher, Elton John.
See him live.
Chicago.
That's pretty good.
Seen them all live, right? I saw Elvis live. He was big.
Yeah.
So I'm not impressed. But it's her 12th album.
12th album.
And it's probably going to sell. But who's her competition?
I can
people
name
at competition. There was like, hey, Elton John's coming. Yeah, well, guess who's coming after him? Ooh, Billy Joel.
Right.
Elvis is coming. Well, who's coming after him? Ricky Nelson.
Yeah.
Somebody. Taylor Swift's coming. And who's coming after her?
Sabrina.
Olivia
Rodrigo.
Oh, I like
Carpenter.
Olivia. I was
Olivia's
told,
good. But I don't know that any of them tour like you're talking about. Like Taylor's prolific.
I think she's selfish. Why hasn't she done a TV special? Huh?
Because
Because she wants it all for herself.
Because it's YouTube. It's not because back in the old days they did a TV special.
Get it on ABC. Bring the regular mainstream TV back. Come on.
That's so funny.
You could be she could be a pioneer.
That's so funny.
All
right. Where are we wagering this weekend? Where do you want to start?
All right, go first. We were good last.
We were talking about Padres and Dodgers, right?
Yeah,
Big series this weekend. The Padres have overtaken them. Fernando Tatis. He's hitting about 290 over his last 9 games. He's got a 5-game hitting streak going, but he hasn't slugged much lately. And Fernando actually hasn't hit a home run since July 24th.
But his presence means something.
That changes tonight.
Whoa!
Fernando Tatis is 7 for 20 lifetime versus Clayton Kershaw with 4 home runs. He's plus 340 to hit a home run tonight. He loves these moments, these big series. Nando goes yard tonight at plus $3.40. Take it. That's the best play for the evening.
Is that your only one, my
That's
friend?
my only one for tonight.
I got just 2 but 1 game. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm 39 games over 500 in Major League Baseball.
Incredible.
And
baseball.
even it takes a lot to impress Carm.
It's ridiculous.
Okay? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, when you start putting in
like
the Joni
in baseball,
version,
it's like
nobody does that. Don't worry, I'll be back to normal, baby. Football's coming up. But we did good with that. We're getting ready.
Yeah, we did.
I'm taking Texas in a pick.
Okay.
And I'm taking the under 7.5. I didn't
So
know.
wait, Rangers money
and the under.
And the under. Rangers in the under. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know. Is Nolan Ryan back?
No, not that I know.
I hope it's Evaldi. It sounds like
Evaldi. He finally got tagged the last time, but boy, has he been good.
How many times does he get beat up twice in a row?
Holy cow, has he been good?
Yeah.
I mean, he really has been something.
Well, in the
it's
meantime-
DeGrom and Bassett tonight. That's what I thought.
Who?
Jacob DeGrom. Jacob
I
DeGrom.
remember him with the long hair.
And Chris Bassett
He
tonight.
got a haircut. Here's a guy that I was hoping would be here. We're taping this at Republic today.
Oh, yeah, at Old Republic in Elgin.
Yeah. And this guy here, he just told me off the air. Tremendous. Not really, but I thought I'd throw that in. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. It's Eric Gold's betting show. Eric Ostrowski. Because that's how it sounded on his voicemail today.
I know.
Yeah.
Wait, is he Eric? You got a pick? I think 8.
Wait, the last 2 times he's bailed out on us.
I think he's like, you know what?
Who's that guy that bailed out with all the money? Cooper? Cooper?
I think he's like, I haven't given out a winner in quite some time.
He hasn't given out a winner since Patton was a corporal.
He's like, I'm just going to be quiet.
He hasn't given out a winner since Chaplin was 10.
Thanks, Derek Ostrowski, as always, for being our executive producer. Also, Justin Pottinger for getting us going here at Old Republic. Great to see you, buddy.
Great to see
Glad
you,
you
pal.
came by.
Yep.
Mike surprised me this morning.
You and Yerkes.
Yeah, Yerk and I today, live at Old Republic, absolutely.
I'll be on at 147.
You'll be on at 147.
I think I'll be home back in the air conditioning.
Oh, you definitely will be. Beautiful day. I'm glad we're out in the shade. But, yeah, this beer garden is sweet where we are.
Beautiful.
Thanks for listening, and thanks for listening into the show as always, and thanks to Luke Pergandy and Jim Miller. So, everybody have a great weekend. Stay cool. Happy wagering, and we'll talk to you again next Friday on The Odds Couple.
So long, everybody.
This is The Odds Couple on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community. During their annual Pump-a-thon event, with every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, and all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
He's Chris Bleck.
And he's Adam Abdallah.
Together, we're the Bleck and Abdallah Show.
Weeknights, 6:30 to 8 on ESPN Chicago.
Or get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
Brought to you by Yingling.
Chicago White Sox Baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope. The Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills. Preseason game number 2. Live from Soldier Field.
This is Chicago!
Tomorrow at 7. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee have the play-by-play from the booth and on the sidelines. But join us at 3 p.m. for 4 hours of Bears pregame, including Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Deion Miller. Live network pregame inside Gato at Soldier Field at 5 p.m. Are you ready?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Bears and Bills. Preseason game number 2. Tomorrow at 7 on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
List. He's been out with an ankle injury, but McLaurin has said he won't step on the practice field with his teammates unless there's progress toward a new contract. The new college football season kicks off next Saturday In 2 weeks, Florida State hosts 8th-ranked Alabama in their season opener. Seminoles head coach Mike Norvell.
It's been a great camp for us. Obviously, kicking off August 30th, against a great opponent. A wonderful stage. Spotlight, get Doak Campbell Stadium back at full capacity. I mean, there's so much energy around the program right now. A lot of new players that have come in, new coaches. I mean, they've put in a great amount of work as we continue to prepare. And these next 2 weeks are going to be critical.
Mike Norvell on Marty and McGee. The Brewers carry a 13-game winning streak into tonight's game against the Reds in Cincinnati. A Milwaukee win tonight would set a new franchise record of 14 straight wins. 5 former Wisconsin women's basketball players have filed a federal lawsuit alleging psychological abuse by former head coach Marissa Mosley. The suit says after the allegations were first reported, the university's response was, quote, a policy of laissez-faire in action, end quote. Mosley resigned in March after 4 seasons in Madison.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen coming up Monday. We know the Cleveland Browns have a QB